Blimey, if it isn't that lovely time of year once again. What a time to be alive. It's Christmas, everybody. Oh, what a time. How are you, Phil? Are you enjoying the Christmas cheer?
Reasonably, yes. I mean, I'm. It's that time of weather where in the shed I can't have the heater on, even though it needs to be while we're recording this.
But you've got your beautiful cardi on, Phil. How can you be freezing cold in such a wonderful piece of garment, as it were?
Yes, exactly. The stylish 70s knitwear that I'm sporting. The listeners at home are missing out on the treats because we are not in the video format medium to appreciate it, basically. They're missing out.
Exactly. This is for my eyes only. What a delight that is. Much like the content... Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I feel like I need to do a Patreon-only video where because I feel like I should be by a fireplace reading some bedtime story to people. So maybe that could be a future video for our dear listeners.
No. Well, instead, Phil, you're next to an ironing board in a cold shed. So...
Don't let them know that, Dan.
Oh, God. Don't let them know about the ironing board.
I know, it's my deepest, darkest secret.
Really? Yeah. All right, well, less said about it, the better. What's coming up in this episode, Phil?
It's a lovely double bill of Codex reviews. We've got Adeptus Mechanicus as our first treat, and then they are lovingly complemented by the evil robot overlords of the Necrons. And those are our two codexes. We do a brief not a deep dive. We do a brief shallow dip into the waters of the Black Library reveal show, I guess. And then we have a nice, lovely long outro for everyone.
Which includes that Black Library content as well.
Exactly.
That was just part of the outro.
I know that we just snuck it in there. That's our little Christmas gifts to everyone. A nice long outro.
Absolutely. Sneaking in from the shadows, much like a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
Phil, I know you have voiced your concerns about the tedious nature of this particular mini-game within the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast, which, by the way, I've just noticed that I didn't actually say at the start of the intro. That's a first, isn't it?
In what way? What do you mean?
Well, I didn't do the thing where I said, welcome everyone to the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast.
Oh, no, it's true. Well, you're too busy giving everyone the Christmas cheer.
Well, that's it. Well, I figure most people will probably work out that it's the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast on account of the fact it will be written on, the display of their device in front of them right now.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they could have stumbled across it in amongst their other podcasts. And
they could have done. And they could have been sitting there thinking, well, this sounds lovely, but they haven't told me the title of the podcast, therefore I cannot possibly stick around.
Exactly. They're probably expecting some deep dive into tennis.
Now, that's true. That's true. We do so love tennis. And, I will take the lovely, the service. I don't know enough about tennis, Phil, to make this work. The point is I will knock back the ball that you have presented to me by moving back on and asking, where has this 5-star review come from, Phil? This is the last opportunity of 2023. I feel like in the entire span of this year, though I don't know for sure, you've maybe gotten this right twice.
I got one just recently, so I think probably 2 is about correct. I'm hoping that this is going to be a special, a kind of a weird segment on the end of year quiz, so we can all get it wrong. It's not just me.
Indeed.
But my guess is going to be Apple Podcasts of America.
I mean, you're half right, Phil, in so much as it is Apple Podcasts, but it is not of America. It is of our homeland, Phil. Great Britain. We do well, Phil, in the Britons.
Okay.
So, yeah, this comes by Safeishhandz, and they have left us a 5-star review, as is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review section. And if you would like to be like Safeishhandz and give us a 5-star review, God, words today. My brain, Phil. God, it's all going wrong. Anyway, the point is, if you want to be like Safeishhandz and leave us a 5-star review, you need only do so in the places where you can do that, which includes Apple Podcasts of Great Britain, but also Apple Podcasts of Denmark, Sweden, any of the Nordic countries, to be fair, and others as well. France. We've never had one from France. I'm not surprised. Probably not a lot of people who are interested in listening to British fellas talking about Warhammer 40,000 in France. But if they are out there and they are listening, come on, France. Let's get some love from there. Germany. Other places are available, essentially, including Spotify, although you can't actually leave us 5-star reviews on Spotify, but you can give us a 5-star rating, which is massively appreciated. And to the nearly 200 people that have left us 5-star ratings on Spotify, massive thank you to you. You're wonderful. And yeah, other places as well. Audible. We seem to do all right on Audible. We got a clean sweep on Audible at the moment, Phil. 5s across the board.
Was that lovely? Keep it up.
Exactly. But yeah, so there's that. There's Patreon as well. If you would like to chuck us a couple of quid and you're able to afford doing so, we'd really appreciate it. Obviously, myself and Phil are committed to continuing to produce, develop, deliver this wonderful podcast as best we can. But at the same time, it's made a great deal easier with the support of our patrons. And we love and thank every one of you who is able to support the podcast in whichever way you can. Especially those who are obviously generous enough to assist us financially via Patreon. And then last thing is merchandise. Phil has failed miserably. There's no new merchandise. We are probably the worst podcast at merch. Like, I've seen people with audiences, not to brag, but like smaller audiences really bring their A game when it comes to like the merch piece. And people buy it, Phil. Could you believe this?
Oh, well, that would be impressive.
I know.
Well, yeah, send me some references to get me jealous, and then I might, weirdly, over the Christmas period, have time to...
It's too late, Phil. This is
together.
like the premium retail period. We've messed it up. We've lost it. It's gone.
I mean, it's not New Year, New Army. It's New Year, New podcast T-shirt. That's the season. That's where it happens. January sales is where we're coming back with a vengeance.
There we go. We'll get you in there with the January sales activations. It's where it's going to come to life. I'll tell you what, though, Phil. We talked about like stuff we were planning to do for next year. Maybe that is something that we can add to the to-do list, which is heavily review and overhaul, the merch offering. Are we missing a trick on that side of things? To be honest with you, though, I say all of this. I'm not overly keen on aggressively shilling the purchasing of merch. So I guess what I'm basically saying is we're our own worst enemy, or at least I am.
True. That's fair enough.
Yeah, you got to kind of have a bit more of a hustle, like that Squidmar bloke or Tabletop Tactics. They seem like they do a much better job of peddling their wares.
Yeah. You've got to be really in it to be good at it, I think.
Well, exactly. Maybe we should build some replicas of your shed cardigan.
That'd be lovely. It's a nice pattern. I'm sure people would like to wear that in a t-shirt form. The irony.
It doesn't look particularly high margin in its current form, though. I suppose we'd have to take it and convert it into a t-shirt, like you've identified.
Yes, no, exactly. I'm sure that.
Anyway, long story short is we've got a bunch of things that you can do to support the podcast, and obviously just listening is enough. So with all that said, we're going to get on to this 5-star review from Safeishhandz via Apple Podcasts of Great Britain, and it is a 5-star review, of course. And it reads, brilliant hobby chat and 40k insights. Listening to Dan and Phil waffle on about all things 40k while painting or gluing is like sitting with a couple of good mates for some old school hobby time. My honest opinions of everything grimdark, the Emperor and long pods protect. That's it. I mean, I was curious what we were doing with top honest opinions of everything grimdark. Did I say my honest? I think my dyslexia kicked in there. Top honest opinions on everything grimdark. There you go. Basically, Safeishhandz there praising us for our honest and fair appraisal of all things Warhammer 40,000. So thank you so much to Safeishhandz. We hope that you have enjoyed this year of Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcasting, as this review was left on Phil's birthday of 2022. Time ago. But yeah, ultimately, really appreciate it. And to elaborate on that, here's Phil.
Well, thank you, Safeishhandz, for your short, succinct, and sweet review. I'm glad you think we're just like two friends that you're hanging out with. I think that's the vibe we try and strive to attain to, and it's a comment we often get. So it's nice that people feel that way about us. It's like, one time you could just invite us around your house and we sit there where you pay us in cups of tea and we just chat at you, but obviously not allowed to talk back at us because that would ruin the immersion of the podcast. But we can do, personalized live podcast visits, live recordings, basically. Yeah. So look forward to that next year. That's what we'll do, Dan.
That's going to be our new niche. We're going to go around people's houses and
exactly. It's literally the podcast tour.
The podcast tour. How much would we charge to go around someone's house? You're saying just cups of tea?
Just cups of tea. That's it. Yeah.
I feel like my day rate would probably be a little bit more aggressive than that.
I mean, well, that's on you. That's your fault, Dan.
That's my
being a high roller.
Absolutely. I'd ask for at least one Starbucks coffee.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That's where I draw the lines. But yeah, no, look, massive thank you. Huge appreciation to everyone who's listening and supporting, but ultimately just engaging with the podcast in any way. 2023 has been, an interesting year for a number of reasons, but from our perspective, in terms of obviously the Warhammer 40,000 hobby, our general engagement with it and what it's meant for us in terms of interacting with you, our audience, has been, fantastic, to be fair. I've really valued this year in so many ways, and it's been amazing to meet and talk to so many of you out there that really kind of enjoy and value what we're doing here, and it means a lot to us. So we're committed to another year of it. Those of you who weren't able to stick around and listen to the outro of like previous episodes wouldn't maybe know that, but we're in it for another year. 2024 will bring you a multitude more of Look Out Sir episodes, so you can all look forward to that. But ultimately, for now, we're going to hand over to, the main content of this episode. And for one last time, before we get into it, I guess we'll wish you a happy Christmas or a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So, yeah, thanks, everyone. It's been awesome. Look forward to seeing you in 2024. But before then, we got all of this. So transitional noise, unless Phil wanted to get in on the Merry Christmas and Happy New Year business.
Oh, yes, please, Dan. Merry Christmas, everyone. And yeah, Happy New Year.
All right, in this bit of the podcast, we're going to talk about the Adeptus Mechanicus. Ooh, baby. You like the Adeptus Mechanicus, right?
I do. I've got a soft spot for them, for sure.
I, too, enjoy the Adeptus Mechanicus. Despite having never built or painted any myself, I own quite a lot of them.
You've broken a lot of them.
I mean, they are... let's just get this out of the way as, like, an opening statement. They were definitely forged in the fires of the, 2012 to sort of 2014 era of Games Workshop, where their number one priority, as I suppose it is still today, is to be the bestest model makers. But they definitely overlooked the primary function, or maybe not primary function, but they overlooked the function of gaming pieces, it's fair to say, when they built Mechanicus, because good lordy, between them and the Drakari, I don't think there are any more like awful in fact, no, the Night Haunts are probably
that
the
was
only
what
thing.
I was going to say, but I thought you were more talking about 40k. But weirdly, I think I'm just trying to think. Mechanicum came out before Nighthaunt, but
Correct.
probably not that far after. A couple of years, maybe.
No. So the first Mechanicum launch. So they first did Codex Scutari, I think in 2014. And Nighthaunt, if I'm not mistaken, were 2017.
Yeah, so not far off. I think at that point they somehow invented ultra thin plastic sprues, and we're gonna go all in on them.
That was it. They were all about the fiddly little bits. That's where we got things like the entire Mechanicus range, which is a nightmare. The Drakari as well, which are pretty ridiculous. And then the odd, characters that they seem to love putting on tiptoes on elaborate sticks. Like, I love that. It's like, oh, look at this lovely Kaladas Assassin. It's just a thin contact point on a pile of bricks. Brilliant. Cheers for that.
That is true.
Or the... Oh, sorry. I was going to say, well, that is true, but it sounded like you were going to expand on that is true.
I was, although I was going to say the Kaladas Assassin has been robust in my gameplay, so I haven't had any complaints about it.
No, that's fair. That's fair. The Demonifuge, or whatever that thing was called, the sister, she's up on a pile of bricks as well on 1 foot.
Oh, she is, yeah. I had her and converted her into a vampire count. I haven't yet made it to the gaming stage, so can't attest for the quality and robustness of her ankle.
Well, fair. It wouldn't survive one game with Richie, is what I would imagine.
I wouldn't have thought so. Sorry, Richie.
No, I couldn't imagine. But anyway, look. Long story short is the Mechanicus miniatures are really beautiful, and I do own a lot of them. I purchased a fully assembled, painted Mechanicus army from Joe and from Big Phil of RFW.
I didn't realise you got any from Joe.
Yeah, so when I bought the Imperial Knight miniatures from Joe, they came with a detachment of Scutari.
Oh yes, yeah. What were they called?
The Vanguard.
No, they. At that time it was like you had your big knights and you had your 10 troops or 50 troops, and they were called something.
Oh, your loyal 32.
Yes, that was it.
Or was it 22? Yeah, it was the loyal 32, wasn't it?
I think the loyal 32 was for the guard, but then there was an equivalent for the Admech.
Yeah, there was like the rusty trombone or something, wasn't it?
I don't know, rusty 22 or something, maybe.
Yeah, something like that. It was definitely a rusty something. It definitely was something along those lines. But anyway, yeah. So long story short, Mechanicus have always been a really interesting army in my experience because I definitely think they've been sporadic in their kind of gameplay identity. And I think Games Workshop haven't ever really, truly, honestly ever had a particular archetype in mind when it comes to, the build or the kind of core ideas
not just
behind.
Really shooty.
They are really shooty in a game where there are lots of armies that are really shooty, right? And like so much of the range is made up of all this really weird kind of hodgepodge of different creative ideas and design aesthetics. And obviously that is by design, right? So the idea of Mechanicus is that they are the arbiters, the gatekeepers of all of human and some Xenos technology. And the notion is that these Mechanicus essentially treat all technology is equal. They don't really kind of associate any kind of individual importance on any particular period, whether it's a bicycle or a nuclear warhead. It all has the same kind of, broad functionality as far as they're concerned. They're all just different types of machines, I suppose. And the way that the Mechanicus kind of view human history and the history of technology is really kind of eclectic, I suppose, in so much as they believe themselves to be these kind of experts and all-knowing individuals with all of this great and powerful knowledge. But there's all of this kind of strange, culty style indoctrination of all these technologies, which results in all sorts of mad misunderstandings and just general funny stuff, I suppose. So, yeah, the range has always been really interesting on Mechanicus. And I suppose that was most personified by the fact that in the original instance, there was a distinct difference between Adeptus Mechanicus and Scutari. So when they first released this range in 6th edition...
it was the end of 6th edition.
No, it must have been the end of 7th edition.
Actually, maybe you're right. Yeah, end of 7th edition.
Yeah. So they did, because they did that was it. Because they did, the Scutari book, then they did the Adeptus Mechanicus book, and then they smushed it all together into the Mechanicus book, which was relatively early-ish in 8th edition. And then towards the end of 8th edition, they gave us the expanded kind of range where they added in the flying men and the horses, or rather the dog riding geezers, and the aircraft as well.
Because when they did Scutari and Mechanicus, they obviously did the knights as well, and then you always got a knight as part of your, I guess, Mechanicum rather than Scutari. I can't remember which one it ended up in, but it was in one of the books.
It was sort of incorporated into. Well, when they first did it, there were 3 books actually, and you're absolutely right. There was an Imperial Knight book, although technically there was an Imperial Knight in 6th edition. Then they did a 7th edition Imperial Knight book, which was kind of like an allied force. And then there was Adeptus Mechanicus, which was an allied force. And then there was Scutari.
Yeah, I can't remember if you got a standalone Knight data sheets in the Mechanicum or Scutari Codex, or if they just said...
In 8th edition you did. 8th edition you got some data sheets for Knights in there.
Okay.
But they obviously since removed those, and Knights obviously now are easy enough to layer in. But yeah, that's the thing. All I'm sort of saying is Mechanicus, in terms of their kind of game identity, has always really struggled to be consistent. And I think that is sort of indicative of the range that they represent, but also just the kind of changing philosophies from GW in terms of game systems and other things. So, initially they were, a kind of more elite style guardsman sort of army with lots of numerous shots and lots of really interesting stat manipulation style rules. They had a lot of shots, and they had a lot of really interesting things that they did to kind of cause a lot of disruption, because all of their kind of presence created a lot of issues for the various things they faced off against. Then when they moved into 8th edition, they definitely just became really shooty. They became more akin to kind of like guard, but with layers of complexity. I'd say within 9th edition, they started to almost become more of the kind of elder archetype. They were a mobile, again, predominantly shooty, quite good shooting, but quite poor durability army. And now they're kind of in this place in 10th edition where they're a bit of a kind of mishmash now. And again, I suppose I'll preface this whole kind of summary of this codex by saying that Mechanicus, in my opinion, doesn't really know what it's trying to be, and I think it really shows. And there are some really interesting ideas in this book that seem kind of cool in principle, but don't really deliver in practice. And I guess we'll get into that as we kind of go through it. But it seems like the main kind of gimmick they've gone for with this book is synergies between battle line and then other units, because I guess you can't call other units elite or anything anymore. They're just other units. But yeah, there seems to be this weird synergy where they've decided that a lot of the rules happen when important stuff is in close proximity to battle line stuff. And that's a really interesting design decision in principle, but as I've already said, it definitely struggles in practice because it basically puts an anchor around all of your other stuff. Because in order to get these synergies to work, you need things like, your breaches, or you need things like your, insert unit, electro priests, whatever they are, to be accompanied by Skitarii, because Skitarii are the only battle line units in this army. So Rangers and Vanguard are the only battle line that you get access to. And as a result of that, it becomes this really weird sort of sequence where you have to effectively layer those into your army list in order to kind of get the most out of it. But yeah, as I say, it really kind of anchors everything and really kind of, impacts the overall kind of tempo and play style of the army because of that kind of core design decision. But it is an interesting new direction to take them in. Personally, I don't feel like it's the way that I would have gone with them. But at the end of the day, I assert that Games Workshop and their rules writing team were probably and are consistently attempting to try and come up with interesting rules and mechanics for Skitarii / Mechanicus that doesn't just involve a lot of bookkeeping. Because actually, that's one of the other things that I guess definitely needs to be said about 9th edition Mechanicus. Probably one of the more complicated armies to run on balance. I mean, you didn't really run them, Phil, but you probably played against them much. In 9th edition, Mechanicus really could make you go cross-eyed, right?
Yeah, I think so. From what I remember, because we played a couple of games early doors in 9th edition, you've got two subsets of your army faction, right? You got your Skitarii and you got your Mechanicus, and each turn, you got to select like a special rule for them, and I think that was, wildly complicated for what they were, and it was a lot to keep track of, and each one could only be done like once per game, but then there was ways of manipulating that. So if they've streamlined that at all, that would be brilliant.
I mean, they've all but got rid of it, which is a really good way of streamlining it. Yeah, so before you had your doctrine and imperatives, which were for the Skitarii, so they had the imperatives, and then the Mechanicus had the blessings of the Omnissiah or whatever it was. I forget what it was called.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, and it was just like mad because they were actually quite game altering as well. Like if you were in a certain protocol, you'd have plus ballistic skill but minus weapon skill unless you had a marshal within range, in which case you got the benefit without the negative. And then if you had a unit of Mechanicus units, they would get like, I don't know, like the ability to advance a charge or something. Like they had all sorts of mad like layers to it, and it was crazy. Like running Mechanicus in 9th edition was a real exercise in patience and in like just general mental fortitude, I suppose. So don't get me wrong, right? Like what they've done with Mechanicus in 10th is broadly fine, from a kind of broad concept perspective. But this design decision to move into the battle line partnered up with other things sort of situation is really interesting, to say the least. It's definitely an interesting change, but I think it's one of those things that better in principle than it is in practice, as I keep kind of saying. But anyway, yeah. So look, I mean, yeah, if I was to try and describe Mechanicus to you as an army, they're one of those armies that realistically really only has a place in the competitive game of 40k. And by that, I mean their rules as such, from a sort of objective viewpoint, that if you were playing a air quotation marks normal game of 40k with normal terrain layouts, where you aren't able to kind of stage things and set things up and really kind of aggressively go after objectives while manipulating terrain, I struggle to really see where the strength is in this army in a sort of straight gunfight, right? Because the ranges, with a few exceptions, are all pretty short. The ballistic skills are quite low, and the toughness really isn't there, right? Like there was this interesting video. Did you see this, Phil? They did a army spotlight video where they kind of bigged up like all the cool stuff that's in Mechanicus. Did you see that vid?
Was this a Games Workshop video?
Yeah, Games Workshop did like a faction focus vid where they were like, yeah, it's really interesting because they basically say stuff like Scutari with their precision shots and they see deception in the ranks and they cause disruption and they do all this stuff. So they like describe it with all these like incredible kind of evocative words, language, etc. And you're sort of listening to them say it and you're going like, God, I wish they were like this in the actual game. like
because they're normally meant to be, as you were saying earlier, a bit like elite guardsmen. They've got similar toughness because they're human, so they're toughness free for the most part. Although they've sometimes get like an invuln save because they've got bionic legs and what have you, and they've got some often or previously some kind of radiation ability or aura to reduce the enemy's toughness in the previous edition. But they tend to be good at shooting, just like God, if not a bit better. But as you say, I think the ranges tend to be shorter, but the weapons and the profiles tend to be a bit better. But otherwise, for most cases, they're still sort of human-esque stat lines.
And I do actually feel like that has demonstrated or has revealed one of the interesting flaws in the 10th edition design, such as it is, which is that like the standard profile in the game of 40k now has never been less effective, right? Like it feels like when we moved into like 8th and 9th edition, like certainly in 8th edition, it felt like the edition where the sort of Boggo like stat line of toughness 3, ballistic skill 4, all that kind of normal guardsman stat line stuff, because of the numerous, the amount of bodies you could take, it felt like that was always really kind of strong because of the sort of maths of the situation. But maybe we are now in a situation where these kind of like standard stat lines, these kind of, freeze across the board kind of situation is just not good enough anymore, because it feels like that's one of the main flaws of it. Like basically now, and the reason I was talking about Mechanicus being only really viable in a competitive sense is that I think you can win competitive games of 40k with Mechanicus. As an army, they have all the tools to win games, but they don't win games the way you want them to win games, if that makes sense, Phil.
Okay, how do they go about winning games then?
They stand on objectives and they do actions.
Oh, actions rather than shooting people.
Well, they try and shoot people, but upon doing so, they don't do very much.
Interesting. I mean, standing on objectives and doing something logically is how you win the game.
Absolutely.
But I guess if their logic is they're doing actions, what kind of actions are they doing then?
Well, by actions, I mean they can cleanse, they can, do the one in the corners. What's the one you do in the corners? I can't remember now. But anyway, they basically...
Is that deploy Animal Homers?
No, I think it's... I forgot what it's called now. Anyway, I think it might be Investigate Signals, might be what it's called.
Okay.
But the point is like, yeah, they play into the current cards and the current primary really well. And we'll get into why that is, but they don't really do anything other than basically it feels like you're going to probably see some people win with this army because they're going to take big blobs of like things that have like a reasonable toughness and a reasonable amount of wounds that can kind of present problems to your opponent, essentially kind of being in places to kind of annoy them and hold them up. And then all the while they're just going to be trading into like primary objectives and, doing all that stuff. So I think that's the thing. They're a nuisance army, but yeah, like if you were in a situation where, it was an open field and these guys were going to try and trade with any other army, they just get swept off the table basically, because they're just like, I mean, I say that, but I guess maybe the other thing they've got going for them is the numeracy of them. But they're now probably, and this is probably something worth addressing, they're probably one of, if not the most expensive armies to put on the tabletop now, I think. Because
Do you mean in terms of points or
in terms of
pounds?
points per pounds, yeah.
Oh, points per pound. Okay. What
Yeah,
more
yeah.
so than Gene Stealer Colt?
They and Gene Stealer Colts, I'd say, are like the ones now, right? Like they're the two that they're pricey, right? Because like basically we're definitely in a situation that because the stat lines of these Mechanicus miniatures are not especially impressive, and because they're not like crazy powerful, you are now in a situation where you could just get a lot of stuff, right? Like so, like. Take, for example, like the Ranger squad, right? Like the Ranger squad now is 90 points for 10, or the Vanguard squad is 80 points for 10. So, I mean, yeah, and obviously, as I've said already, like one of the core principles of this army is to, is to have lots of like battle line bodies that will be there to kind of assist you, and kind of amplify things, right? But like you can take 60 Scutari Vanguard for 480 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
480 points for 60 dudes. And then obviously if you take the Rangers, they're 540 points. So, for 1,020 points, it's 120 bodies. Which
that's guard numbers, isn't it, really? I mean, I think guard is slightly cheaper, but these are, slightly better save. Potentially better guns. Because I think, AdMech have always been one of two things. You either sort of run them as a horde army with loads of bodies, lots of infantry, or you have some of that sprinkled into your army, but mostly in days of past, you would have like the Castellan robots or the Catron breachers or destroyers. Like they'd be your tough blobs of units that have either a lot of shooting power or a lot of close combat sort of output that are just going to get stuck in on that mid board, and then sometimes obviously backed up by some vehicles as well. And I think weirdly they seem to like lack vehicles for an army that's all about technology. I sort of feel like they need a couple of more vehicles, but then maybe they're not doing that because that's the Guard's USP basically. Now it's not, because they used to be the shooting army for Imperium, and that feels like that's now Adeptus Mechanicus. So maybe Guard is the shooty vehicle army.
The Mechanicus to me should be like the robot-y army, right? It's like the merger of the melding of man and machine, isn't it? Right. So it's infantry, heavily kind of augmented. That is perfectly fine in my opinion. I don't particularly mind that they're not overly vehicle heavy, although I will agree with you that it definitely feels like they are lacking in that regard. But yeah, I mean, again, if you were to buy, by the way, Phil, I just did the quick maths on it. If you were to buy on Games Workshop prices those 120 miniatures, that would be £390 by GW prices, admittedly. So I suppose if you were to buy them from like Element or somewhere, you'd get them for, I don't know, closer to 320 or whatever the maths would work out on that. But a pretty penny for not even half, well, actually exactly pretty much half of an army.
Okay, yeah, not the cheapest, but then, there's always haves and have-nots. Some armies like Custodes are like the most optimal for pounds per 100%. Points. And yeah, Gene Stealer Cult have always been at the bottom, and that's always going to be the way it is, really, based on sort of like it's a numbers game. If you're having lots of infantry, it's going to cost you a lot more money to buy all those boxes because lots of infantry tend not to be elite, so therefore they're quite numerous for their points.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think that's fair, and also, let's be honest, you're not gonna be taking. Well, maybe someone will, but you're probably not going to be taking 120 Scutari. Well, I think honestly, most of the lists I've written have about 60. Like that's
that's a solid number. That's to me a solid Imperial Guard number. When people say you should be running 100, I always think that's a bit nonsense. I think 60 is good enough to then have the fun stuff around it. Yeah. Even if they do a lot of the legwork, or sometimes with surprise hits in terms of maneuverability or firepower, or just big on objectives, right? But yeah, if you lean too much into infantry, you sort of lose the heavy hitters of some of the other units.
Yeah, totally. I think this is the thing, right? So, like, the Skitarii stuff is kind of the backbone of it. You're probably going to take Vanguard extensively. Like, at the moment, of the 60 Skitarii that I have in my list, I have 50 Vanguard and 10 Rangers. And the reason why you do Vanguard is essentially because they are the best at leaning into the primary. Because essentially, when they go within 3 inches of an enemy, they reduce their OC by 1, and they're OC2 themselves. So it just makes them incredibly good at capturing objectives, because even if you're trying to trade with other OC2 units, those OC2 become OC1. So you're effectively using Vanguard not to kind of go get stuck in and fight, but just to kind of hang out behind walls near objectives, and to essentially trade back and forth with them.
Yeah, because I guess they're not going to be good against Space Marines, because a lot of Space Marines are OC1. I think, or something tough durable and elite tends not to be OC2. So you're sort of losing out on the benefit, and they probably, they can't go toe to toe with them in combat if that's where they've got to be near to give this buff off. But as I say, against Guard or other sort of Guard-esque units where they're a bit flimsy, but they're numerous, they've got high OC, they can kind of, hopefully survive a couple of turns in combat with them, but then just be annoying enough to, knock them off the objective based on their ability.
Well, they don't even need to engage with them, Phil, because understandably you're confusing that with Age of Sigmar, where 3 inches is engagement range. In 40k, you could be within 3 but not be in combat.
Well, yes, but I mean, if you're within 3 inches of someone, I would have thought they would be charging into combat with you the next turn.
Oh yeah, 100%. But you don't really mind about that in that exchange, because essentially what's happening there is that you're denying the objectives, right? Which is the game, because it's not about. You don't necessarily need to own it yourself. You just need to stop them from having it. And that's how you're going to win a lot of those exchanges and a lot of those swings, right? Is that you're going to constantly be denying your opponent from having their objectives. And that's really where the Vanguard come into effect. The Rangers basically have sticky objectives. And that's why you just have, like, in my opinion, 1 unit of those, because you basically use that and put them on your kind of like backboard edge. Or not backboard edge, but you put them on your like home objective at the start, and then just kind of move off it, and essentially from there on in, it's yours. And obviously there are shenanigans and tricks that people can do to try and take it off you by deep striking, redeploying, etc. But ultimately, depending on the matchup, there's always opportunities where if an army isn't very able to do that, you can obviously just get that locked down through the sticky and then just move around. So, yeah, I feel like Vanguard are going to be kind of like the bedrock of a lot of armies, because they are the better battle line unit. They are cheaper, and they do just trade so well into the primary. And I think that's where that comes in. But you touched earlier on a really interesting point. It's something actually I really feel like they've really let us down with in this book for the Mechanicus. So, like, the most consistent damage dealing unit Mechanicus have access to is bizarrely the Cataphron Breacher unit, which, bear in mind, the Cataphron Breacher unit is supposed to be the combat variant of Cataphron. So the Cataphron Destroyers, which are the shooty ones,
the long-range shooty ones,
are not as good at shooting as the Breachers.
But is that because the Breachers are also shooty as well, but like always short range shooty? So,
well, they're still 30-inch range with their shots.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay.
Yeah, they used to be 36. They've just modded them to be 30-inch range. But they're basically anti-vehicle 4+, 30-inch range, rapid fire. So they got rapid fire within 15 inches. You take them in units of 6. They do like loads of shots. Damage to anti. They're just really consistent damage dealers, basically. I think most people are probably going to have a unit of 6 breachers in every one of their armies, because it's basically the most. I mean, to be honest with you, most people probably will have 12, but as a minimum.
What's the stat line of a gun then in terms of its strength and AP and stuff?
Strength AP wise, the thing that really gives it its edge is the is the anti-vehicle element of it, right? So like strength wise, sorry, I'm just trying to find it while I'm talking to you. Not that. Sorry, sifting through all of these flipping data sheets. Not you. Where are they? I'll come back to that. Oh, hang on. No, that's destroyers. Oh, for the love of God. Come on. Where be the... here we go. Found it. So the heavy arc rifle, anti-vehicle 4+, rapid fire 2, range 30, 2 attacks, ballistic skill 4, because still Mechanicus. Strength 8, -2, 3 damage.
-2, yeah, okay. Oh, 3 damage. All right.
3 damage. 3 damage.
And it's 2 shots, and what's the rapid fire?
2, so it can be 4 shots.
4 shots. Ooh, yeah, and then you sort of... And I presume they're reasonably good punchy as well.
Yeah, pretty good if they get into a fight. So their arc claw is also anti-vehicle 4+. 4 attacks, weapon skill 4, strength 5, -1, 1 damage. So not extraordinary, but anti-vehicle 4+, right? So still could put some work in, you know? They also have the ability of breaching command. Each time this model in this unit makes an attack reroll, hit rolls of 1, while this unit is in 6 of 1 or more friendly Adeptus Mechanicus battle line units, you can reroll the hit rolls instead.
That's good.
So again, leaning into the mechanic that we've been talking about already, right? So you want these guys with a few Scutari around them, and then all of a sudden they're rerolling all their hit rolls.
That's good.
Yeah. Again, which is interesting mechanically. It's just a really weird, like, crutch to put on the army in a weird sense. But again, you're going to lean into Vanguard anyway. You're going to lean probably into Breaches. So Vanguard and Breaches, I think, are going to kind of make up the bulk of a lot of people's forces, I would assert.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a way of forcing people to take more troops than they would otherwise, because obviously the kind of force all chart's gone out the window now, and it's like, yes, you need to take 3 battle line, but maybe they're encouraging you as an army to take, like, as you say, 6 battle line units, because you want that kind of slightly horde mentality. I mean, it might be they do. I mean, I don't think it will. Might do something similar for guards down the line, again, encouraging you to take infantry over other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't hate it in essence. And I think there is some interesting stuff you can do with it. I just think the thing is that those, as I say, unless you're just trading into objectives, which, by the way, obviously, again, it's going to win you games, right? I'm not suggesting that Mechanicus can't win games. I think they've got a lot of really amazing tools to win games. I just think the weird thing is like, it really comes down to, are you interested in playing the army that basically skips from objective to objective and tries to just kind of just sort of secure them that way? I suppose it's I don't know. To me, as an army, I can easily see how you can win with it. I'm just not sure if it's a play style that I particularly will enjoy running, but maybe it will be. I don't know. I mean, I need to try it out more, I suppose. I mean, I have the models. I may as well give it a go, right?
Well, that is true.
That is true.
In terms of the sort of not sub-factions now, are they? Formations? Detachments. What are they like? Are there any winners and losers, or are they all pretty good?
There are definitely some winners and there's some definite losers. So you'll remember from before. Do you remember the old gimmick for them before?
Not really.
Rad bombardment. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, that was one where you could bomb your enemy before the game. One of them was it was sort of not flare shields, some like solar flare thing where they could teleport around.
No, you're thinking 9th edition now, mate. But so basically the up until this Saturday, up until this podcast has long been out, they basically had a detachment. I forget what it was officially called, but now it's called the Rad Zone Corps. It could have been called that before, but
Rad Cohort.
Rad Cohort. There you go. So basically, that's like your general one. But before, what happened with it was, as you say to your opponent at the start of the game, right, I'm rad bombarding you. Either take a battle shock test or take mortal wounds. And almost everyone just said, well, we'll just be battle shocked because who cares? So
yes, because turn 1, you're not ever scoring pretty much.
Yeah.
Unless you're doing some obscure mission.
Yes.
It doesn't really affect you. And also, so did it make you start the game battle shocked? Hold on, I actually had it up. Or did it make you be battle shocked for the first turn? Because even if you start at the start of the first battle round, each enemy unit must, until the end of that battle round. So it would be the whole one. But as we've always said, that would be really strong if once you are battle shocked, you stay battle shocked and you've got to like pass a test. I mean, you sort of do. Whereas in theory, come round 2, it's like you're no longer battle shocked. So you just don't take the test anymore. Yeah. Whereas if it sort of forced you to keep taking the test until you pass it, that could actually be really strong. Yeah.
So now what they've done with it though, right? So, and again, before it was like you took mortal wounds on like a 3+. So there was still a chance you didn't take the mortal wounds. Whereas now what it is that you basically, every unit in your deployment zone, your enemy's deployment zone, you have the option. You either take D3, or maybe D3 mortal wounds on a 3+, or you choose to take basically be battle shocked, and then you potentially take mortal wounds on a 5+. So it becomes.
So you've still got to take mortal wounds regardless,
but potentially
less risky.
So essentially, so you can either choose to stand firm, which is you just take D3 mortal wounds on a 3+, or you can take cover, which essentially means that in battle round 1 you're all battle shocked. But on a 5+, you also take D3 mortal wounds.
I assume most people would still do that one, just to minimise the mortal wounds.
It definitely becomes a decision, though, right? Like, I think, again, if there is a chance that you're going to be taking the mortal wounds anyway, is it better for certain units, for certain things, to just take... Is it better just to take the mortal wounds and not be battle shocked?
Yeah, because I guess you might have abilities which you need to go off, and a lot of abilities require you to not be battle shocked. So maybe then it is a worthwhile thing of going, I'll take the hit of the mortal wounds so I can still do the thing I want to do in my turn. Yeah.
And the other change to it now, though, is that it only lasts 2 turns. So basically, battle round 1, you get hit with it. Battle round 2, you get hit with it again in your deployment zone. And in turn 2, you basically take 1 mortal wound on a 3+, and you take a battle test. So you test for it. You don't just become battle shocked. You have to test for it.
Oh, okay. And you don't get to pick in battle round 2.
In battle round 2, you're just getting hit. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
3+. And you have to take, but it's only 1 more wound, and then you take battle shock test. The logic being that you are picking by staying in your deployment zone for.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, overall, I think this is still a really solid option. I think it's got a lot of really interesting disruptive qualities to it. I think there's a lot of people who can lean into it. That new character, the guy on stilts that everyone gives a hard time.
Oh, the sniper.
The sniper, the Great Gonzo, as I love to call him. The Great Gonzo can also force battle shock tests. Basically, that's like his main gimmick. There are people who are saying that if you were to take like 3 of this guy in conjunction with the rad bombardment, the rad zone, that you could also lean into the sniper to essentially force lots of battle shock tests. And that would be really cool because obviously you're really leveraging the battle shock mechanic, which not all that many people use extensively. So there is actually something to be said for it in terms of what it offers. So, it's interesting. I'd definitely say I'd probably put it in the top 3 of detachments, but I'd probably put it firmly in 3rd place. I think it's a good all-rounder, but I don't think you're going to necessarily... Well, no, I don't think that's true at all. I think you could build into it. It's got good stratagems for the most part. It's all pretty general. Yeah, that's okay, I'd say, on the most part. The detachment that seems like the front runner is the Skitarii Hunter cohort. Mm-hmm. That seems like the one that's got the most leverage. So basically, Skitarii infantry, Skitarii mounted, and Iron Strider units gain stealth. So that's big. So you think about all of the Skitarii that you bring into the field, Phil. Now they've all got stealth. So that's pretty helpful.
Within outside of like 12 inches or?
Nope.
Oh,
they just have it. Yeah.
That is good. Wow.
Yeah.
Take that, Raven Guard.
Take that, Raven Guard. You're not as stealthy as a bunch of robots. How dare you even try?
Around. Yeah.
Exactly. The Sakaran units, and I'm conscious that no one knows what Sakaran units are, but they are basically the Rust Stalkers or the Infiltrators. They basically gain cover when they are 12 inches away. So they are Skitarii infantry themselves, so they are getting stealth. In fact, I think they may have stealth natively anyway, now that I'm thinking about it out loud. But they also gain the benefit of cover when they are 12 away. So they're like Raven Guard with the cover element to it. Yeah. But obviously, this is really leaning into the kind of Skitarii, which, to be honest with you, I think we didn't talk about it before, but I actually think the Infiltrators are actually a really amazing unit in this army as well. So I think the Infiltrators have done really well for themselves. But basically, the Skitarii Hunter cohort really kind of benefits from movement shenanigans, fundamentally. There's lots of stuff in there that gives you the ability to be quite mobile, and obviously you are becoming more difficult to hit. So all of those things in kind of together, to me, really kind of makes this one stand out as arguably one of the best ones going. I think this is a detachment that a lot of people are going to lean into. It reminds me a lot of the Raven Guard detachment from Space Marines. It's just got loads of really useful tools. If I was to talk through some of the strats that you've got, there's a 2CP one, which is called offensive. Basically, I can't read the first word, and I know you don't have the codex yet, so I will refrain from asking you to read out. But basically, it's 2 Skitarii units get extra AP against one nominated enemy shooting or fighting, but only can only target that unit, basically. That's pretty handy. You got the Bionic Endurance ability, which is a 5+ feel no pain when attacked in the fight phase or shoot phase for either a Sakaran or a Sindonian unit. And Sindonians being, I believe, the ballistic iron stridery things. And then you've also got the ability to advance and charge with Skitarii units, which is pretty handy. Again, Infiltrators are Skitarii, so that is an option. You've got the ability to essentially get +1 to your wound if there are no enemy units within 6 of the target. You've got the Shroud Protocols, which is you can't be shot when you're 12 away, so you can give a unit essentially a lone operative. And then you've also got the ability to, at the end of the enemy fight phase, again with your Sakaran units, you can return to strategic reserves, which is, again, all really good stuff, basically. So there's interesting stuff in the Skitarii Hunter cohort. There we go. So yeah, generally good stratagems in that one, which is great. And then probably the other one that makes up the top 3, if you will, is the Explorator detachment, which essentially is all built around basically marking out objectives on the map and then getting benefits from it. So you basically get rerolls to wound or rerolls 1 to wound when you mark out certain territory. So you effectively just go anything on that objective this turn is going to get rerolls to wound against it. And there's a bunch of really useful bits in it. Leans in really nicely with the breaches and the other kind of destroyer elements. So that's good. But yeah, like the stuff that really has sort of fallen short, the Cybernetica stuff, which is built around the Castellan robots and vehicles, that's pretty lackluster. And there's a data conclave thing, which is more built around more, I suppose, like on the Cult Mechanicus side of things, which is fine, but like nothing special. But I think, like, yeah, I think the issues with the Cybernetica detachment is more just indicative of the issue overall with the Castellan robots. To be honest with you, I think the Castellan robots are a real loser in this book, which is a damn shame because I really love
iconic unit because they're pretty much one of the first ones that they came out with that weren't the infantry. As well, the cat from breaches and the June Crawler. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that they've fallen by the wayside.
Well, yeah. So I mean, to put it in context, right? They've taken quite a lot of their movement. So they were in 9th edition, they had like movement 8, I want to say, whereas now they're movement 6. Their toughness is 9, which is respectable. They've got a 2-up save, which is good. They got 7 wounds, which is annoying.
7 wounds each.
Yeah, 7 wounds each. Yeah.
Jeez, that is good.
I mean that. Yeah, it's an annoying number, right? Because obviously, like 2 damage isn't so great, and they're OC too as well.
That's good. Yeah, I was expecting them to have like 4 or 5 wounds. So
yeah. But their shooting options are terrible. So the phosphor blasters, they're just really, really underwhelming, right? So they are 3 shots, ballistic skill 4+, strength 6 -1, 2 damage. And then there's a smaller phosphor blaster that is range 24, 3 shots, ballistic skill 4+, strength 6 -1, 1 damage. They ignore cover. Which I suppose is kind of useful. But to be honest with you, if you're taking these robots, you're probably going to end up doing twin fists, and the combustor, which is basically their heavy flamer. So that's range 12, D6 attacks, strength 6 -1, 1 damage, but it ignores cover and torrent. And the twin fists are twin linked. 4 attacks, 4+, strength 12, -2, 3 damage. So not the best, but certainly not bad. Again, yeah, these robots being relatively underwhelming is a real shame because I think they are a unit that deserve to be really good. I would have loved it had these robots been amazing because I think. But so this unit is 100 points a model. Right, Phil. So if you want them,
wow,
yeah,
that is, wow. So it's like, so you can get 20 for a 2,000 point army.
I don't think it's possible for you to field 20 of them because they aren't
because of right. Okay,
the most you can field is 12.
Okay, yeah, because it's units of 6. What? No, isn't it not units of 6? What?
No, units of 4 now, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it used to be up to 6. Back in the day, maybe.
Put it in context, right? The Iron Striders have got as many wounds, same OC, same leadership, 3+ save rather than the 2+ save, movement at 10 and toughness 7, and they come with like las cannons, etc. And they have the ability to, I believe they can advance. Yeah, they can advance and shoot or fall back and shoot. And they got a 5+ invuln, etc., etc. They're 50 points a model.
Oh wow!
So these robots are twice the price of the Striders.
Okay.
And I don't really think with movement 6 you're getting the value out of them. And also the biggest problem with them as well in the competitive sense is that they're vehicles and walkers, so they don't phase through walls.
Yes, true. I guess they can shoot into combat, although if you're taking the fist versions, that's maybe not that useful, except the flamer. If they're vehicle. But also means they can be shot at when they're in combat as well, so that's a downside. Interesting. I guess as another sort of topic of conversation that leads onto that is it seems like, okay, it could be bad now because of the points, but if the points go down, which they may well do in the future when they do a balance update, will they be fine? Because I think they've pretty much said we're not going to tweak the army rules as much as we did last time, and we're going to spend more time adjusting the points. So, they could be fine in the future is what I'm trying to say. But the functionality and the weapon profiles and stats, that's never changing. And it seems like any army-wide abilities probably not really going to change this time around anyway. It's just going to be points-based. So, it could be that they'll be a bit more useful on a points cost level in terms of efficiency down the line, but obviously maybe not right now.
Yeah, look, I think sincerely, for me, these guys would have been worth it. How much would you pay for this unit? If they were... if they were 50 points a model, you'd probably take them because of the amount of wounds and the OC, because they represent a really bothersome footprint. I'll be honest, if they were 70 points a model, I think they'd probably be okay. 100 points a model is definitely more than you really want to see for them. But I suppose at OC2, they are an interesting kind of like tar pit unit in the sense that if they are able to maneuver out onto an objective, you are going to have to put some serious assets into them to get rid of them. Sadly, they don't meet the criteria to get stealth if you were to take them in the Skitarii detachment. So you are just hitting them. But they do still ricochet shots back. So each time a range attack is allocated to this robot, an unmodified saving throw of 6 basically shoots back a mortal wound at the attacker.
Yeah. I remember back in the day, it used to shoot back the weapon profile. So it'd be like, I've hit you with my battle cannon, and now I'm getting a battle cannon in the face. Which is quite funny. Because, in the past, they had abilities where you could teleport them via like a relic or an army-wide ability. So I guess if that functionality has disappeared in any of the detachments so that you can't get around their hamstrung legs, then it's a bit of a shame. But, on balance, that's probably for the best.
I think, again, the thing is with the robots is that they're an interesting double act, and it's sort of weird that that they haven't just sort of made it that it's, that they didn't do one data sheet that includes the datasmith. So the datasmith is part of the unit as well. So I suppose you can't talk about one without talking about the other. So they fixed the datasmith now, by the way, so as the datasmith doesn't make them infantry, which is, I suppose, good and bad. It was bad in the sense that obviously they were both a vehicle and infantry simultaneously. So if you got shot with something that was anti-infantry and you were a big toughness 9 vehicle, it's like, yay, I'm getting poisoned and I'm getting this and I'm getting that. So they fixed that element of it, but they've added like battle protocols, which are sort of essential. So in your command phase, if this model is leading a robot unit, it can basically set the battle protocols. So that unit enters a protocol of your choice from the kind of list below. Effectively that is you can add 2 to the attack characteristics of ranged weapons equipped by the robots. You can add 2 to the attack characteristics of melee weapons, so that's actually quite good. So now you go to 6 attacks, and you can add 1 to the toughness, so you can be toughness 10. I think in all probability you're probably not ever going to prioritize being toughness 10 unless you're up against Tau, I suppose, because if you're up against Tau and they've got a lot of fire warriors, basically if you're up against someone that happens to have a lot of strength 5, fine, be toughness 10, but for the most part toughness 9 is pretty much there.
Yeah, I mean, there are some weapons that are sort of strength 9. But I think a lot of the ones that historically were strength 9 are now like strength 12. So it'll be an interesting one because I can't think of any off the top of my head that would be that, which would say justify taking it. But for the doubling up purposes of strength versus toughness, then that strength 5 stuff would make more sense to take it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, as I say, the extra attacks on the fists seem to make the most obvious choice.
If you're going for the fists, which I think you will do, because the shooting is just so underwhelming, even with the extra 2 shots. It's just a real shame, though, right? Like they don't get any real kind of buff to that. I suppose actually, and one of the things I completely forgot to talk about at the start, and I'm sure someone's telling me off for that, is the actual army rules, which is essentially the imperatives. So they still have the imperatives, by the way. So you have a protector imperative and you have a conqueror imperative. Sorry, we're all over the place with this stuff. But this is because we're not really reviewing a codex anymore. We're just talking about general vibes of a book. So the protector imperative is ranged weapons equipped by models in this unit have the heavy ability. So all your weapons become heavy, which essentially means if you remain stationary, you get +1 hit. And each time a ranged attack targets this unit, if that unit is within your deployment zone, worsen the AP value by 1. So if you're getting shot by AP2, it becomes AP1 if they're shooting something that's within your deployment zone. Not wholly within, just within. So if you've got a toe in to your deployment zone, things firing at you are -1 to their AP, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then the conqueror imperative is all the weapons gain assault, which is super useful because the ability to advance and shoot with no penalty is really amazing. And each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack, if it targets, if it's shooting something in your opponent's deployment zone, it gets +1 to its AP.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like their main gimmick in addition to detachment abilities. So that's the thing they're doing all the time is they're basically going, are you shooting me in my deployment zone? I have decided that you're -1. I'm shooting you in your deployment zone. I've decided I'm +1. Yay.
Okay.
So that's the way of them overall. But yeah, I think overall, right? Because I'm conscious of sort of where we're going with this in the general sense. I think, look, I mean, for me, having played against them so far, I haven't played with them. I played a game against them just the other evening, mucking around with lists for them. I think this is an army that there's a couple of key things, right? And I'll quickly just say, I think in terms of wrapping this segment up, I'm going to just sort of do my final thoughts on it, and then I think you and I, Phil, should just do a quick debate on what we would have actually have liked to have seen for Mechanicus, or what kind of mechanics we think might have been interesting to see for them that hasn't really come through. Noting again that I actually quite like the battle line mechanic that they've gone for. I just don't think it works that well, but I understand the intent behind it at least, and it is interesting to see them try and do something different with them. But look, in summary, if you are new to the game, unless you utterly love the way this army looks and you want to paint a gorgeous Mechanicus army and you don't mind putting them down on the tabletop and losing, then go nuts, right? Because I think seriously, this army is so high skill level, it's ridiculous. I think this army is bizarrely designed around the principles of the match play competitive game as it is done within the tournament scene. And I think unless you lean into very specific units and very specific builds, I think this army is always going to really struggle. I think the Scutari in and of themselves just don't do enough. I think that a lot of the units in this army are just really underpowered. We didn't talk about him, but Belisarius Call is super underwhelming in this book. He's pretty terrible. Admittedly, points wise, he's quite affordable now. He's like 180 points. But there are definitely a few standout units in the army. I think you're going to want to focus on vanguards, infiltrators, breachers. I think those 3 elements are going to kind of be the core of most people's Mechanicus kind of army from a competitive standpoint. And actually, we didn't even really get into it, but probably the thing that actually is one of the strongest parts of this army is its character section, actually, other than Belisarius Cool. But it's only really a strong character section because all their characters are cheap. like that's the thing that really kind of buffs their characters. It's not like their characters are extraordinary. So you got like the Skitarii Marshal that gives you reroll hits. He's fine because he's cheap, but like if he wasn't cheap, you probably wouldn't worry about him. The Manipulus is by far and away the best of the characters. So the Manipulus essentially is the perfect unit to put in with the breaches, just because it enhances them tremendously. It has a once per game ability. They've tweaked it and changed it slightly since times of old, but it like has a sort of once per game defensive ability, which just obviously massively complements the durability of the breaches. I believe it's feel no pain 5+, but or 4+ even. But I've completely forgotten off the top of my head now. But yeah, like I think that's the thing. Like, you know, the characters in the army are really quite good. The techno archaeologist guy, the tech priest that isn't a tech priest, he's super useful because he's lone op and he has the ability that infiltrators get, the Space Marine infiltrators, I mean, which is the area denial 12-inch. So if anyone's trying to deep strike interceptors into your back line, he's super useful because he kind of keeps people honest. So yeah, the characters are really good. Is kind of what I'm saying. But like in essence,
that's quite like so Gene Stealer Cult that we've already mentioned that they're similar to is like that, as well as Guard to an extent as well, where it's like you need the characters to buff a lot of the army units, and there's a lot of characters in the army as well, which wasn't something that AdMech particularly had early days. So it's good that they've added some more in for them.
I mean, they're still lacking a bit when it comes to character selection. There's not like hideous amounts of them. There's some, like there's good ones. I mean, you've got the Datasmith, Belisarius School, the Marshal, the Sniper, the Dominus, the Engine Seer, the Manipulus, and the Archaeologist. So you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters in total. And in Sincerity, one of those characters is basically a unit sergeant that they've put in the character section, which is the Datasmith. It's super interesting. But the strength of them is they're cheap. That's really the army overall. It's just cheap in terms of points. You get a lot. You can put a lot of stuff on the tabletop. Too much, in my humble opinion.
We say that about every army, though.
No, I do. I mean, it's my main bugbear with modern 40k is I think there's just too much stuff. Again, not to hark on about other systems, but like I was writing because you know RFW are doing a heresy event in when are they doing it? August. Yeah. So they're doing a heresy event in August. So I've been writing 2,500 Dark Angel lists for it, and I'm just staggered by how much more consolidated my heresy armies are versus 40k. It's quite mad when you're like writing heresy lists. You go, oh, it's like 40 models. It's like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's interesting. Maybe not 40 models. It's probably closer to 55, but still, you know, like nowhere near to the amount.
Yeah, well, because we talked about it in a previous episode, I think, where I was doing my Custodes Thunder Warriors, and a 2,000 point 40k army is only 1 or 2, or maybe even models or units less than 2.5 thousands points of heresy. So, for 500 points, that's like potentially 2 or 3 models, basically. Mainly that's Custodes, but yeah, I'm surprised. You would have thought it would be a lot more, but it's not.
But I think this is a problem because there are too many armies in this game right now whose only main gimmick is numeracy. Right? It's like Mechanicus, Guard, although Guard are more vehicle centric, right?
Well, I mean, they can be both. Same like with Tyranids. If you lean into big bugs, then they're not as many, but predominantly you're going to have a lot of smaller stuff as well, in which case you're going to have a lot.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? So you got, but in terms of like their main gimmick being that they're cheap, it's, Guard, Mechanicus, Votan for some reason, Sisters. Sisters are definitely numerous now. Tau less so. I think that's it, really. I think, Gene Stealer Cult, obviously. So yeah, it just seems to be more and more armies out there that are just really horde centric now, or just more body centric, which again, is obviously what a lot of people like. It's just it hasn't escaped my attention that it's a barrier to entry for a lot of people, especially for the cost associated with buying these armies. But like in essence, in conclusion, I think there are definitely some builds of this army and some things you can do that will win you games. I think it's a real shame that the robots weren't more powerful. And I think it is, a shame that really there are only a handful of like consistent damage dealers in the list that do the work for you. But I like a lot of the streamlining in terms of some of the design around, like, the way the detachments work, and also this new protocols ability where you can kind of, manage additional kind of damage and capabilities based on whether your opponent is or isn't within a deployment zone. The battle line mechanics and the close association, or rather proximity to them, is an interesting system that we've not really seen before. But again, I struggle to see it working as well as other kind of synergies or gameplay mechanics that we've seen in the game in other places. So on the whole, I'm pretty underwhelmed with Mechanicus, which is a real shame because I was really actually quite excited about them being interesting. But yeah, on the whole, I think Mechanicus are in a strange place now. Again, capable of winning, definitely, got options in the competitive game, but feels like a very elitist army for a very, specific subsector of the hobby. And obviously, if you love collecting and painting Mechanicus, carry on doing you. But unless you're really keen on competitive play and very specific type of competitive play, I just couldn't recommend Mechanicus to anyone. I think if you're looking for an army that does this kind of stuff or has these kind of like qualities, I think there are other armies that kind of just do it more interestingly. Like, I don't know, at the moment I'd struggle to kind of argue why you take these over GSE or Sisters or Guard or whatever right now. I just sort of feel like
it's because it'll be out of the aesthetic, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's why most people pick an army more than over another one, unless you're competitive, of course, in which case you're just going to take the army that wins you the most games.
Yeah, and I think these guys can do it. I definitely think they'll upset the apple cart a bit when they start coming out proper. I think definitely you can get a lot of really good. I definitely see them being able to win. I mean, for context, Phil, I suppose the last thing I'll do is I'll just tell you what I've got in my latest 2,000 point list, so as you can kind of get a feel for it. So at the moment, I actually have leaned into the robots, and the reason I've leaned into the robots is because I own them.
You're a filthy player.
Well, I just can't not take them. They're so cool, but also like they're just I've got one 400 point unit of army of the 400 point unit of 4 robots with the Datasmith, and so that's our 435 point squad of 5 models.
Are you taking them with the fists or the guns?
Fists.
But what they modelled with, Dan?
The fists.
Oh, are they?
They are,
I thought they had the shooty bits on them.
2 of them have shooty, 4 of them have fists.
Oh, right. Oh, so you got 6 in total. Okay.
Yeah. So I've got I've got 2 Skitarii Marshals, 3 Tech Priest Engine Seers, 1 Tech Priest Manipulus, and
that's a lot of Tech Priests.
And one Techno Archaeologist.
Okay.
2 units of Skitarii Rangers, 3 units of Skitarii Vanguard. Sorry, 4 units of Skitarii Vanguard. I can't count. 1 unit of 3 Iron Striders, the aforementioned Robot Squad. 1 unit of 6 Breachers, which might be modelled as destroyers, but who knows the difference, right? Who knows the difference?
Everyone, because it's really obvious.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'll tell you what, Phil. If you can tell the difference, I will be utterly amazed.
Well, yes. Has it got a big, long, pokey gun, or has
They
it got a
both
very
do, yeah.
short, stubby, like plasma-y looking gun? That's the difference between them.
Well, it's not the difference between them, though, because they both have long plasma and they have guns that look like that, yeah.
But I think the destroyers have much bigger guns.
The destroyers have 2 guns. That's the main difference with them.
Oh, okay. In the other arm.
So the difference between the destroyers and the breachers is the breacher has a melee weapon on its left hand.
It's like it has more, isn't it?
Yeah, it has more armor.
Yes.
You might not notice this, but it's got more armor, and yeah, it's got a stubbier gun. Anyway, but I imagine most people won't notice the difference. 2 Dune crawlers and a unit of infiltrators. That's my 2,000 points at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. My buddy George, who I occasionally play with in Oxford, one of his armies, one of them's Space Marines, but the other one is Adeptus Mechanicus. So potentially over Christmas, I'll be having some games with him. So I'll get to try. I'll be on the receiving end of the new codex, so I'll be having a more informed opinion in the new year, basically, of how good this codex is or how bad it is. I don't think he's got any breachers or destroyers. So yay me, that might help.
That probably will help. You have to come over and try playing against me on it. We'll set up all the tournament terrain, do it proper, you know?
That's true. Or we could have a rematch of our 9th edition Astra Militarum Codex we did for the patrons, because that was Guard versus...
Oh, yeah,
so we could redo that.
Where you blew me off the table in 3 turns.
Yes.
Magical times.
I know.
It was a hell of a day.
You can have your revenge.
I'll try to. By not actually aggressively attacking you in any way, just standing on the points and doing the old "I'm the king of the castle" chant.
Oh, that's true.
You are the dirty rascal, after all, Phil. Anyway, yeah. So that was my kind of thoughts and vibes on Mechanicus. Do you have any thoughts and feels, Phil, or do you just want to try and debate what you might have wanted to have seen or what you might add to them? What is it you think the Mechanicus are needing, or what's your general vibe on him, first and foremost? How are you feeling about him?
I mean, it's a bit hard to tell because I obviously haven't had a thorough deep dive as you have in the rules. I do like them overall as a general army faction. As you say, I feel like they've been pigeonholed somewhat as the shooty army, but they are, I don't know, they've got elements to do everything, so they are a little bit of a Swiss Army knife, and I feel like they had a sort of almost more of a unique play style to begin with, which was a better shooty army than Guard. But then, as the army range has developed, they've tried to introduce things to allow them to do a bit of everything. So obviously you got the winged guys, you've got more flyers, you've got more vehicles coming in for like artillery and stuff like that. You've got some cavalry, so you can kind of complement the close combat elements that they've had before. So yeah, it's interesting that the direction the army's gone in, basically. And I think that is a problem with almost all armies in 40k. The more they've grown, the toolbox has gotten bigger for what they're meant to be doing, which was sort of beyond the original remit of what that sort of the archetype was for that army. So yeah, rules wise, I mean, it sounds interesting. Yeah, shame on that Castellan robots aren't good because they're pretty iconic. It's a bit like, Terminators were really rubbish for years, and now they're good and they've got new models, so that's good. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that they're not great. But great to see the Breachers back because they've been super unpopular for many years. They've really struggled in previous editions, or at least, since 8th, I think. I don't remember them being good then. I think they were pretty good in like 7th, 6th and 7th though. So whenever they first came out, they were pretty good. It'll be interesting to see how they play.
Didn't like being tank shocked though in 7th edition.
No, probably. Who would like being tank shocked?
They were like leadership. I swear to God, they were like leadership 6 or something. It was like ridiculous. Oh no, that wasn't it. It wasn't their leadership that was the problem. They were like initiative 1 or something. That was basically where it went wrong.
Well, they're like little tracked servitors, so it sort of makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, like, I think this is the thing, right? Like, I think you really touched on an interesting point earlier, though, which is the fact that there is a real absence of vehicles. I think, rather than sort of talking about things I'd love to see them add to the range at this point, because there definitely are holes in their range at the minute. It doesn't feel quite as exhaustive a kind of selection as some other armies. But I definitely would have loved them to have given us some powerhouse units in the obvious places. I think at the end of the day, you can't really do that much with Skitarii Vanguard and Rangers, right? Like, they're kind of what they are at this point, which is they are the Bogo troops. And limiting us to being only able to take them in units of 10 is totally fine.
Oh, are they not in up to 20 like a lot of the others?
No, they're limited at units of 10. Yeah. So, but again, I don't mind that. I think the thing is like, there are definitely units in this army that really missed out. So, for example, the Sulphur Hounds and the Sniper Dogs, they feel like they really missed out, right? Like, I really would love it if the Sniper Hound riding fellas were just really amazing assassins, Like, I think that would be awesome if we were in a situation where they had a really good chance of dropping at least like standard like characters relatively easily. Like, I would really have loved them to have given them their sniper credentials. And the same thing with like the Sulphur Hounds. I would have loved them to have been like one of the most insane, like highly mobile anti-infantry units. Like, it would have been crazy if they could have like ran up and done like loads of shots with like anti-infantry pistols, and obviously the dogs themselves breathing fire that does all sorts of stuff. And like, I would have loved those guys to have been like a lot more impactful, but at the moment they feel really substandard. Similarly, the Birdmen, the new minis from the arse end of 8th edition and the start of 9th edition, they're also pretty underbaked at the moment, specifically the Flamer ones, which were the better of the two in 9th edition. Unsurprisingly, G-Dubs has made the Flamer one probably a little weaker, whereas the melee-based ones are probably a little bit better, but they're both still, relatively underwhelming. So yeah, there's just stuff in it. The Rust Stalkers as well. So like, Infiltrators are really good, but Rust Stalkers are just utter trash, which I guess is, related to their, affinity with Rust potentially. But it's just interesting that there is this kind of situation with the army where it's like, okay, fair enough. The troops, the battle line units are not remarkable, fair enough. But it feels like to not give the cavalry, the Rust Stalkers, the Birdmen abilities and skills that really kind of stood out, it just feels like a real miss. And I would have loved it if they had just kind of given us more power in those units. Like, I don't mind them being glass hammers, but I feel like we definitely are missing something with those units in particular. And I also would have loved it if they had really like made the Castellan robots like super powerhouse units as well. Because it's not like we would want to necessarily spam those units, although people definitely would. But it's always nice when you've got that kind of feel-good vibe where you've got units that can do things and kind of behave the way you want them to. And you want units that can kind of sow disruption, as they said in the video, and, big tanky robots that can really cause problems and are, a real meaningful threat. So I think that's the thing at the moment. It's like, with the exception of the breaches, nothing in this army does consistent damage. Everything's pretty mid-tier or pretty weak. And stuff just kind of bounces off things. And that's a real shame, in my opinion. Like, I think that's its main problem, and its main thing is like, I just would have loved for it to have been awesome. I would have loved for some of these units to really shine. And I mean, Gonzo, the guy on stilts, I mean, he's one of the most disappointing things going. I mean, he's not awful. He's got some situational uses, but like the new mini they've added to the army, and he's terrible. And it's just like, I just can't believe that even the new guy is terrible. It's just like, it's just very interesting.
Yeah, he's a bit of an odd archetype of a character because he's a sniper in a very sniper-heavy army already. Because obviously you can get the aquabuses within the regular rangers, and then obviously you've got, we talked about the service raiders. You've got the chickens, which I can never remember the actual name is, the Iron Striders, but there's a version of them with aquabuses as well. So you've got a plethora of sniper units already. So, maybe that's why they've done it, to have a sniper character to lean into that theme.
Yeah, perhaps. But it just, it doesn't, I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I think for me, what I would have loved to have seen for this army and the mechanic I would have given to them, I would have just made them the 2/3 army. I would have basically have gone with lethal hits on 5+, but basically made them ballistic skill 5, essentially. I would have basically made it that if they hit, they don't need to roll to wound, basically, because they wound all the time against everything. That would have been probably the gimmick I would have leaned into. The idea of their weapons are so deadly, they hit you, they just wound you, is basically where I would have gone with it.
I imagine that would annoy most Skitarii players because they like hitting well. If anything, I would.
But they don't do that currently. They've got ballistical 4.
I mean, they hit. Okay. I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised they're not ballistic skill 3.
Their strength's really low, though. That's the problem. So they're like strength 3 a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Imagine if they had made them ballistic skill 5, but if they hit, they were just lethal all the time. Against not against vehicles, right? Like I'd caveat that, but imagine if, as an army, like a Vanguard unit had 3 shots a man, but every one of those hits is just resolved as an auto wound. And then equally make their armor useless, but give them all 5-up invuns, which is kind of what they've done anyway. But just make them the army of 1 in 3. But like, it's actually statistically probably better because basically hits result in wounds, which means that you're not having to roll the 50-50 followed by the often 1 in 3 chance of wounding. So I think for me, that would have been the thing to go for. Just make them the lethal hit army. I think that would have made way more sense. Strangely, at the moment, the army with the most lethal hits is Death Guard. And I understand why Death Guard would be lethal hitty because they're all plaguey. But to me, it makes more sense that was something that you give to Mechanicus. It feels like they should just be able to basically just, cause all sorts of mischief. Plus, also, I used to love it back in the day when they used to have more negative effects for being close to them. Sure, Vanguard do that thing where they reduce your OC, but I would have just loved it if they had been able to do all sorts of silly shenanigans like reduced toughness or reduced armor saves. Basically, what I'm saying is they should have been Death Guard.
Yes, because Death Guard has that gimmick. I'm sort of surprised there isn't. I guess they've already got an army detachment, and they don't want to update the army the army ability from the indexes, which they should be willing to do, because they could go, it was fine, but maybe it's not that great. Let's make that a detachment-specific ability instead and give them a different army-wide rule, a bit like you say, an aura bonus or a debuff. I think if they were going for shooting, lethal's a bit too much. Personally, I would have just lent it more into anti-infantry on everything, or army-wide anti-infantry, and then it's like everything's really good at killing infantry, and then only some stuff's good at anti-vehicles. If you just make it lethal hits, it seems a bit too much.
Fair.
But that's just my initial gut reaction to it. Because if you go with the logic of they got rad rounds and that those radiation rounds are good at killing infantry, why would they be good at vehicles unless you go along the lines of, they are like depleted uranium like you have in real world, where they're super dense, so therefore they would actually also be good at taking out vehicles. Maybe that's the logic you'd have to go for, depending on what the real lore around those sorts of things are. Because the ability that could do it in 9th edition, where it was like the stratagem for the rad rounds, that was only ever against infantry anyway, so I would lean more in that direction personally.
Infantry and monsters.
Oh, and monsters, of course, yeah. So give them anti-infantry and monsters 2 up or something natively, but obviously then they need the bigger stuff to deal with the vehicles.
Because I like that sort of aspect of them, though, like the idea that they're this kind of ceaseless, kind of emotionless horde, I suppose, of deadly machines that are just leaking out all sorts of horrific toxins that are just causing all sorts of problems. I kind of love that conceptually, the idea that, I don't know, orcs come to fight against them as the orcs are charging in. They're basically just melting as they're coming towards them, because they're just oh God, this is just horrific. It's like walking into a
bomb site.
A nuclear reactor, right? It's just I'm just basically just being my cellular structure is being assaulted by all this radiation, and I'm just falling apart at the seams. That feels to me the area that they should have probably focused on more with this army is but again, this is the thing. These are gimmicks that they've basically given to Death Guard, so I guess they just didn't feel like it was appropriate to give them to the Mechanicus. But to me, it feels like these guys actually really suit it way more than the Death Guard in some respects. Obviously, the Death Guard need to do a contagion-y thing as well. That makes sense for them. And maybe that's just the issue, right? Is maybe we're just at a point now where 40k has just gotten so vast that it's difficult for them to have a specific army with a specific archetype, because
but you could do one that's around armor saves or increasing AP. So you could say Death Guard is all about corrupting and corroding your armor, so your save goes down by 1 when you're within range. Toughness, and then you save the toughness 1 for Admech, because that feels more like a radiation effect, where it's you weaken the actual toughness of the unit versus the save, which wouldn't necessarily be affected by it.
Yeah, there's definitely something that can be done here to make it more interesting, or just maybe, I don't know, just different. Again, I keep saying it. I don't hate the battle line synergy that they've done. I just know that it's not as strong as other gimmicks. But I guess it is what it is. Is there anything you would potentially prioritize, Phil, or are you? Do you feel unqualified? I mean, what were you expecting from Mechanicus? What kind of core gimmicks were you thinking they would potentially have?
Well, obviously the negative toughness aura ability, because that's what they had sort of prior. Although a bit admittedly that was only on sort of a few units. I think detachment-wise, I would have expected one to sort of lean more into the breaches, doing a kind of, because they did it before with the Warzone books, where you had a sort of a mixture of offensive and defensive buffs based on hitting stuff in your opponent's deployment zone or being hit while in your deployment zone. So something around that would probably be an obvious one to redo. I'm not too sure off the top of my head. But yeah, radiation is probably their biggest theme. They're quite good movement as an army. They've got a lot of infiltrators. They've got a lot of kind of cavalry type units. So something more themed around, effectively being desert raiders, almost like Talon, something along that would emphasize them. I think would be quite good as an archetype for them. They don't really have enough vehicles, I think, to really lean into that. But they've got the breaches and the robots, and obviously they've got the striders and the stalkers and stuff like that. So I could almost see it being more like that rather than just vehicle centric.
Wouldn't it be cool, Phil, if they could have had like some kind of avatar of the Void Dragon, like a Catan type thing?
I mean, madness, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they go down that route eventually.
Well, because obviously the other codex that came out alongside this, the Necrons, which we'll talk about next, hopefully, wouldn't that have been mad, though, had they have actually done some kind of like hybrid kit that was actually like, I mean, admittedly, we already have a Void Dragon, so now that can't really kind of be done. But wouldn't it have been mad if it was that, like, literally there's this like thing where it's like the Void Dragon, a Void Dragon shard, but it's like contained in some kind of way that works for Mechanicus.
Like a captured one.
Yeah, like with certain like control nodes in it or whatever. So there's like the Necron version of it that is sort of unleashed, and then there is the one that is like, restrained.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could work. I mean, a bit bad as an idea. I like the idea actually of like vehicle control. Like you are the person that can control your opponent's tech. So doing something to like scramble their technology to like, pick a vehicle and make its ballistic skill worsen, or make its movement halved or something like that. Because the idea is you can effectively, through the Noosphere is what it was called, which is their version of Wi-Fi, right? You can take over and affect vehicles, especially maybe people's guns, stuff like that. Scrap code, viruses and stuff is talked about loads in the like the lore and stuff like that. So doing something along more those lines would actually be quite interesting as a mechanic, because that's probably a bit of a feel bads mechanic as well, in terms of you are stopping your opponent doing something that they can normally do, as opposed to just straight out buffing your army, which tends to be the feel goods, I guess, versus the feel bads. But I think lore-wise, it feels like it fits in very well, and then mechanically would be very unique, because you don't see much of that in the game at all, like whether that's taken control of, which has been done in previous editions. Was it the Broodlord used to be able to do that? Do like take over a unit. The Inquisition used to be able to do it, like take over a unit and make it fire one of its guns, which was hilarious when you could do it on a knight. Before they changed that, which was very unfortunate. Stuff like that is very thematic for Admech, I think. So something that could have lent into that, I think, would have been good.
I'll tell you what, actually, within the confines of 40k, one of the mechanics that I didn't really, or one of the type of gameplay design decisions that I didn't realize I missed until I was indulging in some Horus Heresy, was the idea of a rule that gives you an advantage in some context, but then in others gives you a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff is very rarely utilized in 40k anymore.
Well, they did it, as you said earlier, they did it in the 9th edition Admech Codex, where you got bonuses and hindrances. So that was, clever. I guess a lot to keep track of, but also there were ways, you said, with the marshals to get around not having the debuff. Yeah,
but there was like things like, for example, like in like older editions of 40k, it was like, oh, my unit is fearless or stubborn. And like broadly, that's cool, because being fearless means I never take morale checks. But then a walker would charge in, like a dreadnought would charge you. And then it'd be like, well, I can't hurt it. And then it'd be like, oh, well, I guess you're stuck here then, because you're never going to leave.
You can't force yourself to leave combat.
Yeah, you are fearless, but which basically means you're a bit stupid as well. So you won't do things that are tactically sound, which I sort of enjoyed mechanically. And I think that's the thing, like with these guys, like I'd love to see him indoctrinate some kind of like weird. Do you remember the Kroot Shaper rules from older editions of 40k?
Ooh, I don't think I do.
So Kroot Shapers were really unique in so much as you had like a real buff to leadership. So your leadership was like kind of enhanced by them. But the problem was with the Shapers is if you ever killed a unit in combat and you basically removed them or got them to run away, you had to basically pass a morale test in order to do a sweeping advance, like a cut down maneuver. So like if your enemy ran away and you had killed models, you weren't able to do the sweeping advance to clear them because basically the shaper and the unit would be like, this is good genetic stock. We could probably benefit from eating these guys.
Because they're eating it. I do remember that.
Yeah.
Aspect. Because with AdMech, they would be busy,
harvesting,
gathering the technology for the SDCs and stuff like that. So an ability or a mechanic that represents them gathering technology. Even like sort of weird mission rules where you select an objective and be like, okay, this is a long lost STC and you want to go and grab it, right? I mean, those sorts of things have been done in the past. So I remember back in 6th edition for Fall of Orpheus, which is a Forge World Imperial Armor book, which is why it's super narrative. For the Krieg, you could place down an objective marker. You then got this ability where I think you had like an endless horde of Krieg, so whenever a unit died, it would come back on, but only on your board edge. But you would gain a victory point or so many victory points if you could get to that objective. But if you didn't, your opponent would gain so many extra victory points. It was actually always really hard to do because when you're constantly respawning units only in your back lines, there's never enough time for them to get stuck in, really, unless you're getting smashed and your opponent's in your deployment zones constantly. Then it was useful, but then you're nowhere near the objective. So, it was a fun gimmick that never really had as huge an impact on the game as you think it would be, but it was always a nice little narrative element to it. So, the ability to stick a special objective marker down and say this is some lost tech that the AdMech want to discover would be good. And I wouldn't be surprised, obviously, if something is like that in the Crusade rules, because that's probably where it's best suited to.
I mean, that'd be great though, wouldn't it, if they had like a unique gambit, like a wild STC has appeared and it's like literally like your opponent gets to place an objective somewhere and you have to get it, but if you get it, you score, the full points. Like literally, you win. Like it's literally, if you do it, you get 90 points plus 10 for painted, the full 100.
Well, because the gambits normally are like 70 points or something, aren't they?
They're not that much. They're actually quite terrible. But like, it would be funny if it was like, I don't know, like a gambit that didn't even come into effect until like literally all it was is a gambit that you trigger at turn 1, and it's like, right, we are trying to get this thing. And the game basically just becomes the relic or something where you have to pick it up and basically it's like I have to get that and bring it back to my deployment zone. So it just becomes capture the flag.
Yeah.
For them.
I mean, that is a fun mechanic. I guess it's one of those things that would it get tiresome if you could trigger it in every single game, or is that just like a fun mission? And this reminds me of something that older editions used to do really well. And by older, I probably mean 5th edition or 3rd edition, where every faction had at least one, if not two, faction-specific missions that you could play out in. Because I remember I think it's in one of the Inquisition ones, the one where you get the Grey Knights, so that'd be Demon Hunters. You had a couple of like specific missions that you could play out with an opponent that either was demons or could summon demons, so therefore you had a reason for fighting them. And, even actually Age of Sigmar does this, where admittedly it is tied to Path to Glory, which is their version of Crusade. They have faction-specific missions that you can play there. So, the next step for 40k, I guess, would be faction-specific missions in your codex, even if it's just for Crusade, where this would be a perfect mission to do, where you go, there's an STC that you stick down somewhere on the table that you've got to get, and if you get it, you get loads of points for your Crusade army. That'd be great. That's a great way of incorporating it into the game without it absolutely taking over every single game that you do.
Yeah, totally, man. So, look, in conclusion, Mechanicus, are they interesting? Sure. Are they a great-looking army? Certainly. Are they easy to pick up and play? Definitely not. And I think ultimately, if you're a fan of them, good luck with them. As I keep saying, I think if you lean into a very specific style of gameplay, you'll definitely be able to get wins. I don't necessarily think that they will be the strongest army overall, but I definitely think they've got a lot of really interesting gimmicks that will do well in the competitive sense if you're happy to lean into those specific methods for winning. But overall, as far as I'm concerned, I think, I'm not blown away by it as a book straight away. I don't think it's necessarily a list that has particularly won me over, but at the same time, I am fortunate that I own a lot of Mechanicus models, and I will be attempting to play the army here and there. I may even, Phil, take them to a one-dayer just to give them a test run to see what they're like in the kind of competitive sense.
Yeah, but, makes sense.
But I think that'll do on the Mechanicus front. We're going to move on now to whatever comes next, which should be Necrons, but could be something else. Who knows for sure? You will soon enough. Transitional noise. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to talk about Necrons. Necrons, Phil. Do you know anything about them from the offset?
Robots in space.
Robots in space, mostly buried underground in space for the most part, weren't they?
Yes, I would say skeletons in space is probably more accurate.
Robot skeletons?
Yes, robot skeletons in space.
Indeed. In space, absolutely. Very old race, aren't they, the Necrons? They've been around for a while.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we sort of dabbled in the lore in the outro, not to be too portentous about things. But yes, they're a race of what were once people of some kind that effectively did a deal with the devil and got turned into space skeleton robots.
Robots.
Space.
Yeah.
And they are now, yes, this archetypal, Terminator-esque, never-ending, never-dying army constantly coming at you. And when you shoot them and they die, they just get back up again due to their living metal abilities that they have.
I have to be honest with you. I feel like, for me, even though I technically have owned Necron armies, and even though I technically own a Necron army in the here and now, although I've never used it.
The Indomitus army.
The Indomitus army. But actually, I basically did a trade with Tom from RFW. I got a Death Guard army and a Necron army in return for a Custodes army.
Oh, I didn't know that. Was it painted?
It was partly painted. It could definitely have been more painted, but it was undercoated. It was. I mean, parts of it were painted. Both the Death Guard and the Crons had some very nicely painted miniatures in its collection, and then a lot of stuff that wasn't. I traded that for a fully painted Custodes army that contained quite a considerable amount of authentic resin forge world stuff. But at the same time, to be brutally honest, I feel like it was a fair trade because ultimately I got many units of Death Guard and Necrons. So, I think value-wise, it all kind of added up pretty reasonably. But anyway, so even though I've owned Necron armies and technically do now, full transparency, I feel like Necrons are probably the army that I've kind of been least interested in the whole time. Like, I feel like as an army, I think they definitely did well throughout the span of 9th edition because of the massive expansion of the range and the amount of Necron miniatures that were in circulations. Obviously, they were the counterparts of the Space Marines in the Indomitus box set, and as a result, a lot of people had a lot of Necrons for a while. And I think that definitely sort of bolstered the ranks of like Necron players. But I would still say overall, like for me personally, Necrons just have never really done it for me. I find as an army, less so even as an army, just more as a game mechanic, I find the it don't die mechanic quite frustrating to play against. And as a result, I find the idea of playing it quite, not counterintuitive necessarily, but just kind of not that compelling, I suppose. I mean, what's your vibe on Necrons? Have you ever debated, considered, thought about doing yourself some Necrons?
I have. Back, I think it was probably at the end of 7th edition, I was eyeing up a second army, and it was a toss-up between Necrons and Tyranids. I really liked... I think at that point, Doom Scythes were wildly popular as a sort of triple threat, because flyers were quite big in 7th edition. But I just visually liked the look of those. I loved the bomber that Forge World did. I loved the Tomb Stalkers. There was 2 variants of the centipede style models from Forge World. I loved all the Forge World stuff. That's because that's where I came from with my Krieg army. So it was a sideways into what other army has cool Forge World models. And Tyranids had a couple, and Necrons had a couple as well. I just really liked the idea of them. They were also in the Fall of Orpheus campaign, which is the book I had for Krieg as well, against Krieg and Minotaurs, were this new dynasty that they had created by Forge World. So I was really interested in them. Sort of always had a love for them. I had a Necron army when they weren't in metal, when they first got their plastic range, or when they first started getting plastic models. So I think that would have been was that 3rd edition?
Yeah, 3rd edition. I'm fairly confident. It might have been 4th edition, but I think it was 3rd edition was when they first started getting their books.
I feel like I bought the models probably around the millennium, so sort of early 2000s, because I was out the hobby, but because I think I was at uni around those times, but I actually still did buy some bits and went into Games Workshop, but I just didn't really ever play it, but I did collect it and build stuff when I had time and stuff. So I think, around that time, that's when I got that army, I think. So I'm not entirely sure which edition it was, but I think it would have been around then. In my heart of hearts, I've always liked Necrons. I've always had the dream to have another Necron army. I just feel like it's less likely to happen, as much as the new models are really cool and stuff like that. I've just got 1,000,001 projects on the go. Having yet another one wouldn't do me any favors, although potentially Necrons are the easiest to paint, potentially, depending on your paint scheme.
Yeah, they definitely can be. They seem like one of the armies that, have always kind of relied on that particular USP and definitely been a kind of inviting feature. Also, they're not, they definitely weren't throughout the course of 9th edition. Then they weren't a particularly expensive army to field, right? You could acquire a good quantity of Necrons for relatively cheap and then, build that up. The problem was with them in 9th edition, oddly, is that the stuff that actually you kind of wanted to lean into was actually quite expensive because, back then it's you wouldn't really have taken warriors over the Immortals, for example. The Immortals were the better choice, but the Immortals were much more expensive to get hold of than warriors, for example, which were, super cheap. Although a lot of people did also, lean heavily into warriors for a time throughout 9th edition. They were very hoardy as an army. There were just lots and lots and lots of shambolic hordes of these Necron warriors, as they had a lot of extra kind of durability mechanics in the span of 9th ed. And but that's the thing. I genuinely feel when it comes to Necrons as a sort of range, they're definitely not amongst the more difficult to paint. They've always been sort of promoted that way, and also it feels like you get a reasonable amount of models for the points, in so much as they're not crazy cheap necessarily. I mean, they are still cheap. This is still modern 40k, but there are some big powerhouse units that actually are really valuable in the army and quite essential, that really kind of reduce the model count quite considerably. So I think that
they feel like they're not super elites like Custodes, but are they on a par with Space Marines, I guess, in terms of points per models and sort of durability. They're not guards. They can be run as a horde, but they're not down at the bottom in terms of that level. But yeah, they feel like slightly more elite in terms of like their units and the value of the points for those units.
Yeah, they definitely. It's an interesting sort of set of features they have, because they've got this interesting mixture of like quite elite, quite powerful units. So they've got like the Praetorians, the Triad Praetorians. They've got the Lich Guard. They've got the Spiders. They've got the Tomb Blades and all that kind of stuff. They've got the Destroyer cults. So they've got the Scorpec Destroyers, as well as like the oh god, what were they called now? No one ever uses them, but they were the other destroyers that looked a little bit like the Spiders, but they're not the Spiders.
Yes, yeah, I know.
They were destroyers. I just can't remember what the heck they were called. Hang on, I'll just look at I can see you flicking through the book right now.
So there's is it the Obsidian Destroyers?
That's them, yes, the Obsidian Destroyers, yes. No one ever uses them.
They're kind of like the Wraiths, aren't they? I was going to say there's like a couple of different like visual archetypes that Necrons have. So you have the guys on foot that are very humanoid. Then you've got like now the Wraith kind of constructs, which are sort of almost like snake-like, I guess, with the tails flying around. And before you just kind of had the Wraiths, but now you've got the Obsidian Destroyers. That kind of fall into that visual category. And now, and obviously you have the floaty guys as well. So they've always been around, like you have the Lockhurst Destroyers. And you've got a few different platforms that just sort of float about. And now you've got this like tripod, the tripod visual guys, where you've got these three little legs running around. And you've got, the Scorpec Destroyers fall into that category. You've got the new, what are they called? I think it's just on the page over. Over Canoptek Doomstalker, which is like the very, almost like a tall spider on a tripod. Very.
There's the Reanimator as well, right?
Yeah, and because I guess those are all coming off of the Triarch Stalker, which is quite an old vehicle. But again, it's got like, I presume it's got 3 feet. So they've taken that as like the visual cue to bolster it out. And I was thinking about it yesterday. Like if I was to go for a Necron army, I would go for all the 3-legged things. That would be like my visual theme, because you've got like a named character, I think, plus like a warlord with the 3 legs. You've got quite a few of the Scorpec Destroyers. And sort of like, spider type units that all have it. I think you could do like a really cool visual theme with just those. Whether that's any good though is going to be up for debate, I think. But I like that the range is now being fleshed out to have these different visual things. And obviously most people would probably do a mix of everything, because that would be really good. And obviously you will have to have Necron warriors pretty much by default in every army, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you got Cesares, haven't you? The guy sucking out the man's flesh, and
that's the named guy.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, gorgeous miniature. I mean, they have definitely made some meaningful strides in terms of the quality of this range. It has to be said. I mean, the Void Dragon is utterly fabulous. Like he's a spectacular miniature. The changes they made to the Cryptex are really amazing. So before it was just that you had a Cryptek and you could give it some like extra bits that sort of meant that it was a Cryptek, but it had some extra powers, so you used to be able to add like upgrades to them, but essentially it was one miniature, which was fairly underwhelming. Now you've got the modern Cryptek sculpt, which is looking relatively dated now, but compared to the older sculpts, is really, really great. And then they've added to that with the other types of things, so like psychomancers, technomancers, chronomancers, like all sorts of mancers.
They've really bulked those out as kind of like your unit buffing mini characters, I want to say. That's really cool that they've actually added to them and sort of made that more of a feature of the army as a sort of linchpin sort of unit. Oh, there's also the Hexmark Destroyer, who's the dude with all the arms and all the pistols. I really like the look of him.
And 3 legs.
Well, exactly. He would fit in with that army perfectly.
Your force of 3-legged freaks is coming together.
Exactly. Although, saying that, as we've been flicking through, this is a cool, I'd say cool back for us, but it's a cool forwards for everyone else, because we talk about the cover in the outro. Spoilers. And I speculated that there was this weird floating unit in the bottom right-hand corner. It turns out they're Tomb Blades, and that they're such a rare unit I don't ever really recognise ever seeing them before. But yeah, the Tomb Blade with a twin Gauss blaster is the thing that appears in the bottom right-hand corner of the artwork on the cover. So that's that mystery solved.
There was a time where the Tomb Blades were essential units, because I think you needed them to take a Democarian detachment, or whatever it was, or whatever it was.
Yes, the old formation.
It will not die formation. Basically, it's like you need one unit of Tomb Blades, and then basically everyone hangs around the spider and never dies. I genuinely think, as a range, actually, to their credit, they've really done a good job of fleshing out Crons over the time that they've been around. And what I love about it now as a range is that it still has these nods and winks to the old times with Necrons. I mean, this is the thing, like, even though Necrons were only a unit in second edition, I mean, I say that. In fact, they were a bit more than just a unit. They were actually... they were the Destroyer, the Warriors, the Scarabs, and a Necron Lord. I think that was the full suite.
You had the... Well, I don't know if it came out then, but you did have the metal speeder bike.
Yeah, that was the Destroyer.
Oh, was that the Destroyer? I thought there was a different floaty version of it that's more akin to the current one, but maybe that's...
No. That was like... Oh, I mean, that might have been they might have been the Tomb Blade back then rather than the Destroyer specifically, but yeah, no, it was definitely in the ilk of the Destroyers that have the not the heavy Destroyers necessarily, but the Destroyers that have the big cannons on their arms. I swear that was what it was. But anyway, yeah. But as a range, technically Necrons, although not a massive range in second edition, have been with us since second edition. So it's not surprising that as a kind of range of miniatures that they've really kind of, grown up over the years and become, a much more robust range. And it's really interesting actually looking at the GW website now, because miniatures that I feel like are relatively new and kind of quintessential to the overall kind of look of the Necrons have kind of come and gone. Like, it doesn't look like, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't think I am, it looks like the Overlord with the massive scythe is no longer available. Do you remember the Overlord miniature?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he's been retired, or at least he's not available on the Games Workshop website.
Yeah, I think a lot of those kind of Lord characters have gone now, and you've got definitely a much more condensed version, because you've now got you got a standard Overlord and the Overlord with the Translocation Shroud are your two generic ones.
Yeah.
Because wasn't there I swear there was a floating Overlord as well at one point.
Yeah, there was a Destroyer Lord, yeah.
Yeah, and he's now gone as well.
Yeah, and the Destroyer Lord was one of the, the real heroes of the Codex for so many years. Was always consistently good. You always had to worry about the Destroyer Lord with Night Scythe. That was a scary thing. I always loved it when in I think it might have been in 6th edition. Potentially, in fact, actually, I think it might have been 5th edition. But I remember when the Necron command barge was the thing that everyone was leveraging, because there was a weird gimmick that you could do with it where you would fly over people, and then in that edition, no, it must have been 6th edition, because in 6th edition you resolved your casualties from the closest miniature to the attacker. So you basically used to move the command barge over the top, and then he would do the kind of flyby attacks. But because he could end the other side of the unit, you could basically position it in such a way that you could snipe really good characters and stuff out, or special weapons and such.
I mean, the command barge model's quite old, but really stands up. It looks really cool. And I think, to my shame, I don't think I've ever... Well, it's not my fault, it's my opponent's. I don't think I've ever seen it like on the tabletop. Like, I just don't think it's ever been that popular, at least more recently.
Definitely. Sorry, Phil, I lost you for a sec there. I'm going to carry on as if you're still there. There we go. He's thumbed up there. Yeah, no, there's definitely a time where the command barge was hot, and there was definitely a time where the annihilation barge was ridiculous. Like, I remember a time where they were everywhere.
Well, it was a D weapon at one point, and that basically meant it almost instantly killed anything it hits, didn't it?
No, it wasn't. It was a D weapon. The annihilation barge had the ridiculous Teslas that basically sprung from unit to unit. Do you remember? Like, it would shoot and then it would hit around it, so it would do like crazy splash damage.
Yes.
I think the unit you're thinking of is the
Doomsday Ark.
Yeah, the Doomsday Ark.
Because that was a thorn in the side of every Imperial Guard player with lots of tanks. Because there was something like, didn't you used to wound against the opponent's like save or something, or its toughness? So the better it was, like the more armor it had, the easier it was to kill. I can't quite remember what it was though.
You're referencing the grav gun. The grav gun was the thing that shot against your or wounded against your armor value. So if you were in a 2-up armor, you would get wounded on 2s.
Yes, but I think the Doomsday Ark had a similar weapon at one point, it might have had something similar. Yeah, I can't quite remember what it was. I think that was either 7th or 8th though edition where it was like that, and everyone was rocking at least 1 or 2.
Yeah. But anyway, overall, Necrons as a kind of concept, they've been around for a long time. They've definitely had their ups and their downs. I think one of the unfortunate issues with being the counterpart to the Space Marines in an edition is that you're an early codex, and as a result, you tend to drop off. And Necrons definitely had a lot of moments in 9th edition where they were threatening, but they never necessarily, at least in my experience, really kind of consistently performed in a way that was, overly compelling. And I think, Necrons to me, it's like, they've definitely had strong lists and they've definitely done cool stuff over the years, but they've always sort of been like, I don't know, I never, again, maybe it's just because I'm not a fan of them necessarily, but I always sort of struggle to identify with what it is that they're sort of trying to do on the tabletop and what their kind of key gimmicks are and how it kind of works. And the thing is with these guys is yet again, they're leaning into, reanimation protocols. The reanimation protocols this time around are exactly the same as they were in their index. It is to say that basically, if your army faction is Necron at the end of command phase, each unit from your army with this ability that is on the battlefield activates its reanimation protocols and reanimates D3 wounds. Each such unit reanimates a wound if that unit contains one or more models with fewer than their starting number of wounds remaining. Select one of those models. That model regains 1 lost wound, or if all models in that unit have their starting number of wounds, but that unit is not at its starting strength, 1 destroyed model is returned to that unit if 1 wound with 1 wound remaining. It's basically, they don't really die is the thing. And I'll tell you what, I did actually play against Index Necrons a couple of times, and that definitely was the case. Like, there were some units, specifically the Lich Guard with sword and board, as we like to say these days. The Lich Guard with their sword and shield combination were definitely tough to put away in early 10th edition. So I'll be interested to see if that's still the case. I'm pretty sure it probably will be. Because, they had like a combination of rules that essentially made them near unkillable. They effectively had like a 4-up feel no pain and a 2-up armor save or something. And after you'd gone through all the effort of actually killing a couple, they had the audacity of just standing up again. And you're like, brilliant. This is good.
Yeah, I think reanimations protocols can be quite strong. You can really lean into it. So there's a bunch of units that can trigger a reanimation protocol on different times in your turn or your opponent's turn. So like the Ghost Arc can do it. So once an enemy unit's attacked a Necron warrior unit, that Necron warrior unit can effectively just use their reanimation protocol. So you effectively get it twice, because you get it once then, and then once again at the start of your turn. You've got the Canoptech Reanimator that does the same thing. So while friendly Necron units are within 3 inches of that model, and you activate the reanimation protocols, you reanimate an additional D3 wounds. So that one's really strong. And then obviously you've got Canoptech Spiders, which is specifically for the Scarab. So you can just return like one destroyed model to a Scarab Swarm unit in your command phase. So there's lots of ways of like regenerating units in the game. I don't think necessarily that there's some sort of sub-faction rules that particularly lean into it. I thought there was, but I don't think it's in the core detachment rules. If it is, it's in the sort of stratagems. So there's one under Awakened Dynasty, which is the first one. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's the first sub-faction. So that's got protocols of the Undying Legions. So when one Necron unit from your army has had one or more models destroyed as a result of an attacking unit, so you've been shot at or attacked in a fight phase, your unit activates its reanimation protocols and reanimates D3 wounds. If it's a character, it's D3 plus 1. So you can really build an army and pick a sub-faction that's going to just constantly trigger reanimation protocols, which will be a right pain for your opponent. But fun as a Necron player, right? I can imagine that being hilarious. I was thinking, because the reanimation protocols trigger in your command phase, I was just doing a little headcanon. Would it be better if it triggered at the end of your phase? Sorry, the end of your turn. So you don't really get to use those models that much in your turn, which is a bit more beneficial to your opponent. But then I realized you could probably do loads of shenanigans about if you're reanimating at the end of your turn, you could be like, oh, cool, these reanimated guys are now just going to reanimate next to a unit that's just outside of an objective, but these ones are going to be on the objective. So I think there's maybe too many shenanigans at the end of a turn. But I liked the idea that they're sort of slowly awakening rather than, it's the end of the fight phase of your opponent's turn, straight into my turn as a Necron player. Reanimation protocols trigger straight away, so I'm just getting models back straight away. Because I think I remember, was it in the previous edition where reanimation protocols, was it just like a feel no pain save?
I actually can't remember, mate. Like, I honestly couldn't say. I think maybe. I don't know.
I felt like it at one point. It wasn't necessarily a feel no pain save, but it was effectively like you rolled it pretty much as soon as you lost models.
Yeah,
like,
God,
these come back
happening straight away, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and it was like it was.
It's like too instant. I like the idea that they're kind of slowly rebuilding themselves and then coming back a little bit later in the game, and not necessarily straight into instantaneously where it just feels like it's a save. So I think how they've done it in the current edition in this codex and the index is really good. I think they've got that balance of like, it's thematically it feels correct without it being too abusive in terms of what the opponent can or what you as a Necron player can do with those models that are coming back. So I think they've done a pretty good job with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, isn't it? I genuinely think, like, again, like when I was playing against Necron players in 9th edition, and even sort of early on when I've played against them in 10th edition, they are an army that genuinely turns my brain off. Like, there's just something about them where, like, people start explaining all the stuff that they do, and I just sort of go, yeah, whatever. Just, like, crack on. Like,
they've always been an army where if you don't kill a unit and it gets down to 1 or 2 models, you know they've got some shenanigans that is going to bring the whole squad back alive. So yes, they've got reanimation protocols. Oh yeah, characters have the resurrection orb, which allows them to, actually this time I don't know what it does exactly. Let's have a quick look. So your standard overlord can have it once per battle while the bearer is leading a unit. At the end of any phase, it can resurrect that unit as if it's on the battlefield. When you do that, unit's reanimation protocols are active, reanimating D6 wounds rather than D3, and you can't resurrect more than 1 unit per turn. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Like, you can get up to 6 models back. So again, another layer of reanimation protocols that you can do there, and yeah, sometimes it is, in previous editions, it was really egregious. Like, it was just really painful, and you just struggle to kill anything because you're just getting free models back in the game, and it never felt like they were particularly pointed to have all of these models being recycled back in. So you're just fighting an uphill battle. Hopefully, it's a bit better. Like, the unit should be costed, factoring in that there's a certain percentage of that army coming back in the game. That should be baked into its points, basically.
I mean, in theory, it was baked into their points. And look, I mean, in theory, I guess it isn't dramatically better than having a better saving throw. Like, I guess if, you know, yeah, I don't know. I mean, objectively, is it any more egregious than just having like a feel no pain roll? Probably not, but it's the feels of it. It's especially when you remove something and it comes back, you can't sort of help but be sort of extra annoyed at the sight of that. You're like, oh, I thought we got rid of that, but there it is again. Okay, like it's it's a thing. But as you say, Phil, like the goal has to be, you know, get rid of it. Like that's the trick, right? You just got to remove it from the table entirely, and then you don't really give it the option to come back because it's it's no longer there. That's the trick essentially. So that's all you got to do is just kill them till they're dead, Phil.
No, a simple solution.
Absolutely. Don't, overthink it. It's all it takes. Just make it dead. Make it go away. And all will be fine. But, So, that's what they got in terms of their core gimmick. They don't die too well. I mean, unit selection and things they've got a good amount of bodies in the warriors. They've got the really kind of devastating punch of the Catans and some of their more, powerful units. But how is that sort of brought to life, so to speak, with their different detachments, Phil? Have you reviewed these detachments? Do you have any kind of opinions on them and what it is that you like about them specifically?
Yeah, there's a couple that I think are quite strong or a bit universal. They're pretty good. There's some that I think would be actually quite hard to do, but they're all quite thematic. So the first one is Awakened Dynasty, I want to say, which I guess is the core one, and I assume it's the same as the index. So while Necron character models are leading this unit, each time a model in this unit makes an attack, add 1 to the hit roll. So super generic. You just have to lean into lots of characters leading lots of units to get the benefit of it. As I said before, it's got the Protocol of the Undying Legion stratagem, so you can resurrect stuff. It's got another one that allows you to resurrect a character on death. So that's like a good all-rounder, I think. The next one is Annihilation Legion. Basically, each time destroy cults and flayed ones, declare a charge. Also, they can re-roll the charge roll. and if they're below half strength, they get a +1 to their charge roll as well. So that's clearly the close combat-y type of one, which seems like it's got some good tricks. I'll briefly cover the Canoptek Court because this one seems mad, right? You basically have a power matrix in your battlefield. Your deployment zone is within the power matrix. I think it's if you have more objectives than your opponents in no man's land, then you have a power matrix there. And if you have more objectives than your opponent in their deployment zone, you have a power matrix there. And each time a Cryptek or Canoptek unit from your army makes an attack, reroll the hit roll of 1. If such a unit is wholly within your army's power matrix, you can reroll the hit roll instead. So you can reroll everything. And that's dependent on whether you control objectives in the mid and your opponent's deployment zone. Depends on whether it works there or not, which is an interesting proposition, but it feels like it's a win more mechanic. You've got to be doing well to win to really make the most of it if you're going to have, I assume, an aggressive army, unless it's one of those ones where it's mostly on units that are going to hang back in your deployment zone, in which case maybe you don't care about that too much. But I just sort of looked at it and the stratagems. I was like, oh, no, too much hard work.
Although, from what I understand, the spiders are very, very good in this codex. I've not really dived into them in excruciating detail, but I understand they're pretty decent. So, anything that potentially enhances the Canoptek spiders and what they offer, or rather the Canoptek wraiths or whatever they're called, would potentially be a good thing. So I don't know if it's a particularly bad setup given the strength of the units in question. But who knows?
Yeah, then there's only 2 more because there's not a whole bunch of them. There's Obsidian Phalanx, which clearly is a bit more elite. So in your command phase, select one enemy unit until the start of your next command phase. Each time an Overlord, Lich Guard, or Triarch unit from your army makes an attack, add 1 to the wound roll. So quite strong, but obviously involves characters, leaders, and such. They've got some cool stratagems in this one though. So there's like Enslaved Artifice. So when a Necron unit from your army is, it says that has not been selected to shoot or fight this phase. I'm just double checking it. Yeah, it says until the end of your phase, each time a model from your unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of 5 scores a critical hit. So kind of handy. But weirdly, it says it when it's not been selected to shoot or fight, which is a bit odd. Unless you do it beforehand. I don't know.
Yeah, that is kind of odd.
Then there's another one, which is just you put it on a Necron vehicle and you subtract 1 for the damage characteristic. So quite a kind of nice, easy one to understand there, and a kind of classic one. My favourite, I think, out of all the detachments is the last one, which is Hypercrypt Legion, which is like this mad teleporting army. So your detachment rule is hyperphasing. At the end of your opponent's turn, you can select a number of Necron units from your army, excluding units that are within engagement range, so ones that aren't in combat. You can't use this on. The maximum number of units you select depends on the battle size. So if you're doing Incursion, it's 2 units. If you're doing Strike Force, which is standard 2,000 point game, it's 3 units. If it's Onslaught, it's 4 units. Once you've made those selections, you remove them from the battle and place them into Strategic Reserve. So basically, at the end of your opponent's turn, on average in a 2,000 point game, 3 units just disappear and they can come on from reserve in your turn because your turn's going to be immediately after you've done this, basically. Obviously, if they're coming on from strategic reserve, they're limited to the edges of your table, depending on what turn it is. But there are some things that you can do about that in terms of the updates for the enhancements. So one of them is the Osteoclave Fulcrum, which basically is Necron models only. Models in the bearer's unit have a deep strike ability, so now all of a sudden you can come on the table anywhere, not just from the deployment's edge. And then there's one that's the Dimensional Overseer. So Necron model only, while this bearer is on the battlefield or in strategic reserve, add 1 to the number of units that your army can select for the hyper-phasing rule. So actually you can have up to 4 units every single turn, just jumping around. And I just think that kind of movement flexibility would be really key to like scoring points and winning the game, basically. So just from
huge.
that alone, I feel like this is actually really strong. It's not increasing your sort of power to, particularly deal damage on the face of it, but actually if you've got lots of short range weapons, then maybe it will, or stuff that maybe wants to charge in if you want to do, want to do some long charges. And it's got some cool abilities as well. So yeah, I mean, in terms of stratagems and stuff, it's a pretty interesting one, I think, overall. So that would be my secret winner, or the first one where you just get a native reroll hit rolls of 1, which is the standard one. Would be 2.
Yeah. That's fair, man. I mean, they both sound like pretty compelling options. While you were talking through that, I was just sort of thumbing through the different like characters and units that are available. Intriguingly, Phil, we were wrong about the Destroyer Lord. It's here. It's called the Locust Lord on page 96.
Oh, it is. Hold on. Let's check him out.
The Locust Lord remains.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, wow. It is a really old model as well. Yeah.
I still feel like it holds up, though. I know that's a bit kind of...
No, I like it. I like the... Weirdly, I prefer that style of the Locust to the... Was it the Heavy Locust that they did, which is the...
Oh, yes.
One based on Jez Goodwin's artwork, and I actually just don't like that one. The Locust Heavy Destroyers, they're just too different from the existing range. If they updated all the other Locusts to look like that, fine, but it's a bit too overly ornate for my liking. I like the simplicity of the older Locusts, and I think
they got big bottoms, don't they? The new ones.
Yeah, and I feel like they could have modified if they're going to re-update the design, just modify the design of those sort of jet engine bits, like the exhausts, but otherwise keep them as it is. It's fine. They didn't really need to do it. I think there was a reason why that Jez Goodwin artwork, as lovely as it is, didn't get used the first time round, and I think they should have stuck with that. Sorry, Jez. You're a great artist. Keep it up.
Exactly.
But just not for me in comparison to the one that they had originally went with.
No, I understand.
Maybe that was just the limitations of technology, and it was a bit of a George Lucas thing, right? It's like, this is what they wanted to do with the first movie, but they couldn't, so this was the compromise. And now they're going back and doing what they can now do because of the technology and plastic and stuff like that. So
well, that's it. I mean, do you miss the rods, Phil? The clear green rods. Do you miss them?
No, I think that actually is an improvement in terms of getting rid of those things. As an idea, I think it was very good, and obviously that was like maybe a gimmick in terms of, we can do clear coloured plastic, we can make the beams look really exciting. But I always find when they try and add real world elements to a painted miniature, it always takes me out of it slightly. So you've got this real world transparent plastic trying to represent something, and it, with the exception of a cockpit, I just don't think it ever really works. And actually,
it was always the weird thing as well with those clear green rods, because they'd always have air bubbles in them, which really
yes, that always really irked me when I had them. Because when I was debating doing the Necron army, at this point the Necron warriors still had the old pieces with the colours in, and I think my plan was to spray them with, I think maybe those Green Stuff World colour shift paints. It was something like that, so it would have some kind of interesting effect on it when you were looking at it. But it was those, what's the name of it? There was the elite unit that just had the like the little dots instead, and that was clearly like the direction they went in, because that was much easier to do. Was it the Wardens? Maybe. I think maybe it was that kit. And that's or the Immortals. That was it. The Immortals with the little dots instead of the rods, I think, is what they had in the existing range, and now they've used that for the Necron warriors, which makes sense.
Oh yeah, it does make sense entirely. I mean, I think the other thing about the weird green rods was the fact that it felt like for a lot of people they had to be. Well, I feel like a lot of people were impacted by them in the sense that they were limited by them in so much as a lot of people
by the colour, because it was green.
Yeah, like a lot of people felt like, oh, I have to paint it this colour scheme because otherwise I don't get to use the green rod. So, and obviously a lot of people actually just painted over them and did their own kind of colour schemes and mucked around with it. But a lot of people, I'd say the greater majority of people, kind of stuck to the silver and black and green scheme because they felt like, well, I kind of have to make these green rods work. So
yes, because that was the interesting thing about the Forge World dynasty, is that they used like a really rusted sort of silver metal color, but then for the kind of plasma glow or whatever we're going to call it, that they went with an orange, which I think at that time, 15 plus years ago, that was like really unusual, because I think Games Workshop was just doing it's just green, everyone. That's your color option. You get it's green, and it was actually Forge World, I think, was one of the first that were like, actually we can do different colors for your stuff, because I think that predated the sort of sub-faction mentality of the with the different paint schemes. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it went.
No, that's fair. But I heard a lot of fuss about the Catans. The Catans.
Oh yeah, for sure. I want to talk about these.
So there are now 4 types of Catan. You can have a Catan Shard of the Deceiver, a Catan Shard of the Nightbringer, a Catan Shard of the Void Dragon, and a Transcendent Catan. So I'm just going to read the fluff for the Transcendent, because I've never really actually taken the time to understand why it's not a shard. So shards of the Catan serve Necrons as enslaved living weapons. Greatest amongst them are the Transcendent Catan, whose fury and power are so terrifying that they must be... I can't read that word, Phil. What's that word?
Must be trammeled.
Trammeled?
Trammeled.
What's that mean?
I don't actually know.
No, I've never heard that before.
This is classic Games Workshop using big fancy words because it sounds cool, but literally no one who is normal, let alone a lot of people that aren't native English speakers around the world that play this game, will have an understanding of what that word. I
mean, potentially the non-English speakers probably have a better chance, but
maybe they might get a different definition. So it's to deprive the freedom of action. That's what it means.
Right, well, there we go. They must be trammeled using the full might of Necron technology.
So they're basically being enslaved, I guess, because they're having their freedoms withheld from them.
It's true. I mean, the shard of the Catan Transcendent, or the Transcendent Catan, definitely has a bit of like bondage gear going on. It's got like a...
Yeah, he's like in a fetish club vibe, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, actually, now that you kind of understand that's what's going on here, it kind of has more of a fetish kind of visual than I've ever realised before.
Yes, it's a bit sort of... it's a bit Mad Max 2 vibes, I would say.
Yeah, he has a bit of a Master Blaster kind of element to it, doesn't he? But then, when their cosmic powers are unleashed, reality itself is torn asunder. So Transcendent Catans are also still shards of Catans. They're just more volatile parts of a Catan.
And he's the most expensive. So he's 275. The Void Dragon is 270. The Nightbringer is 255, and the Deceiver's 265.
Is that accurate though? Because you're reading that in the book.
I'm reading that from the book. here's the problem. I can go into the app, which has been updated. However, the design, I believe, is still flawed, in which if I go to just the data sheets, I won't get points, because that was something they did previously. That's something they do on the AOS app. It's just something they don't do here. So
how we suffer.
You've literally got to go into the army lister part to see the points. Sort it out, Games Workshop. Gosh, yeah. So I assume these are relatively up to date, but because this has come out before, there hasn't been any other points updates in a while. So I would assume this would take precedence over the previous points updates.
No, they released a new field manual a week ago.
To coincide with this. Oh, okay, all right. I can't be bothered to look that up. Let's say ballpark, these are correct.
Ballpark, yeah.
Why wouldn't they be? Because the points updates are for the new codex. So these you would have thought would be correct unless they're somehow pre-balancing it based on the old rules.
That's not how it works anymore. Yeah, no, they're all. They never assume that the stuff in the book's correct. Any part of it, for that matter.
True. Am I right in thinking though the Transcendent Catan is you can only get him from buying the big jumbo? Sorry, let me just flick to the page. I hope people can't hear this.
He's
from the Tesseract. Yeah, he's from the Tesseract Vault. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's the same guy, but you can build him not in the Tesseract Vault, because you can just have the obelisk, in which case, if you build the obelisk, which is the other big variant, you then get the Transcendent Catan on his own, as opposed to the Tesseract Vault, which contains the Catan himself, or herself, however they want to be. So you've got to buy basically a big super heavy vehicle to get that model.
Yeah, I mean, you say that. There is definitely plenty of miniatures in the range now that I feel like could do an adequate job of representing a sort of Transcendent Catan, given the fact that, there's such a sort of diversity within the Transcendent Catan, range, or not the Transcendent Catan, but just the Catan range visually is quite diverse,
Yes, you could literally do anything, yeah. Nighthaunt, model, probably almost work. Some kind of weird ghosty thing.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the scale is a factor, but these Transcendent Catans are not gigantic. They're very, they're big, but they're not humongous. They'd probably be the same size as Lady Alinda, for example.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, although I don't think she'd be particularly a suitable one, but
no, I was just trying to think of a comparable Nighthaunt off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost just go for something really mad, use an endless spell or something. Go for some, elemental force to represent your Catan charge, rather than a literal person. I think you could do something quite interesting. The Void Dragon,
Stormcast matey with the swirling magic around him.
That's true. There's also the Ynnari avatar that you could do as well. He's got lots of swirling stuff around him.
What's the name of that swirling Stormcast from AOS?
The guy with the hammer.
The hammer, yeah. Was it something like a Celestant?
That sounds about right.
Celestant or something. I can't remember now.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, Lord Celestant with Gaz
Jobber.
Yeah. Jobber. Yeah. Yes.
Jobber, matey boy. What's his face? But yeah, anyway, you could probably get around it. But so you got the Deceiver. So the Deceiver's the tricksy one. the dragon, the Void Dragon's the anti-vehicle one. The Transcendent is the powerhouse, I suppose, is probably what you would say. But seemingly better than all of them is the Nightbringer, who is... I don't know what it is about the Nightbringer, but it just seems to consistently get the love when it comes to, G-dubs. They seem to just love sprinkling love all over the Nightbringer. Is it because Darren Latham's a big fan of it? Is that basically what's going on,
Is
you
he?
think?
Oh,
Well, he's got a very nicely converted one. Have you ever seen
Oh,
his,
yes. Yeah, you're right. He does, yeah.
So it's all possible.
I'm looking on the AOS app, and that model does not appear under the War Scrolls.
What model does not appear?
Oh wait, no, sorry, no, I'm just blind. It's the Celestant Prime.
There you go, the Celestant Prime.
Yeah,
I used to have.
Because he appears much smaller in. He appears much smaller in the image.
I did own the Celestant Prime in vanilla day one AOS. I should start up the Stormcast Eternals again, Phil.
Or just convert it into a new Catan Shard army.
Yes, that's it.
Filled with just shards. Yeah,
the thing about Catans, though, right, is like they're toughness 11 with 4 Abimbuns, 12 wounds, and they're very punchy. I can see why people like them.
Yeah, what's interesting is the Deceiver has an OC of 6, but all the others have an OC of 4. And there doesn't really. Yeah, he's got a very cool ranged weapon called Cosmic Insanity, which is anti-character 4+, devastating wounds and precision. It's an 18-inch range. It's 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 6, but it doesn't matter because it's anti-character 4+. And I guess anti-character also counts as a critical wound, right? So if you do that, it then also goes straight to a devastating wound. It is AP2 and 1 damage. So I like how he's a bit of a character sniper with him. But yeah, as we were saying, the Nightbringers I still think is the best. His melee profile is, so he's got the strike and sweep. So strike has devastating wounds, 6 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 14, -4 AP, and D6 plus 2 damage. And then if you do the sweep, it's 14 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 8, -2, 2 damage, which is insane. But then the Void Dragon is comparable, but he's only really geared for anti-vehicle. Well, he's got anti-vehicle 2+. So, and likewise, his ranged attacks are only strong because they're anti-vehicle 2+, otherwise they're strength 4. Whereas the ranged attack on the Nightbringer's strength 12. So it's like you've got strength 14 and strength 12 and strength 8 attacks all on the Nightbringer, or you've got strength 12, strength 8, strength 6, or strength 4 and 7. I don't know, like the Void Dragon seems okay, but it's like it's much more niche than the Nightbringer. Nightbringer's got really cool drain life ability as well. So at the end of the fight phase, roll 1d6 for each unit within 6 inches of this model. On a 4+, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Whereas the Void Dragon has matter absorption. So at the start of your shooting phase, select one enemy vehicle unit within 12 and roll 1d6. On a 2-up, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, but you regain that many lost wounds. So it's like, it does a similar thing, but it's like the Nightbringer is just going to get into combat and do way more mortal wounds than the Void Dragon will do. Albeit the Void Dragon's doing it at a marginally longer range, but just to 1. And it goes off a bit better. So it's like, it's very niche anti-tank. Well, I mean, he's a bit all-round, but he's definitely much more niche than the Nightbringer, who's just like this close combat beast. So it's like, just take him. And he's the cheapest as well, out of all of them.
Here's a legal list, Phil.
Oh yeah, is it all the shards?
Yeah, so it's a Deceiver, a Nightbringer, Void Dragon, the Silent King, 2 Transcendent Catans, 20 warriors, and and 3 scarabs.
How many points is that?
Sorry, Phil, you completely broke up there. What did you say?
How many points is that?
That's 2,000 points on the nose.
God, that's a lot. I was going to say, you're missing the Tesseract Vault. That would be an ideal one to fit in.
Oh, do you want the Tesseract Vault in there, do you?
Because then you've got all the Catan shards. So maybe you drop the Silent King.
Oh, is the Tesseract Vault a shard, is it?
Yeah, the Tesseract Vault's the one that's got the Catan shard inside it.
Oh, yeah, no, when you're right. Hang on. Tesseract Vault. Okay, where do I make my savings? Get rid of... Yeah, when you're right. You just get rid of the Silent King. The only problem is...
Or you get rid of one of the Transcendent Catans, because you only need one, really.
Well, yeah, we get rid of them. Yeah, because you need a Warlord. That's the problem. Because Catans can't be Warlords.
Yeah, no, true. Can you not just get like a cheap Overlord?
Yeah, you could do, but why go cheap when you can have the Silent King?
Well, that's true.
Hang on. I'm just going to have a quick little nosy. What can I get for... Oh, okay, cool. I'll take them.
I think you should have...
So for 1,000...
Oh, go on.
So for 1,995 points, you can have a Deceiver, a Nightbringer, a Void Dragon, the Silent King, Transcendent Catan, Tesseract Vault, and a unit of 3 Wraiths.
Oh.
There you go.
Do you only need
it?
one? Is that so? You've got one battle line unit. Is that all you need?
You don't need any battle line units, Phil.
Oh god, of course. It's this wonderful new game that we live in. I was going to say, character-wise, maybe you should have.
It's a nonsense, isn't it?
Yeah, Trezarm the Infinite, because if anyone's going to have like captured in his own private collection a Catan shard, it would be him.
Oh yeah, he'd have one of each, you know.
Yeah. I'm really disappointed. I would love it, and it's completely mad. But his ability is like he's got an ancient collector ability, which basically I think it's your object. He has sticky objective. It's like, why can't you have like some stat lines for like a custody? I don't know, a Thunder Warrior, like some characters, or like a Space Marine or something, and he can just be like blip every turn. Like, yeah, here's something from my collection. It's a monster. It's a famous Space Marine hero or something, and he's like, yeah, he's just on the table now. I've just bought him out from my collection to fight on my behalf. That would have been much more hilariously cool, but I can totally understand why they wouldn't do that.
No, that would be, I mean, logistically, that would be a bit of a crazy one, but that would be wild that literally...
Sending models to Necron players from other factions, it seems like a perfect Games Workshop thing.
Maybe he could have, once per game, he could summon any model from your collection for free. So if you happen to be one of the lunatics who owns a full-size Warlord Titan, you could just bring that out for one turn and have it, and then it blips out of existence. It's like literally like just for one turn, bam, there it is, and then it goes away.
Yeah, that's all it needs to do.
Yeah. The rule is you have to be able to put it on the tabletop, though. So I suppose for the Warlord, maybe it's like can't arrive within an inch of anything else. So it just becomes a case of your opponent needing to smother the board to try and stop you from bringing your Warlord Titan in.
Yeah, that would be a fun challenge.
Yeah, but I mean, on the whole, here's the thing with Necrons, right? Like, on the whole, I think, they're always an interesting army. They've always got, fun-looking, like, units and things that seem like they, do a lot of interesting stuff. I think, as I say, for me, with Necrons, they're a very frustrating army to play against, and they're not an army that I want to play personally, but I do understand the appeal, and I do think the range is gorgeous, and I think like there are some things in it that are really cool. I don't know what archetype I would lean into if I was going to try and do this army. Like when I was mucking around with it in 9th edition, as I was kind of collecting loads of stuff, I was very sort of tempted by the idea of like flailed ones and all of that kind of stuff. But, you know, I think as time sort of gone on with them, I'm kind of okay without. But I do really like the Silent King. I think the Silent King is a cool mini. What's he doing from a stats perspective now? What's he bringing to the tabletop?
Yeah, he's pretty interesting. I have a look at him.
420 odd points, so he's got to be a little handy, surely.
Yeah, he has. Hold on, let me just turn to the page. So stat-wise, there's 2 bits of him. There's Sazerac, is that how it's pronounced? And then the Triarchal Menhir, which I assume is the 2 like floaty
thingamabibs
things. Yeah, I don't quite know. Flanked by crackling Noctilith Menhirs. Yeah, so that's what those are. So they're both 8-inch move. They're both toughness 10. They're both 2+ save. He has 16 wounds, and they've got 5 wounds. He degrades. They don't. They're both leadership 6. He's got an OC of 6, and they've got OC of 1. Also 4 up invulnerable save. He's got. Let's see. He's equipped with the Scepter of Eternal Glory, which is devastating wounds, 24 inches, 2 attacks, 2 up to hit, strength 10, -3 AP and 3 damage. He's also got the Staff of Stars, which is an indirect weapon, 24 inches, 12 attacks, 2+ to hit, strength 6, -1 AP, 1 damage. And he's also got the Weapons of the Final Triarch, which is a melee weapon with lethal hits, 12 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 8, -3, and 2 damage. Then every Triarch or Menhir is equipped with an Annihilator Beam and Armored Bulk. So the Annihilator Beam is a 24-inch range weapon, 1 attack, hitting on 2, strength 14, -4 AP and 6 damage. So very good. And the Armored Bulk is just a melee weapon, which is almost nondescript. It's 1 attack, hitting on 4s, strength 4, no AP and 1 damage. So it's just lightly bumping into you. I guess. So he's got the Voice of a Triarch, which is at the start of a battle round. Select 1 Triarch ability, see the left-hand side. Until the start of your next battle round, that unit has that ability. So there are 3. So there's Pharaon of the Stars, which is an aura. So while friendly Necron units are within 6 inches of the Sazerac model, each time a model that unit makes an attack, you may reroll the hit roll of 1 and the wound roll of 1. So that's very good. There's Pharaon of the Blades. So again, friendly Necron units within 6 of him can reroll the charge rolls. And each time they make a melee attack, you add 1 to the strength characteristic. Then you've got the Bringer of Unity. Again, friendly Necrons within 6. You can ignore any and all modifiers to the characteristics of models in that unit to any roll or test made for models in that unit, excluding modifiers to your saving throw. I mean, that's very niche, that one, but could be very good if you're, -1 ballistic skill, for example, is the most obvious one. So that's pretty good. When he's down to 1 to 6 wounds, he subtracts -1 to the hit rolls. He's also got the Silent King aura, so friendly Necron units within 6 of him improve their leadership characteristic by 1. And the Triarchal Menhirs have an ability which just says, if Sazerac is destroyed, these Menhirs are also destroyed, and he must be your warlord. And obviously you get 2 of those Triarchal Menhirs. So, I mean, he's got lots of buffs. The floating rocks have some really strong shooting. He's got some pretty decent shooting, I think, as well. And a mixture of like, I feel like the Annihilator beams from the rocks are like anti-vehicle, and then his Scepter is like anti-elite because it's 3 damage, and then his Staff of Stars is sort of, just mass infantry killer. So he's got a lot of like all round stuff.
He's not too bad in combat as well, right? I mean, the fact that he's got the 2 damage. I mean, obviously, he feels like a pretty good all rounder. To be fair, for 420 points, I feel like he's all right, isn't he? He's all right.
I mean, it doesn't make you go, "Oh my god, this is broken." He's an auto include. But you are right. I see now why you wanted to include him, unless this was unintentional. He does have a Catan shard on the top of his model, so if you want all the Catan shards that do actually have models, you do need the Silent King somehow in the army.
Exactly, because he is torturing a Catan, while floating around.
Exactly. So we need to somehow fit him in. Maybe we just need to do 2,000.
Well, we got him in. We got him in the list.
But we didn't have the Tesseract Vault in that one.
No, we did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
No, 1,995 points. Deceiver, Nightbringer, Dragon, Silent King, Transcendent, Tesseract Vault, and a unit of Cryptek Wraiths.
Oh, that was it, yeah. I mean, how many models is that in total?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's even more elite than my Thunder Warriors army I'm doing. So I mean, this is appealing to me as a new army.
This is the perfect army. Hang on, let me tell you how much. Let me tell how much it costs to buy it if you could.
This is where it goes all wrong.
Well, exactly. This is always the eater of worlds when it comes to these situations. Now, bearing in mind, you're going to have to come up with some way of getting a Transcendent Catan that isn't within your Tesseract Vault as well.
I know. So you've either got to buy 2, technically, or, I mean, maybe BitSites or eBay, you could get one secondhand and buy one brand new. Let's say, for the sake of argument, we're buying it all brand new from Games Workshop, so we need 2 Tesseract Vaults, basically.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like you could easily kind of get around it by, within the center of the Tesseract Vault, what you would do is just, like, I don't know, put like an LED or something, but you are right. By the letter of the rules, we've got to buy 2 of these. So we have, we'll just look at what it costs to buy all of that stuff minus the extra unit. So you've got Silent King, Void Dragon, 2 Tesseract Vaults, 1 Nightbringer, and 1 Deceiver. What's your guess, Phil, on how many British pounds that would cost you?
Let's see.
So you're talking.
I reckon about 550.
No, you've over-egged it. 445.
Ooh.
And that's on the assumption you were buying 2 Tesseracts. If you remove one of those Tesseracts, it's only £340, Phil.
Oh, well, a positive bargain. I mean, I was assuming that the Tesseract Vaults are probably about £100 each. I sort of rounded Silent King up to 100, even though he's probably 80, right?
No, he's 100.
Oh, is he 100? And then I assumed probably slightly over-egging them, the shards were like £50 each.
No, so the Nightbringer and Deceiver are 30 each because they're old resin kits now.
Yeah.
But the Void Dragon is 75.
Oh, God, I thought it'd be like 45 for him.
No, he's quite.
I guess he's like knight-sized. And,
well, he's not really, though, is he? Because
he's a bit smaller than a knight.
Yeah, he's elevated by the fact that he's standing on loads of spindly plastic. It's not like
he's floating up in the air.
Yeah. Anyway, long story short is, you could definitely field a very low model count. I mean, technically, Phil, and it's always best to be technically correct, it would actually be 11 miniatures, wouldn't it? Because you would also have the 2 rocks. You've got those 2 rocks.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes, I see what you mean. The best kind of technically.
Yes, that's it. Anyway, that'll probably do it on Necrons, buddy, unless you've got anything else you want to contribute to the conversation.
No, I want someone to do this Catan Shard army now. Let's make it happen.
Well, I technically already own 2 out of I own the 2 cheapest ones, though. That's the problem. I have the Deceiver and the Nightbringer. So
I was going to say, I actually have the Nightbringer in my parents' house because obviously that was one of the ones I had back in the day. So I've got it in metal.
Well, so all I have to do if I buy the 2 thingamabibs, it's £280. I've got to get another one of the vaults. So yeah, £385. That's all it will cost me to put this army on the tabletop.
I feel like that's relatively cheap for a 2K army.
Well, exactly. So there you go. Look forward to seeing me running this at an event near you soon.
RFW in, was it April? You've got time.
I've written my RFW list already, Phil. It's a Space Marine list.
Oh, come on! It's easy to pivot to this Catan Shard army. Make it happen, Dan. Make it happen.
Well, maybe I'll rock up with the Catan Shard list. Anyway, that'll do. Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to move on to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. And that's it, everybody. The end of episode 170, although you know better than that. How long will the outro be this time? What do you reckon, Phil?
As long as we can shake a stick at.
As long as we can shake a stick at. There we go. Are you in the habit, Phil, of shaking sticks at things yet?
All the time. When I'm saying, get off me, Dan. Get back.
Get back. Stop trying to kiss me. I won't have it.
Stop trying to make me do work. No.
Oh, is that what I'm trying to do to you? You said you loved it, Phil. How you've changed. But no, it's the end of episode 170. An interesting medley of interesting things. The AdMech Codex review part was done without possession of the AdMech Codex. I wonder how many of you spotted that at home. But I had played games with them, and I had read a lot about them, and a lot of people were circulating documents that may or may not have been in infringement of Games Workshop's copyrights. But all the same, I own the book now, legit. So, essentially, there was nothing there that was talked about that couldn't have been later understood or, information gathered in the long-term sense. And, ultimately, I think I did well. I've read the book quite extensively since doing my review of it, desperately trying to spot any mistakes I thought I made. But I think I did okay. And on the whole, I'm still very much of the opinion of AdMech. Not a fun army for new players, but definitely one that I could see winning in a tournament context. That's kind of my general high-level thingamabob for AdMech at this stage. Phil, you've had a chance to gain access to the AdMech. Has your opinion of them altered much since you've got the book in your possession, or you...
So my copy arrived a couple of days ago. I literally cracked it open 5 minutes before we recorded just to have a cursory glance at the contents to see if it was any different from the Necron one, because actually I've been reading the Necron Codex over the last few days in preparation for when we record Necron portion of the episode. So I actually haven't had a chance to read any of the Necron stuff. So if you stand by your words of the Codex, I'll trust your judgment. And if the internet decides to disagree with you, I will back them 100% with my shaking stick at you, Dan, and going, "You're wrong, Dan, you're wrong.
You're wrong. Well, fair enough, mate. I understand how it goes. One thing I will say, though, now that I have possession of both the Necron and AdMech tomes in reality, the AdMech cover isn't so egregious when you see it in reality. Not as good as its 9th edition kind of original, dare I say. But yeah, the artwork still kind of holds up. It's definitely lost a little bit when it comes to the overall kind of feel of it because of this obsession of trying to incorporate this glossy, logo for the faction into the background. But I still think like the AdMech artwork holds up. The Necron Codex poses an interesting dilemma, though, because I do like the cover, Phil. I like the cover, but it doesn't... It feels quite different as a cover. This is the first original artwork cover of this edition, am I right?
Ooh.
I think I am, right?
Yeah, because there's only been... Because the Tyranid one was an old one, wasn't it?
Tyranid one was old. The Space Marine one was old.
Old from previous edition, prior to 9th.
Admech was old. This is the first, and for now, only original 10th edition Codex cover.
Well, I mean, I didn't clock that it was a new cover, but it goes to what I was saying moments ago before we pressed the record button, that actually it is a thoroughly good codex in terms of, not talking about the rules, but the layout, the artwork is almost like 90% new artwork, because it all features the new minis in the artwork. Obviously, the model range is pretty much, a lot of it's all brand new, so that all looks great. The lore aspect I've not actually read, but there's great breakdowns of all the sub-factions in there. Like each sub-faction gets a page with a nice symbol in it.
Have we done the sense check though, Phil? Is it all old stuff, or rather, is it all 9th edition words done again?
No, well, I don't have I think I got rid of my Necron Codex. I have a couple of the 9th, but I've not checked. So you can do that, and
I will do the check. I will do the check.
It's even got maps, Dan. The one thing I want is some war zones, and it's got a bit about Prior Nexus in there, so that's really cool. It's not labelled as a war zone, but there's a bit all about Prior Nexus, so that would be cool to check out. And I suspect if there's anything new lore-wise, it will be in there. Yeah,
I think overall, I mean, cover-wise, look, this is the thing. 9th edition had its ups and its downs when it came to covers. We all remember my and potentially Phil's shared opinion on the generic Black Templar Codex of 9th edition. If you didn't purchase the super duper special one with the John Blanche artwork, you were a mad lad. Like this, if I was to judge it by the pantheon of 9th edition codexes, I put it in the bottom half in terms of the cover. Bottom half of cover. Because it's just another sort of very literal piece. It's kind of more akin to what I was used to seeing in the 8th edition, sort of sick through 8th edition cover, where it's just a large-scale, heroic character, next to a bunch of, relatively supplementary junk. So it's fine. I mean, it's very serviceable. But, it's not as evocative or exciting as Codex Genestealer Cults from 9th edition or Admech from 9th edition. Those two in particular, still like breathtaking pieces. It's fine. It's a very clean, very reasonable piece.
Yeah, I mean, they don't embrace the grim, dark, let's say, aspects of the two codexes you mentioned, because they've got some real mad stuff going in the background. This is, I don't want to say formulaic, but by the numbers, it's a good solid design of more like the classic era where it's just a guy doing a heroic pose. But I actually really like it. I think it works really well with the sort of screen filter going on in the background that's sort of turning the background part into grayscale. And you've obviously got the faction symbol in there. There are actually some, I assume, made up units floating around in the bottom right hand corner. You can see two units that are floating around with these two big guns hanging down. So it's almost like a Triarch Stalker or the Canoptek Stalkers without the legs. That's not an actual unit in the game, which is quite interesting, but I assume that's just artistic license rather than a new unit that's coming down the line. But you never know with these things sometimes. So that's quite an interesting little thing. But I actually really like it. I think it's actually pretty good as covers go. Hasn't got the insane imagination of some of the others from previous years, but yeah, it's good.
I mean, do you have a favourite Necron cover, Phil? Do you even remember any of the Necron covers?
The only one I can really remember is the I think it was like 7th edition where he's holding up the globe, the orb.
Yeah. So that was the 6th and 7th edition one, which was based...
that's the one I remember. Pondering his orb.
And I actually think that might have stayed the same artwork going into 8th edition for sure. They updated artwork in ninth edition. Although for my sins, Phil, I cannot remember. Oh yeah, it was the Destroyer Lord, wasn't it? Do you remember the guy that came in the box set?
Oh,
He was on
yes,
the
with the 3 legs. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was much more grim dark, and that was still not quite to the level or to the quality of, the Gene Stealer Cult or the Admech. That was it. Yeah, there it is.
So he's actually been relegated to the cover of the Combat Patrol section, which, as you say, is a lot more grimdark. Yeah,
I like that one. I'll be honest, it won't shock you, Phil. Which edition had the best Necron Codex, you reckon?
It's 5th edition.
5th edition, Phil, had the best Necron Codex cover. 5th edition. It had the cool...
get my wavy stick out.
Mate, it had the cool Necron Lord, the nice red-yellow kind of background. It was a beautiful thing. I was adamant for a while, though, that I was going to say that the 2nd edition Necron Codex was cool, because I seem to remember that there was like a little like codex within the pages of White Dwarf, and I thought for some moment that it would have had its own unique artwork, but unfortunately it didn't. Although technically the cover of the White Dwarf that the Necron rules are in is a beautiful picture of Archeon on his steed. I think that's a beautiful piece of John Blanche artwork. So I might go so far as to say the best Necron cover is White Dwarf issue 217 with Archeon on steed. That's the
lovely. That's
the cover that you want if you want to really see the cool Necron stuff. But when they redid the Necron book in like 3rd ed, it was like really weird because it was just like, here's like droney robot dude.
That's quite, that's a classic one. I think I actually had that codex.
It is a classic, but it's sort of, I suppose that was back in the era where because I suppose that's the thing you always forget to remember about older editions of 40k, like say like 3rd ed, 4th ed, 40k, was that they were going more for the idea of like putting the soldiers at the forefront of it. So a lot of the covers back then were less about the heroes and more about the foot soldiers, you know?
Well, they do tend to be like the iconic, the essence of the army boiled down is the basic infantry more often than not. So that does make sense.
Yeah, totally. But anyway, so overall, okay cover. Comparatively though, Phil, I don't know how much you thumbed through the Admech book. The Admech book is superior as a book. And
go on.
No, please.
I only had a very quick glance. It looked like there was some really cool illustrations in there and like breakdown of the technology and stuff beautiful. Like that. But I haven't had I flicked through it once.
Have you got the book there, Phil?
I haven't. No,
oh, you haven't, because we were supposed to be talking Necrons. Well, when you do get it, just open the back cover and go a couple pages. There's a beautiful double-page spread. My God, man. You'll be like, wow, yes, clearly this is superior. And this Necron book is lacking such DPSs. Because, again, a lot of the classic Necron artwork that Blanche and a lot of the old kind of artists did wasn't really evocative of the new kind of aesthetic. And obviously the kind of modern aesthetic, the early artwork for it, came out of that era of like 3rd ed where they were doing a couple of pages in these codexes. So you get like images like that, Phil, where it's like, like quite sort of 3rd edition. That's on page, what page is that? Page 10, if anyone's interested. But like, overall it's sort of like the Mechanicus book is more of an ode to what was, whereas the Necron book is very modern. Although, again, in both instances, they're really up in their game when it comes to this miniature photography. The photography in these books are fantastic. I think they're really doing a good job. And also, the reverse covers, the back covers even. So these are, Phil, just so you know, these are the same design as was 7th edition Warhammer. Or 8th edition Warhammer. Whatever the last edition of Warhammer was. 8th edition?
Oh, 8th edition.
Yeah, 8th edition Warhammer. This is the same type of back cover that you had on 8th edition Warhammer. And I used to love those books. I thought they were really, really, really good.
Clearly, one of the designers does as well. If they've that's what they based it on.
Yeah, well, it's very similar. I was looking at Codex Wood Elves the other day, and I was like, God, that looks similar from a design perspective. It really does. But anyway, there you go. There's a little trip down memory lane. As I say, we did the review of Codex Mechanicus without having the book in our possession. But as a tome, it's really nice, really good. Necron's pretty cool as well. Again, we haven't verified this, although it's fair to assume, although potentially not entirely fair to assume, but it's reasonable to assume that they've probably just lifted a lot of words from the 9th edition world and ported that into 10th edition world. Which, again, look, at the end of the day, they paid someone to write it, so I guess they're getting value for money, but I will say that, and I know you're all tired of hearing me saying it, I think the formulaic approach to this kind of churn of lore per edition is not becoming, as it were. I want you to expand on ideas and come up with interesting stories and give me new insights on the things that I love. I don't just want to pick up a book and go, oh, it's the same again, you know? It's like, come on, just like put some love back in it, you know? Like, give us a little bit more to get excited about, like things to dive in. You know, admittedly, they do give us a couple of extra pages each time. But again, a lot of the extra stuff is really half-baked. It never really feels fully realised, whereas, like, older codexes from, like, 9th edition back, all original works with all new, you know, words. Really, really lovely. This stuff, again, I can't help but feel like, come on, like, I get that how much more can you say about Necrons at this point, but it's like, well, you know, it's your decision to re-release these things every 3 years. Come up with something new to say.
That's true. It was interesting because after you talked about the faction focus of the Admech one, I watched the Necron one. And the bit I found interesting that is where they were talking about they're on the hunts to try and regain their flesh and their mortal bodies. And I don't know if it's like because my memories are really bad or because I just maybe never dived that deep into the lore of Necrons for quite a long time. It's like I didn't realise that that's what they were trying to do. It actually makes them sound a bit pathetic. But also, it's kind of the exact same story as the Thousand Suns, which is the other Egyptian-themed faction in 40k. So it's like you've got two similar aesthetic, or at least aesthetically from the source material, but with the same sort of general backstory that they both want to regain their human bodies. And I was like, I think Necrons is kind of cooler. The fact that they are robots and they've kind of embraced that as because I always like that as the dichotomy between them and Admech is like Admech wants to be more like the Necrons, whereas actually now the Necrons want to, I guess, be more like the Admech in terms of having less flesh. So having more flesh and less metal, whereas Admech want more metal than flesh. So interesting. I
mean, accepting that I've not read the new Necron lore, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't read a huge amount of what they added in 9th edition. So for everything that I've just said, it's not like I'm completely well read on everything that happened in the 9th edition book on Necrons. But yeah, I mean, the storyline of the Necrons is very similar to the Thousand Suns, even down to the fact that, like, high-ranking, like, generals, lords, they maintained greater degrees of their personalities, greater amounts of their similar to the Thousand Suns, where it's like, were you a grunt? Were you a legionnaire in the case of the Thousand Suns? Well, then you're just, dust in a suit of armor. Were you a sorcerer lord? Oh, your wizardy powers allowed you to resist, and now at parts of you may still yourself be dust in a suit, but you may retain a greater degree of your consciousness or your corporeal form with your actual physical body. Lovely jubbly, right? Like, that is the sort of stuff that does, have a lot of parallels between them and Necrons, which is super interesting, that they've, not had that level of, creativity. But also for the fact, like you say, to the best of my understanding, I accept I could be wrong, I think Necrons definitely feel hard done by the fact that they've been turned into robots, because, again, this might be an incorrect assertion based on old versions of the lore, but it used to be, it may still be, that they basically were in a conflict with the Eldari, with the Elder. The Necron tier were like, the Eldari had kind of got the one up on us because they live way longer. And we're like, like the lifespan of the Necron tier was like crazy short, but they were still like super technologically advanced, even though they had these short lifespans. But it gave them loads of issues in terms of waging wars and conflicts, and the Eldari were like kicking their bums, and they had the support of the old gods, the old ones, and then the Necrons sided with the Catan, and the Catan basically did a deal with them and then made them all into robots because they wanted longer lives. They were like, oh, we want to be able to live longer. I have the solution, robots. And it's like, okay, cool. But yeah, and then basically they rebel against their leaders, the Catan, and basically, they basically plot and scheme and murderize them and subjugate them. So they basically become the kind of masters of their own destiny and stuff. But I guess maybe that's in pursuit of them getting their fleshy bodies back. But, I guess it's a case of like, careful of what you wish for, because you could basically, you got used to being able to live forever. You get
exactly. Now you won't have that anymore if you get your fleshy body, which is, I sort of maybe incorrect assertion that they kind of, while they were sort of tricked into becoming robots, that they actually have kind of like accepted it a bit more now after over millennia to be like, this is a bit more of a purer form so we can live forever and not die. So, or
maybe they want to die.
Even
maybe that's the thing. That's what all the fiction says, isn't it? They all the fictions say like people who live forever are well annoyed at that notion. So, you see all your friends die. Oh, it's a terrible thing. And I feel like that's, us as mortal creatures trying to put a positive spin on it. I just think to myself, I'll make new friends. Like, it'll be fine, right? Like, it's short. It's like, no. Every 50 or so years, everyone I know or liked is dropped dead. It's like, oh, well, I guess I'll go find some new ones. It's all right. I'm living forever.
That's what you have to do.
Exactly. You just get used to it. You can experience the new things. I mean, don't get me wrong. It'll get boring after a while, I imagine, once you've gone everywhere and seeing it all. But everything's always, everything's changing. Everything's interesting. I personally don't think living forever would be too bad. If I had the choice, I'd go for it, Phil.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Exactly. By the time you got to about 60 years of age, maybe I'd stop being friends with you because I'd be like, it's going to be too hard to watch Phil die, so I'll just move on. Go early.
I thought you were going to say you'll just carry on the podcast on your own forever.
God, could you imagine this bloody thing? I mean, a lot of people would tell you that this thing goes on forever, so maybe that's it. That's why we've done this podcast, Phil. We're immortalized. We're in the machine. Imagine if by some completely mad set of circumstances, 40 years from now, this is still available and people can listen back to what a couple of middle-aged men in the early 20s fought about small-toed soldiers. Be beautiful.
Going, ooh, what was this thing? We're on 40K, 25th edition, and they're like, oh, what was it like back in the days of 10th edition? Ooh.
Yeah, that's it. And obviously they'll come to us, the number one authority on Warhammer. Although, I'll be honest, Phil, I am looking forward, and I know it's a weirdly macabre thing to say. I don't know if macabre's the right terminology, but an odd thing to say. I am looking forward to when I'm like a divvery old geezer, 30 years from now, being able to go as my faculties are leaving me, and you're dead, I assume, in this scenario. I'll be like,
thank you.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. To be honest with you, Phil, we both know which one of us is dying first. So yeah. Anyway, so you're still alive and healthy. I'm sort of divvery and ruined, and then I'll be listening back to it, going, "Oh, what it was like to be so opinionated about something so stupid. Oh God, how I wasted my life. What was the point?" That'll be the dilemma. Yeah, exactly. What was your biggest regret? Doing this stupid podcast for 5 years. All the things I could have accomplished. Oh my God.
Could have learnt a language.
I could have done. I could have learned several languages. But, I do it all for the online praise and appreciation of the listeners, That's what it's all about now. That endorphin rush when the Spotify, thing comes in and people say that we're their number one podcast. That
It
was
was Spotify Wrapped. We did have quite a few this year because Wrapped happened, I think, last week. So it was cool when people were saying we were their number one or number two spot of the podcast that they listened to.
yeah, super nice.
So it was very nice. Yeah.
I tell you what, Phil. Like I learned this from other things, but we weren't really ever presented with the option. But there is an option within Spotify, or there is if you're like a recording artist doing music stuff, where you can actually do like a custom thank you to your fans who listened to you.
Yes, because I got that as part of my Spotify Wrapped, but I don't know if we as a podcast could have done that.
I'm not sure we can because we're not like licensed in the same way as like the popular recording artists that do like millions of downloads, or one of their like various podcasts that they've purchased for untold millions. Although to be fair, if anyone from Spotify is listening, I like millions of pounds, so you can always. We don't mind. Lookout Sir could be yours. I'm telling you, we're going cheap. How much would we sell it to Spotify for, Phil?
Peanuts.
Peanuts, not peanuts, Phil. Goddamn, like you got to at least sell it a little bit. Hundreds of thousands, I reckon.
Peanuts. Yes.
Yeah. By their standards, yeah. We'll take 600k each. There you go. That'd be fine.
Think about all the Warhammer we could buy with that.
Exactly. And oh, how we might. Anyway, but yeah, no, thank you to everyone who shared their love and appreciation of the Lookout Sir 40k podcast via their Spotify algorithmic thing. It's a lovely thing to see. And sincerely thank you to everyone who's listened, supported, enjoyed the pod. I got to be honest with you, Phil. It doesn't really feel that Christmassy at the moment. I know that's just a product of being an old grumpy geezer with no kids, but like sincerely, like I don't know where that Christmas magic is, but I haven't found it at the minute. It's it feels pretty insubstantial right now. How are you getting into that Christmas spirit? You immersed?
A small amount, but you're right. I still don't have the Christmas tree up.
My God!
So until that happens, yeah, I'm not feeling the Christmassy vibes until the tree's up, basically.
That's fair. Have you gone into a Games Workshop store and seen all the delights? In fact, I know you have. You've been on the rhino run, haven't you? You've been hunting rhinos.
Well, yes, somewhat of a failed experiment, but I went to the local store, managed to build a rhino. I was like, brilliant. Got a free rhino. They didn't have anything else other than a box of rhinos to purchase in terms of Legions Imperialis. So I was sort of hoping that they would have some other stuff like the cards and stuff that basically went out of stock, all the trains and stuff like that. Sort of gone everywhere, basically. I was planning to go to the Tottenham Court Road store because I was in London on Saturday, but I already pre-messaged them to say, do you have any Liber Imperialis? I keep saying Liber Imperialis because that's the part of the name of the books for Horus Heresy. Legions Imperialis. And do they have a free rhino to build? And they don't have anything, and they've already gone out of, they don't have any rhinos anymore. So I didn't bother. So I was hoping to end up with at least 2 rhinos for my army. So I've just got 1. So it'll have to be the command rhino, I guess.
I'm gonna be in London tomorrow, so I can always swing by and check because they might just be telling you fibs over the phone. Not that they would do that.
Maybe. Just maybe, give it a go. See if they've got one in, but I'd assume not.
And there's always, there's some local ones to me as well, Phil. I'll join in the truffle
rhino hunts. Yes, because part of me was like, I could go to the Reading store and do that, but that's like a 20-odd quid train journey, and at that point, I might as well just buy a box of rhinos. Whereas if I'm going somewhere and there's a Warhammer store nearby, I'll by all means go in and feel like I've got value for money for getting a free rhino. Although weirdly, so I went in there on I think it was like a Wednesday, got my rhino, then came back the next day because I realised, well, again, I was also in town for another reason, but I realised if I'm going to build and paint these models, I actually need some paints. So I had to buy the Sons of Horus paint scheme, the little paint pot. So I was like, I'll go in and get that, and then I got a particular highlight colour noting that I, in hindsight, probably didn't need to buy that because it's so small. I don't think you need to bother with highlights. So yeah, I ended up going twice in 2 days to the same store.
Fair. But you didn't get 2 rhinos.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
They recognised you. You didn't go in with a fake mustache.
Maybe I should have. It was the same guy. He did recognise me. Maybe I should have politely asked if I could have built a second one, but I'd assume he would have said no, so I didn't bother to try.
Shaved the beard off, worn a top hat. It could have been a whole thing.
I could have done, a different accent of some kind, maybe. Yeah.
Exactly. All is possible. But they did bring back, I mean, they're doing a few things online. This is the thing, like, I feel like, I don't know what my favourite Games Workshop Christmas campaign was, but when I stop and think about it, there was a Black Library campaign they did, I can't remember, it might have been like back in like 2014, 2015, where they did little novels every day as part of like an advent calendar.
They still do, the Black Library Advent Calendar. They still do that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know why. It just felt more significant back then because they did little codexes in it as well. So it was like Sick Ved. So they did Codex Legion of the Damned, Codex Fallen. There was a couple other codexes in the mix as well, and they were little codexes that expanded like things. I think they did like Farsight Enclaves maybe. So that was super interesting one year. But at the moment they're doing. I mean, they're doing the rumor engine stuff, the Advent engine. Yeah,
which I think they did last year as well, and we obviously got the James Workshop sort of shipping date funny Christmas video, which they did last year. Previous years, they used to do I think it used to come a little bit later, where it was Peachy and Duncan going through the every month of the year, like
those videos
the greatest hits of what came out. They were always quite hilarious to watch as a recap for the year.
Mate, I sincerely enjoyed the old year recap videos that they did. But no, truth be told, this James Workshop video though is up there. I mean, I think the sequence where he's kind of like dreaming and like seemingly his father with a sort of fake mustache and eyebrows is like berating him while the prosthesis is like flopping off of his face. It's like, I think that's actually quite amazing. And also, I'm sure you couldn't help but notice, Phil, the Sailor Moon stock transformation. Did you pick up on that?
I did not notice that.
Oh, fine. So around 2 minutes in, he does the Sailor Moon transformation, which is truly breathtaking. So I think, absolutely. I mean, I've no idea who this James Workshop lad is. I'm fairly certain he works for Games Workshop on the regular on account of his regular appearances.
Well, interestingly, I realised, did the faction focus voiceover. So I believe he's just a regular voiceover artist. And he did that, and I don't think I've noticed him do others, but I was like, I recognise this voice. Having just watched the James Workshop video.
But, quality vid in that sense. Fair play. But yeah, the rumour engine stuff, I mean, it used to feel like, again, maybe this is just the rose-tinted glasses of it all, but also, I suppose, just the greater significance of what Warhammer Community was to us when they first introduced it in, like, 2014, 2015. Like, Warhammer Community back then felt huge because, like, we'd just been, like, starved. So, like, when they started doing, like, the rumour engine stuff, I remember people used to be really, like, diving into them, looking at them, going, I wonder it could be, wonder it could be. Like, it felt like it, like, triggered a lot of debate, whereas these days, they put out this stuff and you're like, Christ, who cares? Like, what is that?
Well, put it this way, there's like a Warhammer preview every couple of months, and that's where you get what now really supplants what the rumour engine was, because when the rumour engine first came out, you pretty much got no previews of anything. Like, they were still on the old sort of fashion thing of, it just comes out, and you might get like a bit build up a couple of weeks before, and that's about it. One of the Advent rumours was very Krieg inspired. It was, I think it's like a sort of sector number on a plaque, and I think it's a minefield sign. But the font and the style of it is basically the old Krieg minefield signs, like you got from the Forge World, and the sector numbers were similar to the trench kit that you could get from Forge World as well for the Krieg. So that does heavily hint that there might be some plastic Krieg coming for those in the know, I guess. Or it's just they're just referencing some old Forge World stuff, and it's not Krieg at all. It's just Astra Militarum in some other form, or it's like some terrain kit or something. But yeah, I like the idea that it could be plastic Krieg, but what form that might take, I don't know.
I mean, obviously, we've said it many times before. It wouldn't take too much to take Krieg and like flesh them out into a better range. And I think literally all you need is a couple of like command like options, like, you know, some kind of general or some kind of upgrade kit for the existing stuff. So if there was like a Krieg upgrade sprue that worked with the Commissar, the Castellan, you can more or less build a kind of command, company command squad out of what's in the veteran box set. But obviously you want some heroes, some characters, and then some like tank crews and weapon crews, right? And then you're pretty much there. I mean, like, what else do you need at that point?
If you're going for the more specialist units, you've got the Death Riders. You've got the Engineers, which currently don't have rules at all. They're not in Legends, and they didn't make for a transfer to the Index either. You got Grenadiers, which I think are still in Legends, which are like their kind of Kazakin equivalent, or Scions. So they're the three like key like Krieg specific units. You do also have the Quartermaster sort of like Medicae servitors. So they were like a kind of, I won't say medic squad, but really the idea is they go around and just shot the injured people and collected all the equipment to then repurpose. But like you got like a feel no pain ability quite often in previous editions, or an ability to like resurrect a model. So effectively a medical unit. And actually that would be a really cool unit because it sort of isn't a unit that exists currently. And obviously you can all mix and match regiments at the moment, so it doesn't matter that it's just specifically for Krieg. You could still bolt it into like a Safeishhandz squad or a Cadian army, and would give a lot of sort of new utility to a National Militarum army, whereas the the Grenadiers are effectively Kazakins, but just a different subfaction. So that's sort of redoing something that already exists. Likewise, the Field Marshal again is a great HQ unit, but very similar to the Castellan in that respect. Whereas, and obviously the Rough Riders the same as the Death Riders. The Engineers, I think, and the Quartermaster and Retinue are the only two like almost uniquely specific Krieg ones that would actually be really good to have in the Astra Militarum Codex.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see it. I mean, yeah, I think it wouldn't take too much to really kind of flesh out that range and make it really exciting for people, which I'm really hopeful that they do, because I think the plastic Krieg, though objectively not as, kind of nice on balance as the old resin kits, I think the old resins, they've got a certain kind of quality from that kind of
still stunning.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. But I think the new plastics have got some really, really great features to them, and I'd love to see more Krieg on the tabletop. So I'm well in favour of that, to be completely honest with you. But we'll see what Games Workshop have got cooking up for us. Hopefully, it's better than the Black Library previews. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Black Library previews were adequate in the sense that, it was a nice update about books that were coming out and stuff, and they got some really beautiful collector's editions for, various releases. The fact that they're doing the art of the Horus Heresy is probably one of the most significantly exciting releases of this reveal.
I mean, that was most fortuitous in a way, because I was on the hunt literally 2-3 days before for the old collected visions of the Horus Heresy. And our good buddy Sean had offered to sell me his copy. because he had one, and then they released this one. And so I was chatting to Sean, like, I might not need your one if this is the same book but updated. It's definitely more pages. It's like over 200, whereas I think the previous one was like 140, 150, something like that. I didn't watch the stream, so I don't know for sure, because sometimes they do answer questions in that. But unfortunately, they don't really go into any detail about what it is and how it compares to the old version of it. So, yeah, I don't know if it's an updated one or if it's completely different artwork. So therefore, I should ideally be trying to hunt down the old one plus get this new one.
Well, if you're off the hunt with Sean, I'm getting in there. I'm asking him. I'm getting it.
Don't you dare!
I'm
back,
ninjaing it.
I'm waving my stick at you virtually. Don't you dare! No, I'm still wanting it, probably from him. However, if it was an updated version and included all the artwork from the previous version, then you could have it, because I'd give a new one instead.
Well, here is my assertion that is probably correct, and is probably going to be a reason for you to pick up the old Visions book. The Visions book is obviously based on loads of like different pieces throughout the history of it.
Because it's got some like John Blanche in there. It's got a lot of the old, some kind of Horus Heresy trading card game and stuff like that. Because Sean was speculating, because it's done specifically by Black Library, whereas the previous one was Forge World, that it might just be the book cover artwork.
Yeah, that is
really anything.
That is 100% what this is. Like, I mean, I don't know, because like you, I didn't watch the stream. I'm just reading the article, but it's gonna be. It's highly probable that this is just the Black Library artwork from the series.
I mean, that would be my assumption. Though Black Library have done other books that sort of go beyond that, like they did the Sabbath World's campaign book, which had loads of sort of Forge World sort of artwork in it. They did the Xenos Biologico, I think it was called, which was, I was telling you about it recently. It's like written from the perspective of the rogue trader from Blackstone Fortress, and it's him documenting all the aliens he's encountered, and that's got some really random artwork in there. But maybe those kind of sort of like coffee table books just all fall under the remit of Black Library from a publishing point of view. So it might have other Forge World art in, or Specialist Games, whatever it's called now. And not just the Black Library specific artwork for like the books. But that'd be interesting to see. And maybe I'll be picking both up then, if that's the case, if it's two separate things.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend, like I say, if you're not doing it, I'll be doing it. I think getting both is the way to go if you can. Obviously, if you happen to have a lovely friend like Sean who's happy to do you a good deal on a copy of Visions, you should totally jump at that. But yeah, the Art of the Horus Heresy sounds exciting. I was at first really hyped for the Ahriman Undying book. I was like, and then I saw it isn't Aaron Dembski-Bowden. It's John French, which is no bad thing necessarily.
He's good. I like a lot of his stuff.
Well, the reason why I was excited about it though is I thought this was the next, Aaron Dembski-Bowden book in the Talon of Horror series. And it'd be really interesting to see if this Ahriman book kind of touches on the events of and leads into kind of some of the Black Legion elements, because it is a Warhammer 40,000 book, and Ahriman has had dealings with Abaddon and the Legion, so there is some kind of crossover there. But I was really excited when I saw it, because I was like, is this going to be? Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. They got a Lazarus book. You know me, Phil. I love a Dark Angels book. A Dark Angels book. Yeah. I'm totally gonna listen to that on Audible when the time comes.
And you're not being sarcastic. You are actually gonna do it.
No, I listen to every Dark Angels book or attempt to read them, and yet I continue to be dumbfounded by them.
You're like, I'll listen to them, but I hate them.
That's not true in so much as I have liked Dark Angel books. Just none of the Warhammer 40,000 ones. I feel like the Secret War stuff was like stupid. And, we've already had my opinions on the Lion Forest Man or whatever he's called. Look, Lazarus to me was always a weird character, but again, these days, Primaris Marines are just kind of like, whatever, that ship has long sailed, so him being a Primaris Marine is of little concern to me, although it's kind of pivotal to his character, because he is the first Primaris Marine to be accepted into the inner circle. He is essentially the torchbearer for that whole kind of sequence of events where Primaris began to become accepted into the ranks of the Dark Angels inner circle, and ultimately as well, obviously in the 40k universe, Lionel Johnson is there now, so there's always opportunities for them to kind of fill in some of the gaps about how Lionel Johnson came to actually lead the forces of the Dark Angels, because they don't really dive into that too much in Lionel Johnson strolling through the pansies. That sounds like it meant to mean something else. I mean, just more sort of wandering through the woods. But yeah, it's I don't know. We'll see what that one's about. Otherwise, they had one miniature reveal in all of this, and a bunch of really nice looking collector's editions. Wasn't any other books that stood out to you, Phil? Anything else you were excited to see?
The not the Fulgrim, but the Emperor's Children book. I can't remember his name.
An Emperor's Children book?
Yeah, Eidolon. Yeah, there was a book about Eidolon in there.
Oh, yes, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were getting confused with the Renegade book, the Lord of Excess. Yes, there is an Eidolon book, which could be super interesting.
The Renegades book has some really bad design elements to it, where the word Renegade has a very basic border outline done to it with some real, let's say, errors on it, because it's not particularly tidy in terms of how they've done it. There's like tiny little gaps around the border on the inner bits of the words, which really bugged me as a designer. But the Eidolon book sounds really interesting, because a while ago, a couple of weeks ago, I finished Fulgrim from Horus Heresy novel, so I sort of
nice.
The Emperor's Children characters. We can talk about Horus Heresy Black Library stuff in a bit, because I've read loads recently. But yeah, that one seems quite interesting, I think, from an Emperor's Children point of view.
Yeah, Eidolon's a really interesting character in so much as obviously he holds himself to this really kind of like high standard, and he kind of almost embodies the arrogance and the sort of the assertion of the Emperor's children in a way that sort of even more so than characters like Lucius, for example, at this time. Like Eidolon is, but also it's the way that he sort of, utilizes his position to almost kind of like overstep in places, like how he is like very, he is obviously Fulgrim's like number one guy, but also like how much he's kind of like, how much jealousy there is towards him for that situation, and like how he's like, it's just a very interesting character, and it's relatively evident how the various things with the Emperor's Children started sort of overlapping when you start to sort of unpack that jealousy and that internal kind of conflict in the Legion for their, aspirations of becoming amazing, I suppose. And yeah, because he was one of the early, if not one of the first Emperor's Children to get modified by Fabius Bile, right?
Yeah, I think he was pretty much the first one in the Fulgrim book. Yeah, what was odd about that is he was almost like didn't want to do it, but it's like, well, you signed up for it now, so it's got to happen. Yeah, and he wasn't that as willing as you would initially think he would have been. And there was lots of stuff in the Horus Heresy novels where I was like, oh, this isn't it at all how I was expecting it to go down or happen, or in the order that it would unfold itself. So that was quite interesting, but we can talk about that.
Well, you talk about it right now, mate. I mean, at the end of the day, look, in terms of the model that was they previewed, it's an orc.
It's all right. Yeah, but it's pretty good, but
It's a good
didn't
orc.
wow me, but it was good.
Didn't wow you?
Oh,
There it is. Yeah, look, it's an orc, isn't it? I mean, credit where credit's due to your boy Mike Brooks in his interview. I mean, if there was ever a more orky orc man to do a book on orcs, this lad is 100%. He's living the gimmick, I tell you. He's in his interview video. He's got big mohawk, wearing the vest. Like, fair play to him. It's a strong look, is what I'll say. In a way, I wish I had the confidence to pull that sort of things off, but sadly,
well, you need a squig basically to give you the confidence.
I want to give me I need a squig to put me my hair squig. Is that what you said?
No, just a squig, like a pet squig, just to make you feel.
I imagine
like
this dude, old Mike Brooks. I imagine he has got a squig somewhere in his possession. I imagine he's manifested one into reality. But yeah, I tell you what though, the green cover with the kind of weird etching. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, yes, yeah, like kind of comic book style.
Yeah, not my favourite, but I do like the energy of it. But yeah, the actual War Boss character, he's quite cool. He's got a lot of really cool things going on with him. So I mean, most of all, it's that Thunderhammer element that's just. Yeah, it's just, and again, very much like, to be honest with you, I can imagine this guy on the porch of his house yelling at the kids to get off his lawn. It's kind of got that sort of energy to it. Get off me land! As he's shooting them with like a hose or something, maybe, if that plasma gun was just some elaborate super soaker that he's just like, bugger off! Yeah.
I think that would do the job.
Yeah, exactly. But no, that's cool, man. But man, let's talk Heresy, seeing as you're getting through it. So, spoiler alert, everybody. Spoilers. If you haven't read or listened to what is now, 20-year-old books, 15-year-old books?
Yeah, they've got to be going on for some time now. Yeah.
So you've listened to the first 3, and then you moved to Fulgrim.
Yeah, well, no, I've been doing it in order, so...
So you've done all 6 of those?
I've done more. I'm on...
How many have you done, Phil?
I've done 8. I'm on the case at the moment.
8?
Yeah, War for the Abyss. So, well, it's amazing. So I spent 2 weeks decorating, like I said, repainting and decorating the living room. And when you're just working solidly, doing quite a mindless job, you can blitz through an audiobook in about 2 days. So yeah, I've blasted my way through the Horus Heresy, and I've kind of been loving it ever since. So actually, I've slowed down slightly in terms of my listen rate at the moment. Now I'm not doing that, but I'm still when I'm doing get a chance to do some hobbying or I'm doing some work and stuff. I'm trying to, or going for a walk. So I'm always trying to listen to them as much as possible. So I did Flight of the Eisenstein, which was book 4. Then I did Fulgrim, which was really long.
Book
it was like
5, yeah. Sorry, I thought
hours.
it was book 6 in my head, but it's book 5, isn't it?
Book 5. Then it's Descent of Angels. Then it's Legion, and then it's War for the Abyss, which I'm only a couple of hours into that one, so I don't have too much to say on that. But yeah, so far all of them have been really good. I've been really enjoying it. Fulgrim especially was like quite a cool highlight. I think it was.
Fulgrim really stands up as like Fulgrim Legion of like the first books, like the original trilogy. Horus Rising, False Gods, Galaxy in Flames, phenomenal. Fulgrim, phenomenal. Legion, really good. Really, really good. I'll be Dribbleville. Battle for the Abyss. Never listened to it already.
Oh, okay.
Not done that
one. It's about the word bearers. As much as I can really say at the moment, it's about them and some Ultramarines. So that'll be quite interesting to see where that one goes. Because so far, I absolutely hate the word bearers. They're right awful people from my experience of them in all the previous books. So I wonder if I can grow to love them after this book.
I mean, throughout the heresy, there are definitely bits of literature that I've come into contact with where they take a more sympathetic view on the word bearers, but for the most part, they are like one of the kind of quintessential bad guys of the story. So you do kind of always kind of look at them through the prism of they did wrong, or at least Lorgar did. But then they do still do the thing, even with the word bearers, where there are members of the Legion that are not, worshipping chaos. So there are still word bearers with some really interesting characterization and some really interesting elements to them, because the word bearers, when they were obviously in the crusading period, they were taking longer kind of subjugating planets because they were trying to kind of
indoctrinating the faith into the planets and stuff like that.
So there's a lot of really cool stuff with them, but there's also some really interesting, because the thing is about the word bearers is you kind of are forgiven for forgetting that they're still Space Marines and they're still badasses. Like Lorgar feels like such a wet blanket of a Primarch that you kind of look at like his Legion in the same kind of light, but they're actually amazing. Like they've got some incredibly devastating and horrifically efficient units and army compositions. And they've got loads of crazy stuff going on. Like they're a really interesting Legion. But yeah, they kind of, through Erebus and everything they've done in that sense, they've just sort of painted them as they're just the titular bad guy.
Yeah, because they are effectively the instigators of the Horus heresy. Because you always think, at least I did, I was like, it's all about Horus's fall, turning eventually to chaos, and him getting all the other chapters or legions to follow him. And it's not really like that. It's really in the first 3 books, it's like Erebus dabbling with the warp and him corrupting Horus, which leads to the Horus heresy. So it's all kind of instigated by the word bearers. Like it's their grand scheme and evil plot, and not really Horus's own doing. He's sort of manipulated to going down that route, which was that was one of the many interesting I was sort of vaguely aware that Horus got stabbed and was manipulated in some way when he got in on Davin. So I was aware of that as a plot point, but I didn't really know the wider context of what it was about. So understanding that as the sort of instigating factor of the Horus heresy was really interesting. There were several things like that made me go, oh, this is happening way quicker than I thought it would. So I always had this impression that, as I was saying, Horus decides to turn against the Emperor, and over time, him and the other legions would sort of accept favors from chaos, and they would slowly fall to chaos and become corrupt over a much longer period. Whereas you find out, in the Fulgrim book, it happens even before Horus has gone traitor. A load of the legions have fallen to chaos really early, sort of way sooner than I would have expected from the plot of the Horus heresy. That was quite a sort of mad revelation.
Yeah, it's interesting how they kind of... That's the thing as well, though, right? Because I get the vibe that, I assume that, Dan Abnett was brought in to basically do, an initial trilogy exploring, the origins of it. And I'm fairly confident from the interviews I've listened to with Dan is that he basically was saying that, we came in, no one expected it to be as popular as it was. Yes. We always expected it to be popular. Because, again, it's got that air of, how Star Wars, right? They all, George Lucas always used to, saying, oh, yeah, I always wrote all 3 of them. But it was clear that, but Star Wars was kind of edited and created in such a way, although obviously with post-production they added in elements that obviously nod-winked towards the fact that it was going to be this long-running thing. But, in the initial instance, Star Wars stands as, a standalone thing, and if they never did another Star Wars movie, that movie in isolation sort of just worked. And the same sort of feels like what we have with the Horus Rising follows False Gods, follows Galaxy in Flames. Although clearly they knew they had something good on their hands, so they definitely kind of keyed it up to kicking something off the back of it. But I imagine that the line of stories that they would have had might have been more, here's a trilogy for these key events, here's a thing for these key events, and here's the key events of this. Like, I would have assumed in the first instance, maybe they were looking at, like, a series of, like, I don't know, like 4, maybe 5, like, you know, trilogies of novels that would have gone through everything.
And that would have been it, yeah.
Yeah, whereas now they've just gone, well, you know, back in 2006, they've gone, good God, these are popular.
Yeah, let's milk it for all it's worth and do, like, 40, 50 odd books. In a way, it sort of makes sense, because, like, the first 3 books are mostly focused on the Sons of Horus, but I do like how they sort of introduce other legions in each book, so that's really good. And then, like, with Fulgrim, here's the thing. So the first 3 books ends at the Istvan 3, which is where a bunch of the traitor legions are cleaning house, and they are attacking the loyal forces within their own legions. And it's leading up to Istvan 5, which is where they do, like, a trap against other legions to try and neuter them really early on. And then Flight of the Eisenstein sort of then goes back in time, talks about the Death Guard Legion in the Great Crusade, and then leads again back to Istvan 3, and then I don't think it really talks about Istvan 5 at all. Fulgrim, again, goes back to the beginning of the Emperor's Children in the Great Crusade, so it kind of spends 90% of the book, I would say, in the Great Crusade era, fighting, well, like pretty much one Xenos faction, I think it is. And then the last bit, they do like a whistle-top tour of Istvan 3, briefly blow past Istvan 5, where it gets like a cursory mention, and that's kind of it, and then it sort of ends there. And then the next book is Descent of Angels, where it pretty much doesn't even cover the Horus Heresy whatsoever.
No, it's the origins of the angels, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, I thought it was a great story, but it's like, this has nothing to do with the story that's being told so far. And then again, Legion isn't really following the story that's been set up. So I'm like 7 books in, and I still haven't really had a decent story talking about Istvan 5 yet. So it's like, oh God, no wonder why these books are going for a while. But also, if there's 18 legions and you want at least 1 or 2 books about each legion in detail, that already means you've pretty much got like your 40 books right there. So I kind of understand why it's going on in so much detail, rather than just going through it in a chronological order, which is, I knew it sort of wasn't that anyway, but I was sort of almost expecting.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, I can't remember. Basically, I got recommended a sort of order of events which I followed, and I'm looking at like the full like list, and basically, someone was like literally to your point was like, you can kind of listen to, flight the flight of the Eisenstein, but probably don't worry about it. Fulgrim's essential. Descent of Angels, unless you're a big Dangles fan, don't worry about it. And I was like, I am, so I'll give it a go. Legion was one of the ones where I was told, like, oh, you want to stick with that because, like, basically it's a good book for kind of setting up some of the more kind of, kind of weird, like, aspects of the story around.
It was really good.
Yeah, it is good, to be fair. And then, and then from there on, I think I skipped everything else and went straight to 1,000 Suns, and then First Heretic, Prospero Burns. I've not read Deliverance Lost, No Fear, the Primarchs. Basically, I sort of like moved around, as it were.
Because I think, as you say, there's some recommended reading orders if you want to do it chronologically, or if you want to follow the key events, or like follow a particular legion, for example. I'm sure they're all out there, but I was just like, I'll just go through in order because I've got most of the books, and I feel like I've been quite canny. I've been building up this collection on Audible over the years. Like whenever there's a 2-for-1 sale or something on, there's always Horus Heresy books in there, so I've just been slowly buying them. And it got to a point where even now I'm listening to them, I cancelled my Audible subscription like a couple of months ago because I was like, I've just got too many books unread. So yeah, I'm going to try and get through as many as I can before I need to like resubscribe to get the ones I don't have, because I don't think I have much of a Siege of Terror so far. So I'll need to get them at some point. But that might be months and months away from now.
Remind me, because it's been so long since I read it, and I'm not sure or listened to it, and I'm not sure if the events with Puerto Rabo occur in Fulgrim or if they occur in another.
No, it's in Fulgrim, yeah. So that's Istvan 5 where they do battle, and
yes,
Puerto Rabo gets murdered, and that sort of glossed over. I mean, it goes into a bit of detail, and it sort of breaks Fulgrim's mind, and then effectively Fulgrim gets possessed by this demon sword that he's been going on about. And that was also a sort of surprise where you're like, oh, Fulgrim's this enigmatic character. He's a Primarch. But then at the end of it, he's effectively sort of been taken over by this demon from this sword that he got in this Xenos world. So again, it's like they sort of fall really quickly. And some of them are like really nice characters. Like Horus is aware that he's basically being possessed by this demon. And it's sort of like, I'm going to go out of my way to like save him. Like Horus as the main instigator is always quite honourable. I think in the way he goes about things, and is always portrayed in a very sympathetic manner, and like sort of some of his misgivings about the Emperor leaving him to be the War Master while he goes back to Terra sort of sows the seeds of doubts. And I think it's in the first or second book where it's the first book where they meet this human race, and he's like, oh, I actually want to negotiate with them rather than just, fight them straight away and make them capitulate to the human race. And everyone's saying, but this is the way, like, if they're not going to agree to be part of the Empire immediately, we must attack them. And he's like, I don't want to do that because we've done that before and it doesn't always work. And people just needlessly die. So, yeah, his motivation's always like really good, I think.
Well, he really was the best of them at one point, like Horus was like such a great leader, and that's the real tragedy of the whole thing, is that like as a character he's set up in such a way as he is this really noble, really amazing kind of leader that has been subdued and or been misled. And like again, it's all the subtlety in the storytelling, the idea that like the ways that the word bearers and the forces of chaos kind of sewed themselves into, the infrastructure of the Imperium and the way they kind of corrupted it from the within. It's very, very sophisticated storytelling with the way that they did it. Like the idea that these warrior lodges, which were pure honourable things where we could go and talk as warriors, and it didn't matter if you were a captain and I was a first mate or whatever the terminology is, and we could talk as equals. You know what I mean? Like, all of that stuff was really clever, and the idea that, like, but that's basically that's basically the foothold. That was the thing that got it in. Like,
yes, that's where basically they sow the seeds of corruption in all the legions, and that's really interesting in Fulgrim, where you hear about the warrior lodges. Oh no, it's was it in Eisenstein? No, I think it's. It happens in both. So in Flight of the Eisenstein, you see about the Death Guard about it, and what's his name? The guy from Flight of Eisenstein, Garrow. He's really against them, there's an apothecary guy who basically realizes he was wrong to be in them, and that's where this problem has stemmed from, and he sort of swears to not join in it at all. Whereas in the Fulgrim one, these warrior lodges are actually much more hierarchical, unlike in the Sons of Horus, where it's more brotherly and anyone can be in it. The one that you see in Fulgrim is like captains only. It's still quite elitist because that's very Emperor's Children, I guess.
Yeah, they have a similar, in the Imperial Fists, they have a similar kind of thing where it's like you have to kind of like to gain entry into their like brotherhood sword brethren thing. Basically, it's like there's like the extra order that obviously goes on to be more black temporally and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, I feel like I seem to remember in the events of Sigismund, he has to basically go and stand by a door for ages and wait to be invited. And then when he finally gets invited, he has to prove his worthiness by having a swashbuckle And it's like, it's quite cool. That's the other crazy thing, by the way, about the heresy narratives and the other things. The amount of other books that aren't even listed here that deal with like heresy.
There's loads
stuff.
of like short stories and ebooks and stuff like that, which a lot of them aren't in like audible audio format, so you literally will have to just read them.
Yeah, because like sincerely, some of the best heresy books I've listened to, read, are the Primarch specific ones. The I Am Alfaria's book, utterly incredible. Like that sequence is just, that whole book is incredible. Conrad Kerr's amazing. Like there's so many phenomenal books that just deep dive into like the characters that aren't actually within like the main continuity.
Yes.
Valdor.
Oh yeah, I've got, so everyone's been saying that one to me because it's got Thunder Warriors in. So I want to listen to that one. Weirdly, before all of these, I actually read as an EPUB Dreams of Unity, which is about a couple of Thunder Warriors on Terra still. And you think they're being hunted down by this custodian guard. And there's some other like chaos elements involved in that story. And that was really good. And that was interesting. And it's completely standalone.
Here's the sincere thing, though, right? Thunder Warriors are crazy, exciting, and interesting because we still don't have very much information about them. And this is one of the things that I sort of stand by with a lot of the things that I actually think has kind of robbed 40k and what Horus Heresy has done. And I've said this so many times, but it is true. Like, I would love to know more about Thunder Warriors. I'd love them to do more books about them because the mystery is so exciting. The allure of them is so amazing. And the same was obviously true 15, 17 years ago about the heresy. Like, it's interesting how over the span and how much of an impact this series of books has had on the Warhammer 40,000 hobby, because in a way it's sort of like now, because I was like on like Reddit or somewhere on like, Instagram and reading comments about people talking about like what they're going to do next, what would you like to see them do next? People are like, let's do Unification Wars, let's talk about like the events in like the Emperor's early crusades to conquer the earth, or let's do like more kind of stuff in that era. And I'm just like, no, leave it alone, like please. Like we've explored the heresy to the extent we've got little seeds of like the unification and the stuff that comes before. We got short stories like The Last Church and and
they constantly do mention Unification Wars in pretty much all of the Horus Heresy books so far. Like Lucius has a weapon from pre-Unification Terror in the first few books. They're reading like old stories about Terror and the Unification Wars, and they talk about their version of witchcraft, which is the prelude to chaos, basically, and stuff like that. So they do cover it, but again, from a sort of historical perspective. I think from a model point of view, it's a no-brainer for Games Workshop to do Thunder Warriors because people kit bash them all the time. People 3D print them like they're really popular. At least I think they are, because I'm sort of involved in that community, I guess.
You are very much down that rabbit hole, aren't you?
So I see other people doing it as well. So I can understand Games Workshop's desire to do it themselves and to corner that market. So that would make perfect sense. Should they do it from a lore point of view? Maybe, because that's something that people would want explored. But you're right, it's the magic box or the mystery box is special because you don't know what's inside it. As soon as you open it up, it's never quite as good. And, back in the 90s, the Horus Heresy was such a fascinating sort of time period because you literally knew nothing about it and there was just tidbits, and your desire to know more is really strong. And admittedly, it's a great series, and I think they've done a good job so far.
Amazing job, yeah.
And I think actually one of the great things about it is what the future is, what the end point is, so they can pay it off really well. Like they make constant references to stuff in the future. They constantly refer to effectively what the future and end of Horus Heresy will be by calling it the Grim Dark. So you go, I know what that is. And like at the end of Flight of the Eisenstein, they effectively set up the Inquisition, right? Or they tease it at least. And I'm like, oh my God, it's happening already. Like I wasn't expecting that to happen until after the Horus Heresy. So the fact that there's nods and winks to it in the fourth book kind of blew my mind. So I'd like to follow that story a bit more and see what happens with that. And it's like that, the fact that 40k is so fleshed out means they can seed in the stories all these little ideas that are going to grow into these bigger things in the 40k setting, and that's what makes it great. Whereas, let's say something like Game of Thrones, which hasn't been finished yet, might not be able to pay it off quite as well because he's sort of writing as he goes. Whereas I think because 40k's got such a defined period already that the Horus Heresy is working towards, I think that makes the story so much better than if 40k didn't exist and they were just writing Horus Heresy from scratch. And you kind of, I think, see that in the 40k storybooks that they're doing. Yes, they're good, but they just don't have that same grandeur as the Horus Heresy ones.
Totally. I mean, I think that's the thing. I remember being a regular in a Games Workshop store in 2006 when the Horus Heresy came out, and I remember the impact it had on people because of the juxtaposition, and people were just because at that time 40k was such an interesting rich lore with loads of rules and things, and there was stuff at the time that we just assumed you'd never see. They'd never do it, they'd never bring this stuff to the tabletop, they'd never do this stuff because this is a time before its mysticism and weirdness, and people just being amazed at the notion that the Emperor isn't a god at this time, he's just dad, or whatever it was, it's
yes, yeah, that's true. I mean, that was the other thing that sort of blew my mind is I assumed the imperial religion where he's seen as a god happens at the after Horus Heresy once he's enshrined on the Golden Throne. It's happening already at the beginning of the Horus Heresy. Humans are starting to worship him as a god.
I mean, he does seem quite a lot like a god, doesn't he?
Yes, yeah, but what I think what was really interesting is it's it leads credence to the traitor's point of view, where it's he wants to be a god, he's left us because he wants to ascend to godhood, and it's they kind of got a point, they're not wrong, and that's I like that there's these almost 2 points of views, and neither are 100% correct, but neither of them are completely wrong either, and that's what makes the ability to side and with the traitors just as valid as siding with the loyalists, I think.
Well, it's the interesting thing about it, right? Because, the original kind of guidance of the idea of these perpetuals was that they were basically, they knew they were living forever, so their idea was to guide humanity, but it was always supposed to be light touch. And then basically the thing that becomes the Emperor comes along, and he's like, nah, we're just gonna do this. And it's all right, okay, mate. And he just had these grossly over the top psychic powers, and they were like, wow, who's gonna stop him? It's off he goes. I mean, I find that super interesting. I mean, even the narrative idea that before the Emperor was the Emperor, he was just something. But the idea that the Emperor appears as whatever you want him to appear as to you, and this thing that he kind of became the Emperor because it suited his purpose, and he changed his demeanor and his outward kind of projection to become this grandiose, incredible, spectacle. But it's this idea that there's this sort of assertion within the world of Warhammer that the Emperor is this force of physical power and this massive warrior king that can smash and destroy, but actually he's an entirely ethereal creature. He's so much more in a way the joke of the Emperor is he's probably closer to godhood than you ever realized, because he never actually has ever really been seen to be what he is. I mean, it's evident that he has a physical form in some sort of some sort of thing, but like he's so much his abilities ascend him so much beyond that and beyond comprehension. It's super interesting. But it's that's the idea with like the Emperor and everything that he represents and everything that he's doing, and that he's clear that like his vision for the world was very, very different from what they wanted. And I think that's the genius of like. It's the genius of how well they wrote these stories or created these narratives. The idea of like, we've planted all these seeds, like humanity are questioning him, but we're not giving you answers. We're not saying the Emperor's a god. In fact, actually, we're consistently telling you otherwise, which is kind of interesting because even then in the story, it's like they're constantly telling you, by the way, Phil, he's definitely not a god, but you're going... He sort of seems like he is, though, doesn't he? Like,
yes, and you have like the first saint who's doing like these divine manifestations. Yes, yeah. And that's in I'd say Flight of the Eisenstein. It happens in, or maybe it is the last of the. Maybe it is Galaxy in Flames, but definitely Flight of the Eisenstein. Yeah, it's Flight of the. I'm sure it's in that one where like powers manifest. I want to say. Yeah, and you kind of think, well, if that is happening, surely he's a god at some point. Otherwise, this.
But then the gods of chaos aren't gods either.
No, they're just sort of primordial goo, like the primordial forces. They're the closest thing that we actually have to like kind of Cthulhu sort of esque Lovecraftian horrors. And I like how actually the first sort of times humanity and the Imperium run across them, they just kind of call them like warp Xenos. Like they just think they're Xenos creatures from this other sort of realm. They don't actually think they're these. They don't really call them demons or gods, but then that sort of lexicon starts to catch on. That. And it's there's all these other you see, you get a great sense of the wider 40k setting in Horus Heresy, because actually in every single book you come across different alien races that you don't ever see in the 40k game or ever exist beyond like the one or two planets that they're on.
Well, that's because they've all been murdered, mate.
Well, exactly, yes, but they've all got their own like sort of interpretation of chaos, or they've interacted with them in some way, and some have fallen to chaos, some haven't, and seeing that played out and how they view then humanity's approach to it as well.
Well, that's the great bit, isn't it? When Aldred Olfran meets with Fulgrim and he becomes aware that he doesn't know about the warp, and it's like, oh God, you don't know what the warp is. Oh God, like what are you doing? Like
yes, because that happens, I think, in the first book. Oh, he's the guy that goes up again. Is it Garrow?
It's probably Loken, isn't it?
Loken. Yes.
Yeah. That in that's in the, not in the cave, but in when
he's in the palace of the this is Xenos, well, not Xenos, they're like humans, and they're chatting with them. And he sort of mentioned sort of chaos, and Loken's like, "What's that?" And he's like, "Oh dear God, you don't know. Like we've been really cautious.
Oh, that was it.
You've fallen to them, or might be tainted by them, and they're like completely oblivious to that fact." And,
But again, the Emperor had to lie to humanity. He had to convince them in the Imperial truth, and that there are no gods to protect them from chaos. Like that's the weird thing, right? So you have to question the motivations, because it's like, did the Emperor not tell them about chaos because his secret plan is to become a chaos god, or did he not tell them about chaos because it's the only way that he could logically stop humanity from falling to chaos, which was like on that mass? Because he's like, well, I either tell them about it and then they're going to question everything, it's going to be difficult, or I could deal in absolutes and be like, there are no gods, it's all science. I mean, there's a really interesting segment, not to throw out a spoiler for a recent book, but the most recent Siege of Terror book. There's a character in the series, I won't say who, just for the sake of spoilers and stuff, but there's a character in the series who is charged with making a weapon, and the weapon is designed basically to kill Astartes, right? So the idea is it's like a virus, a viral weapon that kills Astartes. But there's this thing in the book, because they're becoming more and more aware of the warp at this point, and he gains access to a book that gives him a bit more insight. So he basically goes, "Oh God, if I had set off that weapon, that would have caused us no end of mischief." Because basically, they begin to understand that Space Marines are not just physical creatures. They are souls, they are essence, they are things in the warp. And although they could destroy their physical form, the merger between warp and physical that is the Space Marine is such that even if you could kill them physically, they would be a turbulent force in the warp that would have negative influence, who would obviously be understandably not too thrilled about the fact that, you know, they've been sort of wiped out that way. But that's the interesting thing, the idea that the Marines themselves, the Primarchs, are not just genetically incredible, but they're also kind of this merger of magic and warp and genetic sort of creation, that they are this kind of affront to the Chaos Gods in that sense as well, because they're almost like effigies of chaos. They're like a crazy merger, and they really explore that, and it's like, oh wow, this is mad.
Because when Horus is let's say ill, he's been taken ill from this poison blade, and he's in Davin, and he's like having this dream sequence, and then Magnus comes along to try to interfere, but basically Erebus is there explaining to him and sort of showing him the creation of the Primarchs, and he's saying the Emperor's done like a deal with the Chaos Gods to sort of steal, and he attempts to steal some of their power. It's like at that stage you go, oh, is he telling the truth, or is he just making it up to sway Horus to his cause? And I hope it's elaborated on a bit more in future books, but I mean, for now, I guess it doesn't really matter whether it's true or not. It's just what Horus believes or doesn't believe. But yeah, I can totally imagine that's the case, and that because they are like sort of, they've got strong warp energy and wills and stuff like that. And then the Legion book's really interesting, where you see this Xenos cabal try to influence the war, because they basically are trying to get like Alpha Legion to like side with Horus to ultimately defeat Chaos in the long run, rather than the short term, winning. Because they basically say if the Emperor wins, humanity will just stagnate and eventually fall to chaos, which is kind of what the 40K setting is. That's what they're alluding to. So yeah, you're like, oh god, this is really interesting stuff. In terms of where the future could have gone, but we're not in now, in the 40K present, basically.
Yeah, the John Grammaticus Cabal layer is super interesting, especially with the Alpha Legion and their long-term thing. And it made me, because I was I was like, I'm a Sons of Horus fan. I kind of like, I love those sort of bonds of brotherhood and the camaraderie that they have in their legion over the other legions I've seen so far. However, Alpha Legion are just cool. Like, they're really interesting. Like, they've got these big, massive, Crusade ships in space that are all like completely hidden because they're the technology that they've got. Their armor doesn't sort of trip any sensors and stuff when one of them's just sort of walking through effectively like a corridor full of like lasers and sensors, and his armor's not being read by any of them and stuff. And it's the Alpha Legion overall, like the way they use humans to infiltrate different factions. Because I always thought, like, Alpha Legion, how can they infiltrate all these different factions? Like, they're just big old guys. They'd be super obvious, won't they? But actually, the fact that it's clear that they use humans to like infiltrate everywhere is, it just makes me actually go, these are becoming probably my second favorite faction. Although saying that, I think Emperor's Children are up there as well after Fulgrim. I really like them as the bad guys as well. I think personally for me, I'm definitely more of a Lunar Wolves fan than I am a Sons of Horus fan. I think
that's understandable.
The Sons of Horus are difficult to love, but the Lunar Wolves are wicked.
Yeah, it's easy to like good guys in the Sons of Horus, so therefore the Lunar Wolves, yeah. Whereas I don't think they did a good job of portraying Abaddon and the other characters that side with Horus that effectively become the Sons of Horus. So I'll hopefully see a bit more of them in future books.
Yeah, it's really interesting. They do all right by Abaddon as time goes on, but like it's more siege related stuff. Where but again, and that's more kind of nods towards the Aaron Dembski Bowden version of the character. Whereas, like, yeah, I feel like with the Sons of Horus, they definitely have sort of, again though, because they're the bad guys, you kind of have to sort of, and it's interesting, I suppose, isn't it, that they have this transformation where it's like we were once a thing and now we're the thing, but the thing we are is evil, and now we are the evil thing. I can't remember if it's in the Primarch book, but there's a really good Alpha Legion short story where the Alpha Legion are infiltrating the Alpha Legion.
That's cool.
That is a very good. So there's like a lunar base that's ran by the Alpha Legion, and the Alpha Legion infiltrate it.
Nice.
And it's like, what? Like, what's going on? Like, and that's like one of those stories where you're like they can't even trust each other. Like, they're just literally like, no one's beyond their layers of madness. And it's like, yeah, it's crazy. And
yeah,
then,
I liked the John Grammaticus character and that story overall. I think it was a bit difficult to follow at times because there was just so many different characters in it. But by the end, you kind of get the hang of who's who, and
you'll get used to him. There's a lot.
Yeah,
of them.
And yeah, I found it really enjoyable. Like, I really liked. I mean, overall, they've all been really good. They've all had some faults, or they've all been just slightly different in different ways. But I mean, they've all been pretty strong stories. I would say I like them all way more than 80 to 90% of the 40k books. You know, obviously Eisenhorn and even the like Carrion Throne series by Chris Wright is really good. Like some of the Inquisition stuff I really like, but there's a bunch of like sort of generic 40k stories I've listened to, and they're sort of they're not up there with this. Like the new ongoing series for 40k isn't any like a touch on this stuff so far.
No, it doesn't come close. But again, it's because there's none of the subtlety, none of the cleverness to it, and that's the ridiculous thing when I kind of whinge about where the 40k narrative is going these days. It's sort of there's nothing really clever at the heart of it. It's just this kind of 40k now has kind of almost sort of become a parody of itself to the extent that it's just ceaseless war, and it's war for the sake of war. So no one ever really feels like they're overly clever or subtle, and the stakes are so crazy, and it's basically drummed into your head constantly that everyone's narrowly escaping problems. But also everyone lives, no one dies. That's the thing that keeps irking me. Like, one of the things that's obviously so significant about the events of the heresy is that, you know, the greater majority of the pivotal characters are such because we know they are going to die, and they also do take now, you know, there are some characters with plot armor that will live on. That does happen, but there's a lot more like surprises and deaths and twists and turns in this story than you get from your average 40k book, which is...
I mean, so far, not many of them have died so far. Like a couple of characters have died overall, and that's out of 8 books. I'm a bit like, more could have died so far.
100%. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, they're the main characters because theirs is the story.
The setup, that'll go through.
Yeah,
no, that's true.
But, like, you know, again, it's quite... I guess this is the thing, like, you know, the sort of Game of Thrones kind of Song of Ice and Fire type book series of having, like, introduce a main character and then kill him off in the first book.
True, yeah.
Hadn't really been sort of as well established at that point. But it is mad in the case of 40k how it works, where it's like the Blood Angels, they're down to their last 6 men, Dante, Corbulo, Gabriel Seth, Mephiston, and 2 random ones, and then they're about to die. But don't worry, Khorne came to the rescue for some reason. It's like,
No, no, you're right. It was Khorne, not
Yeah.
because they were going to die from the Tyranids. Right.
Yeah. And it's like, all right, okay, fine.
I sort of feel like a lot of that narrative was written not from Black Library. It was just sort of the Codex or the army book, the core rule book. The overall lore for 40k wrote that, and it was all a bit rushed around that time.
Oh God, yeah.
The sort of Primaris storyline and how they saved the Blood Angels.
Well, it
integrated
is
with everyone wasn't necessarily great in comparison to what they're doing with.
It is now basically. It is a known fact now, isn't it, that the story of Guilliman's resurrection was wrote in relation to product releases. They basically had to layer in the elements for what was coming out. They basically knew that they had Belisarius Cawl, and he was a tech priest. They were like, we got this big tech priest model, right? Okay, he needs to be in the story. We got these 3 elder characters, right? They've got to be in the story. We've got Cypher, right? He's got to be in the story. And then it's like, and then we've got a few other randoms, some Grey Knights, some other bits, and then ultimately
Celestine, Greyfax.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's got to be in there somewhere. And then, bam, that's the story. Here is basically 12 or so characters, one of which is Guilliman. You now need to write a story with all of these. And it's like, okay. So,
I mean, because you do hear that that's how they develop it. It's like, here's the models, add them to a story. I kind of hope that there is some managerial conversations happening above that to say, we want to do a story that, even if it's a story to introduce the Primaris, how are we going to do that? Someone said, well, we got to bring Guilliman back to do that, right? And everyone was like, yes, okay. Then maybe we need a tech priest guy to invent the Primaris, so we invent Cawl. Okay, right. And I hope that conversation happened rather than the design team just created completely independently Cawl, Guilliman, Greyfax, for example, and then just whack them in a box together and go, let's write a story for them. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
From what I understand from the things that you hear from like other podcasts and things, ex-GW employees, it sounds more like that they basically were just presented with a bunch of models and told, make it work. I mean, and that has never been more evident, by the way, than the. I mean, to be fair, the Gathering Storm, it was pretty evident, but flipping heck, Arcs of Omen, my God, what a mess! Like, it's just like literally like, we got this guy. What is he? Demon Prince? Sure, okay, he's the Demon Prince of Machines. It's like, okay, cool, we'll do what we can with that. Oh, and here's, Farsight, and here's Snagrot, and here's like all this other stuff. You're like, what is going on? Like,
Snagrot was never in the story.
Exactly.
He was just a model that just appeared.
They just had to admit defeat when Snagrot came around. They were like, "Oh, if you're gonna do this to us, we're not even gonna try." Like,
pretty sure he wasn't in it. I mean, they did do a bit about Tau versus Orcs. I can't remember him being in it, and that's it.
I don't remember him being in it.
He wasn't a major character. If anything, it would have just been a cursory comment. But I don't think he was in it.
But that's the thing, man. Like, that's it. Like, that's the difference though. Now with the 40k narrative, is it's just. It's aimless. They're literally, it's basically now they've got a funnel of product, and the story is in support of continuing to support the product, and that's it. That's it lit now. It's literally
so I do think there's a slight difference between the Black Library 40k stuff versus the lore for the wider setting written by.
I don't think there is, though. I think they genuinely just go, oh, this is coming out, you needed to give us a release to support it. Like, maybe they get like obviously you get things like Black Legion, which is a deep dive into it. There are specific books that do stuff, but a lot of it is like heresy adjacent or old stories, like the Hell's Reach or whatever, right? Like, there are narratives where they go deeper into these things, but like, if it's anything in relation to like the new products or new stuff happening, it's basically, do you know how like Hasbro back in the day or even now today probably like supports the Transformers range. It's basically the same logic where they go to Japan and they go, "Oi mate, I bought the rights to this truck robot. Put him in." And then some poor writer's got to go, "Oh God, all right, I'll come up with a story for the truck robot." It's like, "Oh, while you're at it, here's a tractor robot. Chuck that in." Oh, and out of the blue, we bought these dinosaurs. Put them in. It's like, oh God, like what is going on?
Yeah,
how am I supposed to build continuity out of this?
No, it is true, because that does make it a bit random. And I think almost the joy of Horus Heresy is it sort of all happened already, and the sort of key establishing elements of it were written over like a 10 to 20 year time period, very slowly in drips and drabs by many different people. So it's sort of been like well worked on over time and been percolating in people's minds. And it hasn't been rushed. And you could say, maybe the current Horus Heresy stuff or the rate at which they released the Black Library books was maybe rushed. But even so, that, the series has been written over 10, 15 odd years, if not more. So
started in 2006, mate. So 17, nearly 14 years.
17, nearly 14?
17, nearly 18 years. Sorry, I can't.
18, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So exactly. Even then, that's taken a long period of time. The grand scheme of things, even though a lot of books have been written in that time. So I think they've done a good method of this is how you can do it in a good way. But I think, like I said, I think the greatest thing about Horus Heresy is the fact that 40k exists. That's what almost makes it good. Is the end result has already been written. They're not starting from scratch. And that's where 40k, I think, struggles, is that they kind of are starting at a fresh starting point to go into the future.
Well, Heresy also just has rules, right? Like, not game rules, but it has rules. It's like, this is the universe. This is the powers and the things that the loyalists have access to. This is the power and the stuff that the Chaos faction, the traitors, have access to. This is where they were. These were the players that were present at these events. This is how long and difficult it was to travel to other parts of the universe. These were the forces that were holding them at bay. Like, there's stakes, and there's like consequences, and there's weight to everything, because there's rules. That world has rules. Whereas in like 40k, Calgar can be all the way over at the Vigilus, and then the next minute he's at Ultramar. It's like they're at different ends of the flipping universe, and he just sort of skips between them, like he's got like Goku's
and he can
transmission.
Just die twice. And I mean, in a way, it's like Horus Heresy proves you can kill off characters and people will still play them. And you could argue that maybe the Iron Hands and Perturabo aren't that popular in comparison to some of the other legions, because their legion gets decimated really early on, so they lore-wise didn't maybe interact in the Horus Heresy as much as others, and the Primarch pretty much dies straight away. So but people still love them, and people still play them, and it's like, you can have Calgar and you can probably kill him off. You can still have him as a model to play, and people will still do that. But maybe from a 40k point of view, people would be upset by that more so. Whereas in Horus Heresy, because it's, in air quotes, historical, people know he dies sort of almost up front. So therefore, maybe it's less of an issue, because it's not really a progressing storyline, even though it did in its own way. But people knew about the events before that, if that makes sense.
I mean, there are some dead characters that are still playable in 40k today. Tycho. Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, we haven't had the newest codex to find out. I hope he goes.
No, he'll be gone by that one. If they're not going to do a new model for him, because he's dead.
Well, you say that, but it'll be the ultimate troll. So
mate, I'll be there for
fans.
It. Mate, if Tycho, Yarek's dead. Color Sergeant, whatever his name.
Yeah, he's died. Obviously, his precursor. died as well. Not
Oh, yeah,
Ursula Creed, but her dad.
Creed, whatever his name
Creed,
was. Yeah. And then, again, like one of the earlier, like a lot of guardsmen have died, I suppose. Like
Yes.
the old, what's the name of the dude on the horse?
Oh, the new one.
The new one. Because he's taken over from the old one. Right? The old
Lord Solar
died.
Macarius was the original one.
Yeah. So he's gone. So
well, he was a very old mini. Yeah.
Yeah. Eldred Olfran died for a while.
Oh.
But then they brought him back because they were like, can't have Eldred Olfran die, I suppose.
True.
Annoyed me.
But
He
why
should have
not?
stayed. He should have stayed
He
dead.
could have gone into a Wraith construct or something.
Oh, wouldn't that have been something? He, in the narrative as of 4th edition was that he decided that it would be a good idea to, pit his brain against a chaos-possessed, demon-possessed Blackstone Fortress. He was like, I got this!
Ooh.
Oh, no, I'm dead. Although,
I mean, what a way to go.
Yeah, well, in the story, though, because apparently, because Eldred, he's covered from head to toe in, in spirit stones, and it was like basically he did the thing, died, but apparently one, maybe two of his spirit stones had like a dim light of life, and then off the back of that he came back to life apparently, although he actually never did because they just kind of retconned it, because basically the events of him dying were from the
Like Crusade.
what was the campaign book? It wasn't Armageddon. It was Eye of Terror.
Oh, Terror, yeah.
Yeah, so in the Eye of Terror campaign, he dies. And GW were like, yeah, no, he'll come back because we can't be bothered to come up with a new Farseer character. So how hard would it be? Like, that's the thing that drives me mad about it. Just go it's a new Ulfway Farseer, and out of respect, he wears Eldred Olfran's gear, but he's now called Keith Chegwin. And it's like, all right, fine, move on with my life.
But wasn't that was it Lazarus, the Primaris, I presume Lieutenant, looked really similar to one of the other characters? So yeah. So it's a bit like kind of lined up a replacement for him without doing anything.
Yeah. But they can't have that. They can't have that. Not with Space Marines anyway. I've said it many times. Kill Dante.
Yeah.
Kill him dead. Although I also wanted them.
Well, surely he's in a mask anyway, so anyone could be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's pointless. Just have any old person be Dante. Literally.
It's what's Rimmer from Red Dwarf, the cool version of Rimmer.
Oh, what's he called? Ace, isn't it? Ace.
Ace, yeah.
Is it just Ace Rimmer?
Yes, I think so. Yeah,
Smoke
just
me a
Ace, I
kipper.
think.
I'll be back for breakfast.
It's like anyone could be Tycho. You've just got not Tycho.
Dante.
Yeah. Anyone can wear the mantle of Dante.
What a guy. Anyway, that'll probably do. It's Christmas now, so we talked about it in the last episode, but just so as you are aware, this episode drops on Saturday the 16th. And we would normally give you an episode on the 30th, but we're not. We are, in fact, looking to drop the big fat 40k quiz of the year on the 30th. So you'll get that little miniature episode on the 30th, but then we'll be coming back Saturday the 13th is our episode 171. So yeah, that's basically it. If you've listened this far, thank you so much. We hope you're enjoying your Christmas holiday, if it is that time. If not, we hope you're just doing well in the general sense. But sincerely, it's been a lovely 2023. What a time to be alive, eh, Phil?
I know.
Warhammer in all its glory.
Exciting times.
Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off there. Say what you were going to say.
Oh, exciting times.
Fair. I caught that the first time, but I wondered if you wanted to maybe expand on it. Do you want to expand on it, Phil?
Oh, well, I'd like to say,
New
obviously,
Year's resolutions or
a
Christmas
Merry
wishes?
Christmas to everyone. A Happy New Year. My New Year's resolution was probably the same as last year, and that's to not do a New Year, New Army, because while it sounds great, it's a trap. Don't fall for it, everyone. Unless, of course, you want to. I've got a bunch of other stuff I need to work on. Next year is Thunder Warriors. And obviously a bit of Legions Imperialis, because Dan's making me.
I didn't make you. You agreed.
You kind of made me. You twisted my arm, and I'm actually really enjoying it. So, well, I say enjoying it from the bits I've been doing.
Yeah. Well, I've got Cruel Boys to paint, and once I've gotten these Cruel Boys done, I will be moving on exclusively into getting Heresy done. Although I've also created my 1750 Space Marine list for April's RFW. So maybe the order of events will go. Get the Cruel Boys done, get the 1750 Space Marines done, and then the decks are clear, and we're all in on getting this Heresy stuff done.
And that's actual Horus Heresy.
Actual Horus Heresy, yeah, not just Legions Imperialis. Because I really want to go to RFW in August, and I just want to...
that's their Horus Heresy specific event, isn't it?
Yeah, but also just, I love it. Like the setting, obviously we've just been talking about it, but also just the player base, like the guys in the local club that I attend now on the regular, they're massively into Heresy, and obviously the RFW guys love it, and I love it as well. It's such a good game. So yeah, long story short, I just want to immerse myself in it. It seems fantastic. When I've played it, I've really loved it. So I just want to get my stuff done. And I do Dark Angels, for goodness sake. It's literally just, spray and black, Xenofold them with a slightly lighter black, whack a wash on them, call it a day, right? Like, it shouldn't take me long to get those things on the tabletop. And I do really want to do that. So, yeah, that's a focus for me. But no, sincerely, thanks everyone for the support in 2023. It's been phenomenal. We've really appreciated it. Thank you to everyone who's come up to us and shown your support and said lovely things, and obviously thanks to everyone who said horrible things as well. It's just it's important that you listen and share your thoughts and feelings with us, and we'll do our best to do better. Although, to be honest with you, we mostly ignore the negative, but it's always fun to.
But it cuts us deep, and we don't forget.
Exactly. I tell you what, actually, that is the one, and I know we've probably done this in the past, but that is the thing that always sort of irks me with other creators or, YouTube-y, podcasty people, when they go on a real tirade about, like, people being negative about their stuff. It's always like, well, of course people are going to be negative about your stuff. Not everyone's going to like everything, and people who don't like your stuff are going to be annoyed that you're still doing stuff because there's a certain, like, weird sort of element to people and jealousy and so on. So just let them have it, I mean, at the end of the day, happy that they're alive and able to be angry. God bless them. They're lovely people. And God bless all of us. Everyone. Happy Christmas, eh? What a time.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Christmas is awesome.